Volume 1, Chapter 20 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 20. Why hast thou lost the fresh blood in thy cheeks, and given my treasure and my rights in thee to thick-eyed musing and cursed melancholy? Henry IV. From the same to the same. October 21st. What exalted heart would ever entertain even a momentary prejudice? What generous mind would ever suffer itself to be rapt by an antipathy? Surely none. Then is my heart little exalted, and my mind far from generous, for I cannot overcome the prejudice I have conceived, the antipathy I feel for one who may not deserve my aversion. That one is Laura Hilson. There is an expression constantly playing over her bold but handsome features, which I dread, but cannot comprehend. There is a sinister look in her beady black eyes, which always conjure up in my thoughts the small, shining, blinking eyes of a snake. During my absence, Laura and Evelyn have become extremely intimate, and yet there can be no sympathy between them. Contrast alone can have united them, for opposites sometimes blend harmoniously. My devotion to Blanche, who has been seriously indisposed, has prevented my seeing Evelyn frequently of late. I set apart this afternoon and evening to spend with her, leaving Amy to watch my unhappy patient. Evelyn and Laura were sitting by the window, apparently engaged in some very interesting discussion. Laura was weaving a long bugled fillet for Evelyn's hair, and Evelyn was selecting the proper sized bugles, and handing them to Laura as she worked. "What affairs of state are you discussing?" asked I, taking a seat beside them. At first neither answered, but Evelyn soon said, "I am sure I can hardly explain to you what we were talking about. I believe the subject was love, or rather constancy in love. Or I might better say under what circumstances love must change." "I maintain," rejoined Laura, "that although a woman may be united to a man, should she meet another man personally more attractive, superior in every respect to her husband, that she would insensibly be forced to acknowledge the superiority of the one and the inferiority of the other, and that it is natural for us to love best what is worthiest of our love." "Your reasoning is certainly very moral," I replied, "but hardly so philosophical as you may suppose." "But," said Evelyn with energy, "it is certainly true, carissima, that we cannot blind our eyes to the defects even of one who may possess the imposing title of husband, and we cannot help acknowledging—" "According to your argument," said I, purposely interrupting Evelyn and addressing myself to Laura, "conjugal fidelity would be but an empty sound, and conjugal happiness an emptier one. Every woman would turn from the husband of her early choice, the father of her children, her companion through life, to bestow her affections upon some highly favored individual, who had won his country's applause and the world's approbation. Such men as Washington and Lafayette would monopolize all the feminine affection in the universe. The man who possessed great talent, high worth, and peculiar fascination would, instead of a blessing, be a curse to mankind, for he would rob every fireside of its harmony and peace. Analyze the nature of love, and you will see your error. In what does love consist? What attracts two individuals to each other? not, as you would suppose, the possession by either of those qualities which are most venerated by the world at large. Their hearts are united by mysterious sympathies, by sweet affinities, which form an invisible link between them. The nature of these sympathies, these incomprehensible affinities, it would be almost impossible to explain, but the history of the world shows that they exist, and by their medium one spirit joins and blends itself with another, and that union truly deserves the name of love. Very lucidly explained, replied Laura, ironically. But suppose there is no love in the case, she added, glancing at Evelyn. Suppose a woman is united to a man whom she does not and cannot love. How can she help loving some other man with whom she feels this mysterious sympathy, this sweet affinity of which you so eloquently speak? Reason and principle forbid the commission of every crime, and is not this spiritual crime of the most heinous order? She could struggle against the growing passion as soon as she is conscious of its existence, and if her nature is pure, if she loves good better than evil, she will make every sacrifice and crush in the bud a feeling or sentiment which conscience forbids her to foster. Oh, it is very easy to talk, answered Laura, somewhat scornfully, but I never yet knew a heart that would be forced to such obedience. And then, as though desirous of changing the subject, she rose from her seat, and encircling Evelyn's head with the bugled band, said, "Let me see if this fillet will become you. Yes, you look charmingly. But, Evelyn, I must loop back these stray ringlets that, as Colonel Dameron says, your Grecian head may look more Greek. You know that he admires your beautiful hair gathered into one rich knot behind." Evelyn rather petulantly seized the hand that was looping back the long curls. The ringlets fell again about her blushing face, and Laura was forced to desist. "Where is Ellen and your mother?" inquired I. "Ellen and father are paying some visits in Brooklyn, and mother is undressing Lila for the night," replied Evelyn. I was about to request to see the little angel before she slept, when Mr. Merritt entered. Laura instantly rose, laid the unfinished fillet upon the table, and said, "It is getting quite dark, and I really must spend this evening at home. Will you be kind enough to escort me, Mr. Merritt?" Mr. Merritt politely, and I think willingly, consented. I was glad to be relieved of Laura's presence, yet I received the impression from a certain twinkling of her dark eyes that she had some object in this hasty retreat, although I could not divine what her motive could be. Evelyn and I were left together. The door had hardly closed upon Laura and Mr. Merritt when Evelyn seized both of my hands in hers and asked in an excited tone, "Do you believe in destiny? Do you believe in uncontrollable fate, which constrains and forces us to commit acts which we cannot bear to think upon?" "No, but I believe in evil spirits who arouse our bad passions, and infusing evil into our souls impel us to the commission of sinful deeds." "Then there must be good spirits to guard against the evil?" "Undoubtedly. But if we love evil better than good, we unconsciously encourage the evil, but deprive the good of their power to influence us." "But if it is our nature to give place to the evil, if we would, but cannot overcome them?" "If we sincerely desire to overcome, we shall and must be victorious. Oh, Evelyn," added I, looking tenderly in her face, "I know that your heart is troubled, though you would willingly hide its anguish from me. When we parted 6 months ago, you had a presentiment that your happiness would be impaired before we met, and your fears have been realized. But wake from your trance, my sweet Evelyn. Struggle with yourself, control yourself. Be sure of a victory if you earnestly strive to conquer an unworthy passion. Think of the child, Evelyn, with which heaven has blessed you, and let that thought inspire you with strength." Evelyn silently looked into my face, and after a long pause exclaimed, "Oh, never leave me. I am afraid of myself. Why were you absent so long? If you could have only been here, if you could always be by me, could always counsel me, I might. She concluded her sentence with a remorseful sigh, and before I could add another word, we heard Colonel Dameron's voice in the entry. I would have given all that I possess that we might have been spared his presence for half an hour longer, but it was too late. Before I could plan any mode of escape for both of us, he was at Evelyn's side. In an instant her whole appearance changed. The bright blood mantled through her before pallid cheek. Her sadness, her fears, all vanished. His influence wrought like magic upon her spirits. She was gay, exhilarated. She forgot her own last words and mine. She was even almost forgetful of my presence. The colonel had hardly thrown himself upon an ottoman and commenced an animated conversation when the door opened again, and Laura Hilson and Mr. Merritt reappeared. Laura instantly approached the table upon which she had left her bugles, saying that she had come back for them, but an indescribable glance, which she directed towards Evelyn, rendered me certain that by some unknown means Laura had become aware of Colonel Dameron's visit. I also thought that she had some motive for making Mr. Merritt acquainted with it at that particular moment. Mr. Merritt's careworn face was unusually clouded. He greeted the colonel with cold formality, and his eye rested a moment with a look of undisguisable suspicion upon Evelyn. To my surprise, she returned his glance with one of haughty composure, I might almost say of defiance. Her impetuous nature will not brook the slightest demonstration of tyranny. I do not comprehend all this, but it is evident that Colonel Dameron and his frequent visits have at some time or other been a subject of discussion between the young husband and wife. "I find that it is so late," said Laura, "that I shall only deprive Mr. Merritt of his tea if I take him home with me now. Therefore I think, Evelyn, that I will remain." "Do so," said Evelyn in a pleased tone. "Mr. Merritt will accompany you whenever you like." She no longer calls her husband Walter, then, thought I. Mrs. Willard soon made her appearance, and tea was served. Colonel Dameron, Evelyn, and Laura conversed very gaily. But Mr. Merritt was taciturn in the extreme, and Mrs. Willard devoted herself exclusively to him. There was only one other person present whose silence was wholly inconsistent with her womanly prerogative. That person was myself. Soon after tea, Mrs. Willard, who caught the sound of Lila's crying voice, disappeared. I found myself sitting at some distance from the others, but beside Mr. Merritt. His ceremonious gravity, his discontented countenance, and unbending sternness of manner contrasted very unfavorably with Colonel Dameron's ease, grace, and fluent brilliancy. I looked from one to the other, inwardly praying that Evelyn's eyes might not follow the example of mine. "I am afraid you are not very well," I said to Mr. Merritt. "No, my health is not quite so good as it was once," and he repressed a rising sigh. "You have not sufficient relaxation. You attend too closely to your business engagements," continued I. If it were not for that, my own thoughts would make me commit suicide, he replied, suddenly aroused by my remark. I hardly knew what to answer, but said, You must take Evelyn upon some excursion to the country. It would do both of you good, and Mrs. Willard can keep house in your absence. How do you know that Evelyn would go? I am sure that she would, if you requested her to accompany you. And I am sure that she would not. My requests have little weight with her, he replied bitterly. You are wrong. I am certain that you will wrong her. If I thought I did, I should be happy, almost as happy as I might be, if I did not think that she hourly wronged me. Indeed, you are very severe, and even unjust, I replied. Evelyn is young, gay, very thoughtless, and very wayward. She has never been used to control, and she cannot submit herself. But though force cannot compel her, she is easily moved by gentle entreaty. I have tried both, but it is unmanly for me to talk to you in this manner. You must not mind what I have been saying, added he, recovering himself. I believe that I am a little out of humour. Some unsuccessful business transactions have disturbed me, and Evelyn is so beautiful, so lovable. You know that I love her. I am sure that you do, and you will ever have cause to love her, in spite of her failings, which are those of youth and inexperience. I must leave you, Evelyn dear, said Laura, rising abruptly. I suppose that you will accompany us, Miss Bolton, she added, turning to me. I was on the point of answering in the affirmative when I caught a glimpse of Mr. Merritt's disturbed countenance, and replied, No, I will remain a little longer. I think I can calculate upon Colonel Dameron's well-known gallantry, should I desire him to escort me when I wish to return. Colonel Dameron instantly rose with a smile upon his lips, and said in an affable manner, I am always at your service, Miss Bolton. I feel flattered by your request. Mr. Merritt pressed my hand as he bade me good evening, and he looked the thanks which pride would never have permitted him to give utterance. My stay was but short after Laura's departure. I bade Evelyn good night, and Colonel Dameron accompanied me home. I was very anxious to converse with him about Evelyn, to make him feel that he was exerting a pernicious influence over her, and perhaps undermining the happiness of her whole life, but I found the task as difficult as it would have been useless. I soon discovered that I had no control over the conversation which flowed into whatever channel he chose. You have doubtless been acquainted with men who possessed a will so strong that it invested them with a dangerous and almost unlimited power over all weaker minds. Such a man is Colonel Dameron. But Evelyn is not naturally weak-minded, though her character has never been strengthened by trial and experience. When I entered Blanche's chamber, or rather closet, I found her quietly slumbering, and Amy, wearied with watching, had fallen asleep in a chair beside the bed. She was roused by my entrance. I am very sorry that I kept you here so late, said I. I have been quite contented, replied Amy, in her usual mild voice. Blanche has been talking very wildly about her father, and vowing vengeance upon his murderer and the destroyer of her peace. She is feverish, and has been quite delirious. Father came for me an hour ago, but I begged him to permit me to remain with you all night, that we may relieve each other in watching by Blanche. I really think that she ought not to be left alone. You will share your bed with me, will you not? You may well imagine my answer to this kind inquiry. I forced Amy to lie down, promising to wake her at 1 o'clock, and after wrapping myself in a loose dress, took my station beside Blanche's couch. You see in what manner I have succeeded in banishing sleep. I have passed the hours in writing to you. Amy's demeanor has undergone a complete change since her return to New York. Some painful recollections, forgotten during our absence, have been reawakened. Her tone and look would seem to say that she has some hidden sorrow, and yet what sorrow could she have? Her parents never opposed her most unreasonable wishes. She has wealth. Her health is restored. What can her grief be? If she loved, surely her love would be returned. But whom could she love? I am acquainted with most of her friends, and never beheld her evince any preference. I believe I did not mention to you that Blanche is only nominally to be my attendant, or rather that her services are to be mine, but that Amy chooses to defray the girl's expenses herself. I was forced to accept this offer, for I am wholly unable to support Blanche, and she is equally unable to work. I have nearly concluded this letter without one word about Mr. Elton, but I need not tell you that I have shunned him, and that I intend he shall have no further opportunity of conversing with me in private. He appears to be wounded by my coldness, but its origin he of course understands. He has several times requested an interview with me, but I shall remain inexorable in my refusal. When I look at Blanche and think of her blighted existence, my heart is closed against her betrayer. 1 o'clock is striking, and I must wake Amy, who would not pardon me if I failed to fulfill my promise. Adieu. End of Chapter 20. Volume 1, Chapter 21 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 21. Women are soft, mild, pitiable, flexible, but thou art obdurate, flinty, rough, remorseless. Henry IV. She has spoken that she should not, I am sure of that. Macbeth. From the Same to the Same. October 28th. Truly the web of life is a mingled yarn, and the dark threads are beginning to manifest themselves in the once golden web of our beloved Evelyn's existence. Last eve the usual little family circle gathered around Mr. Merritt's fireside. Laura Hilson and I were the only two visitors. We are such constant guests that we are almost regarded as members of the family. The tea-table was spread, the brightly polished kettle hissed upon a chafing dish beside it. The twilight was deepening, the waiter had entered to light the lamps, yet Evelyn had not returned from her walk. Conversation flagged. Mr. Merritt fidgeted about the room, now and then walking up to the window, but suddenly turning away again, without venturing to look out, for fear that the cause of his uneasiness should be discovered. Ellen looked anxious, her father dull. Mrs. Willard made 2 or 3 irredeemable mistakes in her lace edging, and finally laid down her knitting needle. A malicious smile hovered about Laura's lips as she surveyed the family group, and broke a momentary pause by remarking, "What can have become of Evelyn? It is getting quite dark." Every tongue was instantly unloosed. "She must have met with some accident," said Mrs. Willard. "An accident!" cried Mr. Merritt and Ellen in alarm. "Oh, I'll warrant that she is quite safe," said Laura, "and has entirely forgotten that the hissing of the kettle gives us strong inclination for a cup of bohea. No doubt she is well entertained." "She only went out to take a short walk," replied Ellen. What can have happened? What can have happened? Repeated Mr. Merritt to himself in a low tone. There is the ring, said Mrs. Willard, starting up and hastening out of the room. Before Mr. Merritt could follow her, she returned, leading in Evelyn. As the strong light of the solar lamp fell upon Evelyn's face, she covered her eyes with her hands, as though that sudden brightness pained them. But her action was not so quick that it prevented my remarking that her cheeks were flushed, and that she looked as though she had been shedding tears. "Who escorted you home, fair lady?" inquired Laura. "Were you alone?" asked Mrs. Willard. "Where have you been, Evelyn?" questioned Mr. Merritt at the same moment. "Whose question am I to answer first?" replied Evelyn in a tone of forced gaiety. "Your husband's, of course, he having the best right to be inquisitive," said her mother, smiling upon Mr. Merritt. "He asked where you have been." "I have been shopping and taking a walk. When it began to grow dark, I discovered I was further from home than I imagined." Evelyn did not look towards Mr. Merritt as she spoke these words. "Who accompanied you? Who brought you home?" again asked Laura, fixing her small black eyes scrutinizingly upon Evelyn's face. Mr. Merritt eagerly advanced to hear his wife's answer. The color forsook Evelyn's cheek, and for a moment she did not reply. Laura repeated her question, and Evelyn assumed an air of badinage, answered, "Daughter of Eve, restrain thy curiosity." "You should not have walked at such a late hour alone, Evelyn," said Mrs. Willard, with an air which was intended to convey the impression that she was confident her daughter had been unattended. "You have been walking all alone, then?" inquired Mr. Merritt, who was evidently desirous of asking a direct question. "Yes," replied Evelyn firmly, and looking about her as she spoke. "Did you say alone?" persisted Laura, as though she was determined not to let the subject drop. "Had you no escort, no companion?" "None but my own agreeable thoughts," replied Evelyn, untying her bonnet, "and those would have been brighter for a cup of tea. Come, let us sit down. Pray, mother, help me to the first cup, for I am wearied to death." We took our seats at the tea-table, and the gaiety of the whole party was speedily restored. Of all but Laura, who appeared to be disconcerted, and who, with her untasted cup of tea before her, amused herself by balancing her teaspoon on the tip of her finger, while she watched Evelyn's lightest movements. We were just rising from table, when our ears were saluted by a voice whose rough tones were but too familiar. "How d'ye do? How d'ye all do? Here you are. Hey, just finished tea, have you? Here, hallo, waiter! Hold on, I'll take a cup myself." Richard bowed all around with a face as red as a peony as he shouted out these words, and stalked into the back parlor. Mrs. Willard followed him and resumed her seat in front of the tea-tray. Much to my surprise, Evelyn ordered the folding doors to be closed. She is generally quite unmoved by the presence of her uncouth brother, but on this occasion her distress, and even alarmed, were so marked that I at one moment thought that she was fainting. We took our seats near the inviting fire. Laura drew from her bag a slipper which she was embroidering for Mr. Merritt. Ellen brought forth her work. She was quilting a little hood for Netta, and I employed myself in hemming the ruffle that was to pass around the front. Evelyn took up Laura's scissors and commenced clipping a piece of note-paper which lay in Ellen's basket, but her eyes turned constantly and uneasily towards the folding doors. We could hear Richard talking loudly with his mother, but could not distinguish her words. Before many minutes the doors were thrown open, and Richard entered, crying out, Nonsense, nonsense, mother. I tell you I've had enough. Enough's as good as a feast. Don't take away a man's independence by making him eat more than he wants, will you?" As he concluded this sentence, he walked up to Evelyn, and, seating himself beside her, took up the scissors and papers which she had tremblingly laid down at his approach, and commenced cutting the remnant of paper into long, thin strips. "This ain't quite as good fun as whittling, is it, Evie?" said Richard. "Had a pleasant walk, hey, Evie, didn't ya?" Yes, replied Evelyn composedly. She hastily added, "Here, Richard, I want you to look over these drawings. You know that you are always fond of picture." "To be sure I was. I always had a taste for the arts, and some critical notion of when a thing was anything, too, Evie, as the Colonel was saying." "But, Richard, you must really pay attention, or I will close the portfolio." "Call me Dick, will you?" "Dick, then, or dear Dick, if you like that better," she whispered, and then added aloud, "You know that you cannot do two things at a time, so give your whole attention to these engravings." Evelyn's hand shook as she turned over the pictures, and her agitation did not escape Laura's notice. Mr. Merritt was sitting with his back towards his wife, and his eyes were fixed upon the book before him, but they wandered not from line to line, and no leaf was turned. "Evie!" cried out Richard, snatching up one of the engravings. "There's a fellow looks like the Colonel, don't it now? By the by, didn't he make himself agreeable this afternoon?" "Richard! Dick! Gasped out Evelyn, seizing her brother's arm. "Look at this! You did not look at this picture. Is it not beautiful?" "It looks just like you, Evie." Evelyn held up the picture in such a manner that it concealed both of their faces, and her head was so close to her brother's that I felt certain she was whispering a few warning words in his ear. What do you say?" said Richard in a louder tone than before. "I can't hear. Speak out like a woman. Never whisper in company. Don't you know it's not manners? Never whisper. Never whisper." Richard shook his head rebukingly at Evelyn as he uttered these words, and her distress was so visible that I could no longer forbear approaching her. I was on the point of engaging Richard in conversation when he abruptly turned to his sister and said, "I tell you what, Evie, I felt proud of you this afternoon, and it takes no little of the right stuff to make me proud. You look so handsome with that splendid fellow walking by your side. You quite set him off, and that's what I tell the Colonel you always do." A death-like silence followed these words. Mr. Merritt dropped his book and turned slowly around. Laura laid down her work and, resting her chin upon her hand, glanced from Mr. Merritt to Evelyn, and from Evelyn to Mr. Merritt. Mrs. Willard looked aghast, and Ellen hid her face in her work. You are mistaken, Richard. Not this afternoon." "Call me Dick, will you? I like Dick. It's more independent." "It was not this afternoon that you met your sister," said Mrs. Willard, rising. "You have forgotten. It was yesterday afternoon." "Now you needn't think to come over me with that humbug," replied Richard, shaking his head. "I know what I'm about. It was this afternoon, and yesterday afternoon, too. I met them both afternoons, and a splendid couple they made, to be sure. Nothing like them in Broadway. I'd stake Evie against the handsomest woman in New York, and there isn't a man that treads shoe leather who can hold a rushlight to my friend the Colonel." At these words, Evelyn threw herself upon the sofa near which she was standing, and hid her face in the pillow. The next moment she started up and rushed out of the room. Evie, where are you going? Come back, shouted Richard. But not another voice was heard. Ellen, said Mrs. Willard, after a few moments' silence, go and see if the baby is asleep, and if the nurse wants me. Ellen left the room, and soon after Mrs. Willard followed her. When Ellen returned, I rose to take my leave. Richard snatched up his hat as soon as he saw my intention. I'll accompany you, Miss Kitty. I'll escort you. I'll take care of you. You'll be safe under my protection. We'll keep off the rowdies, never fear. I was forced to accept his offered arm, while Laura took that of Mr. Merritt. Richard talked incessantly on our way home, but his questions needed no answer, and they were so little noticed by me that I could not now repeat a word that he said. This morning I saw Laura dispatch a note to Evelyn with orders that it should be delivered immediately. An hour afterwards, the fire in my room having died out, I carried my pen, ink, and paper to the back parlour, which was vacant. I was just in the midst of a letter to a friend when the sound of voices proceeding from the front drawing-room disturbed me. The doors were closed, but I could distinguish Laura's voice, and soon after I thought that I recognized Evelyn's softer tone. The conversation gradually became so animated that it interrupted my thoughts as I wrote, and finally I could not avoid overhearing the whole concluding portion of the discourse. I should have risen and left the room, but was transfixed to the spot by mingled wonder and horror. Nay, Evelyn, you may throw aside your mask before me, said Laura. I know all that you can tell me, and there are others who have as much knowledge on the subject as myself. The world has very piercing eyes and very censorious lips. It has already discovered that Colonel Damerow is enamoured of the beautiful Mrs. Merritt, and the rumour is that Mrs. Merritt is far from insensible to the handsome Colonel Damerow's fascinations. "Oh, Laura, Laura," whispered Evelyn in a choking voice, "for heaven's sake spare me, Laura. It is not so. Who would believe anything so dreadful?" "The world believes it, and I, as your dearest friend, wish to prepare you for what you must expect at its hands. You have taken the fatal step, Evelyn. You have compromised yourself. You wear the appearance of guilt, and that is all which slander requires to blacken your name. You may be as innocent as an angel, yet who will believe in your purity?" "But I am innocent." "Are you innocent in heart? Do you not love Colonel Damerow? Your looks, actions, words have betrayed your passion 1,000 times." I listened eagerly for Evelyn's reply, but alas, she made no answer. After a short pause, I heard her ejaculate in a tone of deep anguish, "My child, my poor child! Ah, Laura, you forget that I am a mother." "Were I not your friend, Evelyn, I might reply that your guilt was the greater." "But mother, Walter, Ellen, they will not believe anything so horrible." "Husbands are generally the last to discover their own dishonor. But how can you suppose that the eyes of your family will long be blinded when they have detected you last night in I know it, a falsehood. It scorched my lips and withered my very soul as I uttered it, a falsehood. A falsehood to conceal that you had been walking with Colonel Damerow." "I am ruined," almost shrieked Ellen. "You know that I am your friend, your true friend," said Laura in an insinuating tone. "You know that I tell you all this because I cannot bear to think of your disgrace. To be sure, it is too late now for you to hope to avoid a discovery. but perhaps you could escape your husband's anger and your mother's bitter reproaches, with which you will be unmercifully assailed when they find you discarded by the world." "I am ruined," was Evelyn's only answer. "Mr. Merrick compares very ill with Colonel Dameron." "You will distract me, Laura," burst forth Evelyn. "Are you a fiend that you torment me thus? My head is on fire. I do not know myself whom I love. I only know that I am ruined, ruined." I heard the sound of her hands as they struck against her forehead, and she groaned out, "My lovely Lilla! My poor, poor child!" "I grieve very deeply, Evelyn," began Laura. Evelyn interrupted her wildly. "You do not grieve. I know you now, Laura. You rejoice. You glory. You exult like a fiend over my misery. I see it in your eyes. I know it by the sound of your voice. You exult over my degradation and ruin. I never saw you in your true light until now. Your love is a vile pretense. It is not me. It is Walter whom you love." She paused a moment, and then suddenly exclaimed in an altered tone, "Laura, forgive me. You have set me mad, and I do not know what I am saying. I have wounded you. Pardon me." "You have not at all wounded. You have only misjudged me," replied Laura, almost with the calmness of conscious virtue. "I wish," she added, with winning sweetness, "that I could devise some means of shielding you from the dreadful consequences of your error." "What my errors have been, God only knows. I am hardly conscious of them myself," answered Evelyn with feeling. I rose to enter the room that I might confront Miss Hilson and reassure the unfortunate Evelyn, when Laura made some inaudible remark, to which Evelyn replied, "Laura, you have driven me to desperation. I needed not your taunt to add poignancy to my misery. Is it for this that you have sent for me? If it is, you can have no more to say. I must leave you." Just as Evelyn was retreating towards the door, I entered the room. I expected to find her weeping and her face suffused with blushes, but her cheek was ghastly in its pallor, and her eyes were dry. In a moment my arms were about her. She extricated herself from my embrace, and said in moving accents, "Never, never hate me, Miss Catherine." Before I could prevent it, she had rushed from the house. I hardly know how I came there, but in an instant afterwards I found myself at the street door. I caught a glimpse of Evelyn just as a gentleman met and joined her. His back was turned towards me, and my glance was so momentary that I did not recognize him. Heaven grant that it was not Colonel Dameron. As I re-entered the house, Laura was standing in the hall. I accosted her in an indignant tone. "I was an unwilling listener, Miss Hilson, to your conversation with your friend. You have probed Evelyn's heart because her sufferings gave you a wicked delight, but your evil designs will be frustrated. Beware of what you do. Your veil has fallen. You are in my power." Laura cast upon me a look of revengeful hatred, and passed on to her chamber. I retired to mine, and have since written to you the above. I must see Evelyn this evening. I will converse with her frankly and freely. She will listen to my voice, and she will yet. She must be saved. End of chapter 21. End of volume 1 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, by Anna Cora Mowatt. Volume 2, Chapter 1 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 1. And ye who for living lost that agony in secret bear, who shall with soothing words accost the strength of your despair? Bryant. From the Same to the Same, October 29th. Scarcely a couple of hours after I last wrote, I was startled by a messenger from Mrs. Willard, who inquired if Mrs. Merritt was dining with me. I answered that I had not seen her since 2 o'clock, at which hour she left here. Dinner has been waiting some time, and Mrs. Willard thought that Miss Merritt must certainly be with her, replied the man who brought the message. He hastened away, and though I could not satisfy myself I had any especial cause of uneasiness, I was agitated and alarmed. After giving a few directions to Blanche, I hurriedly attired myself in a warm garment, for the weather is growing exceedingly cold, and stepped into one of the Broadway omnibuses, which soon transported me to Mr. Merritt's door. The family were assembled in the dining-room. Consternation was painted upon every face. Evelyn had not returned. Mr. Merritt was the first one who accosted me with, "How kind it is of you to come to us," said he. "Where can Evelyn be? At what hour did she leave you? Can you imagine what has become of her?" "She left me at about 2 o'clock," I replied, in as calm a tone as I could command. "She was home a few minutes before 3, said Ellen, "and her manner was so strange that it terrified me. I found her in the nursery, kneeling by the baby's cradle. I spoke to her several times before she heard. The instant she noticed me, she snatched up little Lila, and covered her lips, cheeks, and forehead, even her little dimpled hands and feet, with the most passionate kisses. Then she laid the child back in the cradle, and rocked it to sleep again. In a few moments she rose up and commenced walking about the room, and I saw her take up a little pink shoe of the baby's, which was lying on the bureau. Thrusting the shoe into her pocket, she left the room. I followed her, but she appeared so much absorbed by her own thoughts that I was almost afraid to speak. After leaving the nursery, she went into my room and walked about as though she were examining the furniture. She snatched from the table a small book which I had just been reading, but observing me, laid it down again. A moment afterwards she stole out of the room and went into her own chamber. I could not help accompanying her, and she did not prevent me from doing so. For several minutes she glided thoughtfully about her own apartment, as she had walked through the nursery and mine. I again asked her if she were ill. She embraced me, and then, looking tenderly in my face, said, "Ellen, promise that you will always love me, always and forever. You could never hate me because I was miserable, could you?" I hardly know what I answered, but after kissing me again, she begged that I would leave her. I withdrew to my own room, and heard her turn the key of her door. I supposed that she was still in her chamber, when mother came and told me Evelyn could not be found. To this narration I replied, "Well, after all, I do not see there is any great cause for alarm. You know that Evelyn has very strange ways, and—" Mr. Merritt seized upon this idea as though he found it a consoling one, and said, yes, she has very strange ways at times. They mean nothing. They are natural to her. They used to alarm me, but now I am accustomed to them. I am not in the least frightened." "Perhaps she felt nervous, and has gone to take a walk, thinking that the fresh air will restore her," suggested Mrs. Willard. "It must have been late when she started, and she probably has forgotten that it was dinner time." We were all willing to reassure ourselves with this belief, and instantaneously adopted Mrs. Willard's views. "I think dinner had better be served, Walter," continued Mrs. Willard. "I can easily keep Evelyn's warm, and if she has taken a walk, she may not be here for some time." "As you please," replied Mr. Merritt. Dinner was accordingly placed on the table, and we took our seats, but the dishes were soon removed, almost untasted. Mrs. Willard's efforts and my own to dispel the gloom which hung over her husband, son-in-law, and daughter were unavailing. Ellen appeared even more dispirited than the others, and I saw that it was an effort that she could restrain her tears. "There she is!" exclaimed Mr. Merritt, as a ring at the bell was followed by a light step in the entry. He rose from the table and hastily left the room, but returned with a disappointed look. It was Netta, carrying her empty basket to the kitchen. We could not bear to resume our seats at the table, for we had all risen with Mr. Merritt, and gathered round the fire. Laggingly and tediously the hours passed on, but still Evelyn came not. We had ceased to wonder aloud, and even to speak at all, and sat thoughtful and dejected. At the lightest sound of feet upon the front steps, and at every ring of the bell, Mr. Merritt, who had now thrown aside all disguise and ceremony, flew to the door. But every time he returned his look was sadder and more despairing. Twilight was approaching, and the servants entered to spread the table for tea. Mr. Merritt rose and rapidly paced the room. Every few moments he convulsively passed his fingers through his hair, and then, though by a great effort of self-control, thrust them into his pocket again. Suddenly he paused in his walk immediately in front of my chair. With his hair disordered, and standing out about his head, his face almost livid in its pallor, his lips quivering, and his eyes dilated, you can readily conceive that he was an object to excite terror. "Shall I go and look for her?" whispered he, in a hoarse and unnatural voice. I could not trust my tongue to speak, and bowed an assent. He snatched up his hat and left the house, followed by Mr. Willard, who was anxious to assist in the search. Mrs. Willard had left the room, and I was alone with Ellen. "Miss Catherine, dear Miss Catherine," said she, in an agitated tone, "tell me what you think. What can have become of Evelyn?" "Indeed, Ellen, I do not know what to think." "She looked so strangely this morning," continued Ellen. "I have long seen that she was unhappy, have you not? But I am sure that you have. And now, how could she do anything so wicked as to do what, Ellen? She said that her life was so miserable. Could she be so rash, so sinful as to put an end to it?" "Ellen, what a horrible thought!" I exclaimed. "Evelyn commits suicide. Our beautiful, joyous, worshipped Evelyn. The idea is too appalling. Impossible. But where can she be? If any accident had occurred, we should have heard of it before now. Where can she be?" "Perhaps she will soon be here to quiet all our fears," I replied. "We must wait patiently and hopefully. There may be nothing alarming in her absence." Mrs. Willard now re-entered the room, but she appeared to be perfectly overcome, and I found it difficult to inspire her with hope, which I forced myself to feel. Another hour passed on. The clock was just striking 7 when we heard a night key turning the lock of the front door. Before we could leave our seats, Mr. Willard and his son-in-law burst into the room. "She is found, is she not?" exclaimed Mr. Merritt. Not one of us could bear to give the sorrowful answer to this question. After one hurried glance around the apartment, He sank into a chair and fixed his eye upon the fire. Mr. Willard took his seat beside Ellen, as though she alone could comfort him, but alas, she had not the strength even to make the effort. A violent ring at the bell now aroused us. In an instant Mr. Merritt was at the door, and we heard voices in the entry. At last, ejaculated Mrs. Willard. It is some news of Evelyn. I know that it is. I heard somebody speak her name. Although she uttered these words in a hopeful tone, she retained her seat. Perhaps she was unable to leave it. Every eye was turned expectantly to the door, but none moved. The voices were still audible. Our impatience was becoming intolerable, when the sound ceased. The door opened, and Mr. Merritt entered, accompanied by Laura Hilson. "Have you seen Evelyn?" was the simultaneous question. "I cannot say that I have seen her," replied Laura emphatically, "but I know that she was seen this morning walking in Broadway with Colonel Damereau." "That can have little to do with her present disappearance, Miss Hilson," I answered reprovingly. "I myself saw her meet Colonel Damereau or some other gentleman just after her agreeable interview with you was at an end, but she has been home since then." "Are any of her clothes missing?" asked Laura in a peculiar tone, and without noticing my observation. Mr. Merritt turned to Mrs. Willard and said in a severe and commanding tone, "Go and see." Mrs. Willard withdrew, but soon returned. "Everything is there, except her hat and shawl." "The most dreadful certainty would be better than this horrible, this agonizing suspense," said Ellen, addressing me in a whisper. Laura overheard her words and answered, "I disagree with you, Ellen. I think any doubt, any suspense, would be more tolerable than the terrible certainty which we now feel." "What certainty, Miss Hilson?" replied I, in a manner which was intended to awe Laura into silence, for I feared the effects of her malicious suggestions. "The certainty that Evelyn has forsaken her home," answered Laura resolutely, but in accents which betokened grief and sympathy. "Forsaken her home?" repeated Mrs. Willard sharply. "Pray, what do you mean, Miss Hilson?" I dared not look at Mr. Merritt, but heard him gasp for breath as he supported himself upon the back of my chair. "I mean what I say, my dear Mrs. Willard," replied Laura. "My words are only susceptible of one interpretation. I mean that Evelyn has deliberately forsaken her home and her husband." I could control myself no longer, and addressing her with perhaps too much violence, I said, "Laura Hilson, beware what you do. Remember that your evil machinations are known to me, and be sure that a holy power will frustrate them. Remember that I overheard your conversation with Evelyn this morning. You drove her to despair with your taunts and your vile accusations, and if she has committed any rash act, you only are responsible. She told you that she was innocent. You believed and you knew it, and yet tried to persuade her that in the sight of the world she was guilty, and that she could never attain her position in society. You did this too." "Pardon me, Miss Bolton," said Laura, with flashing eyes which contradicted the unnatural calmness of her voice. "I will not accuse you of speaking falsely. I will only say that your memory is treacherous, or that you heard so imperfectly as unavoidably to misconstrue my words. I feared that Evelyn was acting very imprudently, and out of pure love for her, I warned her to awaken from her dream while there was yet time. So far from asserting her innocence, she, you force me to speak plainly, confessed that her affections were irrevocably engaged, and refused to listen to me when I besought her to remember that she was wife and a mother." "Miss Hilson," I began, but she interrupted me. I have one more word to add, Miss Bolton, with your permission, for I have been induced to say too much not to say more. It is best for you, Mr. Merritt, for Evelyn's father, mother, sister, to know the truth at once, for the longer you anticipate it, the more it will shock you. I repeat that Evelyn has forsaken her husband and her home, and forsaken them for Colonel Damerow. Mr. Merritt sat like one stupefied. He neither moved, nor uttered a groan, nor shed a tear. The blow seemed to have prostrated his very reason. Ellen threw her arms about Mr. Willard's neck, exclaiming, "Father, do not believe it!" and then, laying her head upon his shoulder, wept bitterly. After the first momentary shock, Mrs. Willard, her face scarlet with rage, darted towards Laura, and shaking her by the arm, shrieked out, "Viper! She loved you, and you have stung her and us because we caressed you. Liar! You know that what you say is false as it is insulting, as false as you yourself are." Then turning to Mr. Merritt, she added, "Walter, she has not spoken the truth. Do not credit her malicious falsehood." Laura maintained her apparent composure, and addressing Mrs. Willard, said, "I have spoken truly, as you will soon discover, but grief and excitement have made you unconscious of what you say or do. Therefore I pardon your injustice. You will perhaps sue for my pardon when you find that your unfortunate, I will not say unworthy daughter, is at this moment under the protection of Colonel Damerow." Laura had scarcely spoken these words when a step behind us, and a slight cough, evidently intended to attract our attention, caused everyone present to turn towards the door. Imagine Laura's consternation and our surprise and joy on beholding Colonel Damerow himself standing smilingly before us. Mr. Merritt sprang from his seat, and warmly shaking the Colonel's hand, cried out, in a tone full of deep emotion, "God bless you, my dear fellow! Pardon me that I wronged you for a moment." We all, except Laura, gathered around the Colonel, overwhelming him with our irrepressible expressions of joy, and for a second Evelyn was forgotten. Colonel Damerow very naturally looked bewildered at our strange greeting, and asked what had occurred. To inform him of Evelyn's disappearance was not to account for our unusual manner towards himself on his first entrance, but he was so much astonished and engrossed by the sorrowful news that he could not give a thought to any other subject. "Great heaven! What can become of her?" ejaculated the Colonel. "When was she last home? I hope nothing serious has occurred. Good heavens, where can she be?" "If you do not know, Colonel," said Laura pointedly, "it cannot be supposed that we can imagine." Mr. Merritt suddenly turned towards Laura with a rebuke upon his lips, but she whispered a few repentant or exculpatory words in his ear which prevented its utterance. "Upon my honor, it is a most singular circumstance. I feel quite alarmed," said the Colonel. "Mr. Merritt, had we better not employ ourselves in searching for the body? It is useless for us to stand idly here. If any accident has happened, we shall learn it at the city hospital. But first take a cup of tea. I see that everything is prepared. A good cup of hyson will strengthen your nerves." "No, no, I need nothing," replied Mr. Merritt hastily. "Let us go." "As you please," answered Colonel Damerow. "Ladies, I hope to return with some intelligence which will set your minds at ease. The accident may prove a very trivial one. Do not therefore permit your imaginations to conjure up too many terrors. Good evening for the present." "I will accompany them. I cannot endure to stay here," said Mr. Willard, following his son-in-law and the Colonel out of the room. "My heart is lightened," murmured Mrs. Willard, resuming her seat by the fire. "Now we shall soon receive some news." "It strikes me that the colonel was remarkably composed, and did not even feign much astonishment." These words were spoken by Laura as though to herself, for they were not addressed to anybody in particular. Mrs. Willard only noticed them by an angry glance, and as I cared not to excite the serpent to shoot forth its venom, my indignation also was voiceless. 1, 2, 3, 4 hours the gentlemen were absent. It was near midnight when they returned. No questions were asked, and no words spoken. Their dejected countenances plainly told how fruitless had been their search. "Miss Bolton, Miss Hilson," whispered Colonel Demarest, as though he was afraid that the sound of his voice would disturb the sorrow of the mourners. "It is nearly 12 o'clock. Will you permit me to accompany you home?" Laura instantly rose and sought her bonnet. I made a sign to the colonel that I would remain. Laura bade every one of us in turn good night, but the colonel merely bowed as he retired. His delicacy and thoughtful consideration raised him in my esteem. I insisted upon Ellen's seeking her couch, for it was worse than useless for her to trifle with her health, and after no little persuasion she reluctantly withdrew. Mr. Willard was prevailed upon by his wife to follow his daughter's example. For a short period Mr. Merritt and I were left together. Mrs. Willard was paying a visit to the nursery. "Let us still hope," said I, drawing my chair nearer to that of the wretched man. Miss Bolton," he broke forth. "Oh, if I could but know that she was alive! It would be too much happiness. My poor Evelyn! I have not been kind enough to her. I was not always tender and gentle enough, was I? I reproach myself for 1,000 things which I never thought of before. She was so bright and beautiful, so joyous, and sometimes I was sullen and careworn. I did not remember that I ought to forget my troubles beside her. But I loved her. You know how madly I loved her, Miss Bolton. I may confess it to you. You sympathize with me. You will not ridicule me for my infatuation." "I loved her too, Mr. Merritt," replied I, "loved her most tenderly. But who could help loving her? True, true. She was so perfect, so surpassingly good and lovely. I did not dare show how proud I was of her beauty and brilliancy. And now to lose her! But that is not possible. I will not believe it." He shuddered while he spoke, as if at some frightful idea, and after a few moments continued, "I could never have borne that. One thing only I could never have borne, disgraced, dishonored. I could not, would not have survived that. The world's scorn would have killed me, but it could not be. It is too horrible for reality. I have never loved her too tenderly. She was too pure. It could never be." I echoed the word "never," and in his joyful gratitude he almost embraced me. Our conversation was interrupted by the entrance of Mrs. Willard. We could not make up our minds to seek rest that night, and still clung to the hope that we should receive some intelligence of the lost one before morning. The fire was replenished by Mr. Merritt, and we drew our chairs closer to the hearth, for the cold was becoming intense. Mr. Merritt soon sank into his former state of despairing dejection, and Mrs. Willard, after interchanging a few words with me, laid back in her chair with her eyes fixed on vacancy, but her features working from suppressed emotion. A servant entered, but I motioned him to retire, and we remained undisturbed. Through that long, long night we sat sleepless, speechless, almost motionless. But even when the lamps flickered and slowly expired, the fire died out, and the dull, cold morning light began to streak through the half-closed shutters, Not even then were we quite hopeless. As the grey dawn faintly lighted the apartment, I observed that Mr. Merritt's eyes were closed, and I prayed that he might sleep. I scanned his features. I thought that he had grown old in a single night. His brow was knit and deeply furrowed. His whole face was unnaturally white. Even his lips were colourless, and a dark streak, which I had never before remarked, was visible beneath his closed eyes. I looked towards Mrs. Willard. She was also gazing at her son-in-law, and as her eye encountered mine, a deep groan burst from her lips. We neither of us ventured to speak for fear of breaking Mr. Merritt's slumber. Before long the noisy feet of servants descending the stairs awoke him. He started, opened his eyes, and cried, "Evelyn, how long has she been here? When did she come? Where is she?" He looked confusedly about him in search of the lovely being whom he believed to be near, and only encountered Mrs. Willard's sorrowful looks and mine. "Have you heard nothing, then?" "Nothing," was our mournful answer. "It is morning. I will seek for her again," said he, rising. "I shall find her. It seemed to me that I saw her only a moment ago." He left the room, and I, remembering that Blanche would be alarmed at my absence, prepared to return home. Mrs. Willard entreated me not to leave her, but I was forced to tear myself away, promising to return as soon as possible. On my way homeward, the fresh morning air revigorated me, and in spite of my sleepless vigils, I felt no fatigue. When I reached Fleecer's, the servant that unlocked the door to admit me stared, and gave utterance to an expression of surprise as I passed by him, but I did not pause to notice his remark. Blanche had not retired to her own bed, but was lying on the rug before the fire in my chamber, for I supposed that there was a fire in the grate when she laid down, although it was not entirely extinguished. She was quietly slumbering, and I threw myself upon my own bed without arousing her. I could not sleep, and after resting my limbs for about an hour I rose. My steps were so far from noiseless as I moved about the room that Blanche awoke. She showed no surprise on seeing me, and as she never by any accident ventures to ask questions, I cannot tell whether or not she is aware of my absence during the night. I did not make my appearance at the breakfast table because I dreaded to meet Laura Hilson. At noon I shall see the Willards again. I had almost written, I shall see Evelyn. Would that I might behold her. End of Chapter 1. Volume 2, Chapter 2 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 2. Yet there are pangs of keener woe, of which the sufferers never speak, nor to the world's cold pity show the tears that scald the cheek, wrung from their eyelids by the shame and guilt of those they shrink to name, whom once they loved with cheerful will, and love though fallen and branded still. Bryant. From the Same to the Same, November 2nd. 5 days of anxious sorrow have dragged on with expectation's snail-like pace, but brought no news of Evelyn. Heavy hearts, to which every passing hour adds weight, gather round her desert, and the eyes that brightened at her ready jest and spirited repartee only lift their swollen lids to gaze on her vacant seat, or turn sorrowfully to one another. The grief which overflows in words may look for and receive consolation, but Mr. Merritt's carefully masked yet intense anguish silences the soothing voice of sympathy.
On the first night of Evelyn's absence, when he was alone with me, his feelings found a transient vent, but since that hour he has relapsed into his usual apparently cold and formal state. He disregards none of the little ceremonious observances to which he is accustomed to attend, and gives way to no burst of sorrow. He never even mentions the name of his wife, but I remarked this morning that his hairs had rapidly whitened. His knitted brow never for a moment unbends. His form has become emaciated, and his sharp cheekbones look as though they would pierce their thin and hueless covering. He would willingly hide himself from the inquisitive world, whose sentence he has ever held in awe, but his commercial occupations and responsibilities will not permit the concealment. Almost at every step he encounters some friend who inquires whether any intelligence has yet been received of Mrs. Merritt, and his struggle to veil his feelings and meet the curious eyes about him is consuming both body and spirit. He who would have pledged wealth, luxury, and even comfort to purchase for himself, and all that was his, popular approbation and reverence, now knows that his name is bandied upon every lip, and that calumny, pity, and contempt have breathed it by turns. To a man of his temperament, can you conceive much greater misery? The sight of his child, too, wholly unmans him. Whenever its grandmother enters with the infant in her arms, he either hastily leaves the room or motions her to take it away. The little cherub, young as it is, has its mother's delicately curved lip and flashing smile, and oh, I can well imagine that these are too painful for him to behold. Upon Mrs. Willard, her recent affliction has had an equally marked and even more unpleasant effect than upon her son-in-law. She has thrown aside her habitual softness and unwonted blandishments. Her sorrow vents itself in angry words and sharp rebukes to her inferiors and dependents, and in perpetual ebullitions of discontent. She is ever quarrelling with her fate. Her son-in-law is the only person whom she addresses with kindness. But though she is still as careful of his comforts, and as attentive in pleasing him, her efforts are wholly unacknowledged or unnoticed. Her attachment to me has, I think, strengthened, for she will scarcely permit me to leave her presence. She talks of Evelyn incessantly, but there is a spirit of selfishness and calculation even in her maternal grief, which appears to be inherent in her nature. It evinced itself this morning when she said to me, "Should Evelyn, if it were possible that Evelyn had been killed by accident, do you think Walter would marry again?" This sounds heartless, does it not? But selfishness renders us worse than heartless. Ellen and her father are less to be pitied than the other mourners, for their mutual misfortune has knit them more closely together, and in their perfect sympathy with each other they are cheated of half their suffering. It is the heart which sorrows in loneliness that is truly miserable. Grief that is shared is lightened. Ellen has now all her feelings under such perfect control that she can bow meekly to the will of heaven. She feels and knows it to be a sin to yield herself up to unremitting and all-absorbing sorrow, and patience and resignation are her loveliest characteristics. Her sister is ever in her thoughts and often upon her lips, yet none of her duties are neglected. Netta, Billy, and their parents still claim her attention. Her visits to them are hardly less frequent, and her time is scarcely less occupied, but she has not yet had the courage to resume her pen and continue her translation. She probably fears that in the quietude of her own chamber her thoughts may wander whither they should not. Colonel Damoreau daily pays the Willards a short visit, but he is too thoughtful, has too much tact and delicacy ever to mention the absent one. Can it be that in my first impression of this man I have wronged him? Have I mistaken ordinary gallantry for deeper emotion when I mistrusted his intentions to Evelyn? Had he really been enamored, would his present mournful and subdued look, which he seemed merely to assume out of respect for us, be the only evidence of his sorrow? True, he is too completely a man of the world to display his heart, but had she actually been an object of intense interest to him, her loss would have left some deeper trace of affliction than that which his countenance now wears. Amy Elwell, too, is a constant visitor. She had a way of her own, a very peculiar one, of making herself useful to Mrs. Willard and Ellen, and they find something consolatory in her gentle presence. Since her return from the South, she has not been as intimate with Evelyn as formerly, both because Evelyn seemed to prefer the society of Laura, and because Amy herself has been engrossed by Blanche. But the interior affection of the two early friends was unabated. I fancy I have found the clue to Amy's melancholy, if indeed her resigned sorrow deserves that name. Yesterday, while Amy and I were sitting in the drawing-room at Mr. Merritt's, awaiting Ellen's return from her walk, Colonel Damerow was announced. Amy had not seen him since her visit to the South. She started, involuntarily rose, but sat down again. Her breath quickened, her colour came and went. She half stretched out her hand, then drew it away and sank back in her seat. I watched her in astonishment, for the expression of her countenance reminded me of her look when she appeared in the tableau as Medora. Colonel Damerow is too well bred to seem to notice her agitation, but it could hardly have escaped his quick eyes. He expressed great pleasure at the renewal of his acquaintance, and requested to be ranked amongst the friends who were permitted to visit her. She quickly recovered her self-possession, but conversed with unusual reserve. When the colonel bade us good morning, she followed my example in extending him her hand, and she has been more cheerful than I have seen her since our return. I have omitted to mention that Laura Hilson, in spite of the severe and bitter rebukes which she has received from Mrs. Willard, has not, by any means, dropped the acquaintance. She selects those hours at which she is certain of finding Mr. Merritt at home for her visit, and I never gave her credit for such powers of fascination as she has evinced in her efforts to console and divert him. To Evelyn she no longer ventures to allude, but her manner implies that the absent wife is unworthy of a thought. I was not present when Richard first heard of his sister's disappearance, but his mother assures me that he swore he would find her, dead or alive, and maintained that she loved him too well to disgrace him by any imprudent act. Mrs. Willard has great hopes that his search will be effectual, and since we have nothing but hope to sustain us, we cannot dispense with its reviving presence, but hourly hope against hope. End of Chapter 2.
Volume 2, Chapter 3 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 3. Whence this air of mystery? That face was wont to open, clear as the morning sun, showing all things. Zapoya. From Hubert Damerow to Frederick Ruthven, New York, November 2nd. Up to this hour, dear Fred, I have worn the window which Momus suggested in my breast. that my heart might be subject to your friendly inspection. And now, if prudence closes the shutter, you must cry, so be it, and discreetly turn away your eyes. There are subjects, some few subjects, upon which it is dangerous to be too communicative. You are acquainted with my olden fondness for quotations. A snug corner of my head contains a huge scrapbook of literary bijoux, and I will now indulge you with a glance at one expressive leaf for the benefit of your curiosity. If you find the passage unsolvably enigmatical, you will never be hung for the keenness of your perception. Give ear to the quotation. I think it is Petruchio, though it may be somebody else, says, "And happily I have arrived at last unto the wished haven of my bliss." I am not precisely a Petruchio, but I have a summum bonum, and if I have not reached it, why, I never shall. Could you take an Asmodeus peep into my bachelor establishment, your novelty-loving eyes would be well feasted. We have been newly modeled and re-robed. Every article of furniture has been selected with the taste and care which you would expend upon the tie of a neckcloth. The clock on my mantel represents Cupid and Psyche sportively bearing away time upon their shoulders. Time, with upraised arms, holds aloft the globe, and upon its surface the hours are marked. If you took your peep in the evening, you would find the apartment illuminated by three graces, who, within their separate niches, hold aloft their golden chain, from which a moonlight lamp is suspended. One whole side of the apartment is lined with mirrors, which reflect every movement, and warn you to imitate their sister goddesses in grace of motion and attitude. Over the mantel hangs one splendid painting, which was executed under my especial superintendence. It represents Gulnare kneeling at Conrad's feet, and the artist has so perfectly caught the spirit of my description that the face of Gulnare bears no slight resemblance to Evelyn, and in the Corsair you would quickly recognize your humble servant. Then my curtains, Fred, the richest pale pink satin, lined with white embroidered lace, and the ornaments a golden bow with an arrow piercing a lyre. The lyre forms the centerpiece. The draperies are looped back by the links of a golden chain, from which is suspended a well-filled quiver. Between the windows, instead of the stiff American-looking console or pier table, stands a beautifully carved rosewood table, supported upon griffin feet, and covered with an innumerable variety of French bijouterie. Full 20 or 30 elegant trifles, such as richly cut flask of delicate perfumes, a golden pineapple wreathed with jewel flowers, which opens with a spring and discloses all the apparatus of a lady's work-box, a vine of gold laden with coral flowers, creeping over a silver trellis and embedding a couple of enameled shells to hold rings, an enchanted bird who warbles his songs at the mere effort of your will, aided by an unperceived touch of the thumb. But in the center of all these knickknackeries, I really must describe to you the center ornament, a most exquisite piece of porcelain, a shrine for floral offerings. You shall tell me whether or not the device is an ingenious one. A beautiful sultana reclines upon a bank of moss, and beside her stands a small vase, which she is in the act of filling. The vase contains water, and I save the sultana the trouble, and adorn it myself every morning with fresh forget-me-nots. The couch of the oriental fair one is hollow, and perforated with apertures on the further side. These apertures, when filled with white roses and myrtle branches, form a natural bower over the Eastern lady's head, exceedingly beautiful to behold. The bower is daily renewed, but white roses only are used. For what reason I leave your ingenuity to discover. The windows of my salon, which are composed of glass folding doors, open upon a tasteful conservatory crowded with rare exotics. But my description must come to an end, or my letter, like the doors I have just mentioned, will never close. What is the meaning of all this lavish expenditure, these silken couches, mirrors, and flowers, you will demand? My only answer is that I have taken a sudden fancy to transform my abode into an Alhambra, and that I am not responsible for my whim. I am amused, and time flies. En faut il davantage. I am monarch of all I survey, and I survey some peerless creations of nature, over which it is worthwhile reigning king. Rest assured of that, Fred. I was surprised at the account which you gave me of Claudine. So, for the trouble of your journey to Charleston, you gained nothing but your pains. Are you sure that she has left the city, and the cottage remains deserted and without a claimant? What a thorough little idiot that girl has proved herself. She might have been as well off as others, and have led a tolerably pleasant sort of life, if she had chosen the part of wisdom. Between you and I, Fred, I don't at all relish the idea of her having taken a journey to the north, for should she travel by land, when she arrives at Washington she could easily trace me here. But it is of no use anticipating unlikely difficulties. It is more than probable that in a fit of ungovernable passion she has destroyed herself. Poor little fool! She is worth a sigh, for a merrier little wench never turned a man's head. She used to sing like a nightingale, and her black eyes were the most beautiful dark ones I ever beheld. But my passion, that is, my present passion, is for orbs of blue. Your blue-eyed nymphs are more tender, and not so given to volcanic bursts of fury and to melodramatic ideas of revenge. Should you chance to hear of Claudine, apprise me without delay. She used to say that I was the first man she had ever loved, and I almost believe her. But she always added that I was the last whom she hoped she could ever love, but that I never credited, and hope, if she is yet above ground, to convince her of her error. You shall hear from me soon, but my letters may not be very explicit just at present. But doubtless your quick perception will furnish you with a key to the darker portions. Adios. Never say fail, is the sage Richelieu's counsel, and that of your warm friend, Hubert Damarot. End of Chapter 3. Volume 2, Chapter 4 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 4. And for such goodness can I return nothing but some hot tears that sting mine eyes, some sighs that, if not breathed, would swell my heart to stifling. Coleridge. From Catherine Bolton to Elizabeth Montagu. November 7th. This world is full of trouble, cry the world's systematic malcontents, and amen, respond both young and old. Yet there is something ungrateful in the reflection, and unwise in the admission. Full of trouble it may be, but it is replete with joy also, joy for which the keenness of our zest would be deadened save for the contrast of affliction. And may it not be that those very afflictions are hidden blessings, purifying and perfecting our nature? May they not give fresh impulse to the current of our lives, which would become stagnant but for these troubling of the waters? It was not, as you will naturally imagine, the misfortunes of my friends in Union Place which drew me from this reflection. I was thinking of the unhappy Blanche. Her health is partially restored, but she is feeble. Her energies are paralyzed, and she broods over her wretched fate in silent sadness of spirit. When I converse with her, and try to elevate her thoughts, and to awaken a sense of the providential care of Him who orders all things, she looks at me with vacant eyes, which gradually fill with tears. Her head sinks upon her bosom, and she makes no reply to my words. Although I cannot rouse her from her apathetic state, she obeys my simplest request with the affectionate submission of a child. Yet there is no meekness in her humility. Her lovely face wears no look of resignation. Its expression is still uncalm and joyless. She alarmed me yesterday by an unwonted burst of passion. Within the last few days she has frequently requested my permission to walk out. Watching her from the window, I observe that she hurries through the street closely veiled, and gazing into the face of every person whom she meets, as though she was seeking some familiar countenance. Yesterday she remained absent an unusual length of time. I was sitting in my chamber, quietly reading, when she ran into the room with her hat falling back upon her shoulders, her hair dishevelled, and her dress disordered. Sinking at my feet, she exclaimed, "I have seen him! Thank God, I have found him!" "Whom have you seen, Blanche?" inquired I. "My father's murderer. He is here. I have found him." For some minutes she remained with her face buried in her hands, her slight form quivering with agitation. Then, gradually raising her head, she gazed with the most piteous expression on my face, and said, "Look at me. What am I now? 2 short years ago, so gay, so innocent, so recklessly happy. My father and I, we were all the world to each other. I was his only child, and I had no mother. Such pleasant hours, such happy days! Who destroyed them? Who poisoned my mind and crushed every noble impulse in my heart? Seized upon a transient moment of weakness to gain his own evil ends, and made me what I am, an object for scorn and hatred, the murderer of my own father, my poor old father. I was blind, mad, spellbound by a demon, or I could have never left him." I spoke to her, but she did not notice my remark, and continued, without addressing her words to me, "How he looked at me just before his eyes closed for the last time, so piteously, so reproachfully, but oh, so lovingly. And then he frowned, a painful frown, and then, oh, then he smiled. He only gasped once, gasped very gently, but I knew. No, I did not know. I could not believe that he would never smile, never even gasp again. His hand grew cold, and so stiff, and his forehead was like marble. But I kissed it and tried to warm him. I put my arms about him, for my blood was on fire, but he was too icy. I saw that I had killed him, yet he spoke after he was dead. Did you know that the dead could speak? He cried out to me in a low, deep voice that made all my veins creep, and he told me to pursue his murderer. I have pursued him. I have found him. I saw him today. I stole behind him. I whispered a word in his ear, and he started and grew as white as my father in his shroud. Keep thy oath, keep thy oath, my dead father's voice shrieked out again. Father, I will keep it. I was shocked and terrified, for it was more than possible that Blanche, in her half-deranged state of mind, might seek a fearful vengeance upon her betrayer. But my horror was not alone awakened, let me confess it, by the crime she would commit, for that betrayer was, I cannot name him. I would fain disbelieve that of which I am too certain. Since I could not at that moment, and during her excitement, convince her of the sinfulness of her projected revenge, I thought that I might influence her by appealing to her sense of gratitude towards myself. Listen to me, Blanche, said I. I have been a friend to you when you had no friends. I have done what I could for you, have I not? You owe me some gratitude? Much. Oh, how much! You will then listen to me, and if I ask it, repay me? I have nothing to give to you but tearful thanks, and the thanks of a broken heart cannot reward you. If, Blanche, if the one who has injured you so deeply should prove to be a friend, a brother, one very dear to me, if my heart would break, if any evil should reach him, would not gratitude banish your dreams of revenge? But he can be nothing to you. Suppose that I could prove to you that he was. Without answering me, she started up, for she had been crouching at my feet, and raising her finger and bending her head with the action of one who listens, she whispered, "Hush, hush." Her dark eyes flashed with a wild light, every limb quivered, and her miniature form seemed to gain height and majesty. "My father's voice," she cried, "thy oath, keep thy oath. It was vowed beside my coffin. I heard it in my shroud. Father, I will keep it. Though every angel in heaven should cry out, thou shalt not." As she uttered these words, she sank upon her knees, with one arm uplifted, as though she was renewing the vow already too solemnly breathed. I tried to console myself with the belief that as these moments of excitement and hallucination passed away, the horrible intentions which she then entertained would vanish with them. I also determined to watch her closely, that she might find no opportunity to execute her maniac purpose. The violence of her agitation had completely exhausted her. I took her hand and raised her from her knees, for she was too feeble to regain her feet without my assistance. I thought it dangerous to risk the renewal of her emotion by any further conversation, and induced her to seek repose. She held my hand tightly within her own, as I seated myself beside her couch, and once or twice, as she kissed it with fervor, it was moistened with her scalding tears. I did not leave her until she slept or seemed to sleep, and then I sent for Amy to consult with her, and communicated what had transpired. End of Chapter 4. Volume 2, Chapter 5 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 5. And thou, will slumber's dewy cloud fall round thee without thy mother's hand to smooth thy bed? Mrs. Hemans. From the same to the same, December 1st. A new affliction hangs, like a hair-suspended sword, over the heads of our friends. They have been roused from their stupefying sorrow by the dangerous illness of little Lilla. For a fortnight past she has pined away, never playing with infantine glee, and often refusing food. It seemed as though she missed her mother's kiss, or as if she was infected by the gloom around her. Her disease is an internal and slowly consuming fever. Her soft blue eyes grow bluer, and her blanched skin whiter, and her lovely limbs have lost their dimpled roundness. This bud of beauty must bloom in heaven. Mrs. Willard never leaves the infant's cradle, and for 2 nights past I have watched her from midnight until noon. Even her toilette, which I never before saw her disregard, is now wholly neglected. This omission, more loudly than words, betokens the intensity of her anxiety. She seems to cling to the idea that in her medical attendant, and not his maker, is vested the power of saving and restoring this child at will. She daily appeals to him with beseeching earnestness, and implores him to permit the child to live. And when Dr. R. promises to use his utmost endeavors, she persuades herself that Lilla's restoration is ensured. Mrs. Willard's chamber is in the basement story, and since the child's illness Mr. Willard has occupied a different room, for the infant remains with its grandmother. Last night we were sitting beside the cradle, watching the suffering babe as it tossed about its snowy little arms in an unquiet slumber. Ellen had stolen into the room to take one look at the beloved child, and then retired to her couch. Soon after, Mr. Merritt entered. For some minutes he stood silently, with folded arms and rigid features, at the cradle's head, then suddenly stooped, touched the infant's fevered lips with his own, scarcely less burning ones, and before we could address him he had left the room. As the child moved on its pillow, I saw, by the imperfect light of the veilleuse, something glittering upon its soft cheek. It was a tear shed from an eye most unused to the melting mood, its father's tear. Mrs. Willard saw the bright drop. At an instant it caught my eye. As she gently wiped it away, her own rolled in its place. It was past midnight, and we were now the only watchers, the only mourners that courted not slumber. For some time we conversed together in a low tone, while Mrs. Willard at short intervals gently rocked the cradle with her foot. A sound, as though of a hand trying to force open the outer shutter, startled us. Mrs. Willard caught hold of my hand and whispered, "What was that?" We remained silent for a few minutes, but the noise was not repeated. We had just concluded that our fears had been aroused by the wind shaking the shutter, and had recommenced our whispered conversation, when we were again disturbed. The tread of stealthy steps in the courtyard could be distinctly heard. Again we listened in profound silence. The footsteps were no longer audible, but a sob, a low, stifled, groan-like sob, struck our ears. "Who can that be?" said Mrs. Willard, approaching her terrified face to mine. I could only echo her own question in answer. "Kate, I thought I heard the sound again. You are so much braver than I am. Go and see." I proceeded to comply with her request, and left the room tremulous, not from fear, but with agitation. I groped my way along the entry, for the faint light which glimmered from the open chamber door hardly assisted me. With some difficulty I found the bolt of the door that led to the courtyard, and noiselessly drew it back. My hands shook so violently that I could scarcely turn the knob, but it was turned at length. The door unclosed, and I thrust out my head. I looked about me, but at first saw nothing in the darkness. Just as I was about to reclose the door, I caught a glimpse of a female figure hastily retreating through the open gate of the courtyard. I sprang up the steps to gain a nearer view, and perhaps to follow it, but the form had disappeared. I only beheld the watchman stalking past the door, and I began to fancy that my active and excited imagination had converted his stalwart frame into that of a woman. I returned to Mrs. Willard, but could give no satisfactory answer to her anxious questions. We passed the rest of the night in watching and listening for the return of the steps, but they were not again audible. Towards morning the infant slept more quietly, and a gentle perspiration bedewed its tender little limbs. This was a favourable sign, and the only one which has permitted me for a spare moment to share Mrs. Willard's hopes. December 25th. Last Christmas Eve glad music resounded through the house, which was Evelyn's home. Merry voices and ringing laughter burst upon the entranced ear. Living tableaux feasted the delighted eye. Evelyn, in the morning splendour of her unsullied beauty, was the queen of the fete, and Walter, with a joyous and worshipping heart, bowed before his idol. Another Christmas Eve has come. The voice of merriment and the laugh of gaiety are changed to the subdued tone of despair, and the wild sob of anguish, in that very apartment where those living tableaux greeted our enchanted eye. A lifeless, but not less lovely picture, transfixes our eyes. Evelyn's star is set, and Walter's heavy heart may never again know a joyous pulse. And what picture has taken the place of those gorgeous tableaux? An impressive and warning one, though every day displayed to human sight. One of those richly carved chairs upon which Evelyn so often has sat, with her infant smiling in her arms, now supports a miniature coffin. The coffin is lined with a spotlessly white drapery, and from amidst its folds the scarcely less snowy face of Lilla shows forth. The lily is culled, and the stem broken. An angelic smile, the parting smile of the blissful spirit, as it bids farewell to earth, is indelibly stamped upon the infant's beautiful lips. Its marble brow is wreathed with a chaplet of white sweet alyssum, and the chiselled hands folded upon the spotless bosom contain a sprig of the same aromatic flower. Those flowers were culled, and that garland woven by Ellen's hand. I knew it as soon as I saw the wreath, for I remember well the capacious green box in her chamber window, where her favourite sweet alyssum is ever in bloom. Yesterday morning, our little Lilla obviously revived. Her fever left her. She recognized Mrs. Willard, once or twice smiled in her face, and while in her father's arms, feebly lifted up her tiny hand to pat his cheek. "She will recover," exclaimed Mrs. Willard hopefully. "She is almost well." "Heaven grant it," said Mr. Merritt, pressing the now doubly dear infant to his heart. An hour afterwards the child's former languor returned. She grew faint, and was restored by a potion which Dr. R. had left. The faintness recurred at short intervals, and Mrs. Willard became alarmed and sent for her physician. Long before the messenger could reach his residence, the child had expired on its grandmother's lap. But so gently was its last sigh heaved, so softly did the angels free the pure spirit committed to their guardianship, that Mrs. Willard thought the babe still breathed. She could not believe that the jewel had been borne away, and that she held but the empty and now worthless casket in her arms. When the infant's cold and stiffening limbs at last convinced her of the fatal truth, she grew frantic with grief. She lifted up the child, shook it gently to produce some motion of its members, wildly chafed its hands, feet, and temples, and forced the restorative medicine it had before taken into its tiny mouth. The cordial flowed from its lips again, and no sign of life was visible. Then Mrs. Willard started up, and in the most impious and terrific manner upbraided heaven for having robbed her of her sole remaining treasure. I would not shock your ears by repeating the terrible words she used. Fortunately, at this crisis, Dr. R. entered. Lila was taken from the arms of Mrs. Willard, who was carried out of the room in a violent fit of hysteria. As soon as Dr. R. pronounced that every effort to restore the child were useless, I sought Mr. Merritt, for I had heard him entering the house a few moments after the physician. I feared that the mournful news might be communicated to him too abruptly. At one glance he must have discovered all that I came to tell, for he averted his face as he convulsively clasped my hand, and when his countenance was again turned towards me, I saw that he had bitten his quivering lip until the trace of blood was visible. "We must bravely bear our trials," said I in a soothing voice, "or we cannot disarm them of their poignancy." "I cannot be more wretched than I am," was his heart-rending reply. He evidently desired to be alone, that he might give vent to the grief which pride repressed, and I left him to seek Ellen. I found her by Mrs. Willard's bed, weeping herself, while she was trying to console or pacify her frenzied mother. I remained with her and aided her in the performance of her duties for some hours, but my sympathy for Mrs. Willard received a severe shock when I remarked that in the midst of her lamentation, her most frequent ejaculation was, "What will become of us now? What will become of us?" Selfishness was still predominant. And yet, though in a different manner, is not all grief for the dead selfish, especially grief for a departed infant? True, the mother's heart is rent as she yields up her child, the dearest portion of herself, but to whom does she yield it? To God, and to the care of celestial angels, who tenderly receive the infant spirit, lovingly instruct it, by infusing holy ideas into its infantile mind, and gradually initiate it into the knowledge of goodness and truth, and into the heavenly delights which proceed from that knowledge, until the spirit reaches its maturity and becomes an angel. The hereditary evil propensities, which are necessarily transmitted to it by its parents, have never been appropriated, and therefore form no barrier to the reception of that ineffable happiness which springs from goodness alone. It moves in an atmosphere redolent of love, and every chord of its sinless heart is attuned to joy. Could a breast wholly unselfish be found on this earth, would it not meekly and smilingly resign heaven's dearest gift, a perfect child, when that child was summoned by its Creator to this holy nurturing? As I gazed upon the marble-like and lifeless form that had once enclosed Lilla's purest spirit. A vision of a paradisiacal garden, with its arched walks formed of laurel esplandiers, floated before my eyes, and I saw a train of seraphic infants, with their radiant brows and white bosoms and tender arms garlanded with flowers of the most resplendent hues, and then, with their graceful arms lovingly entwined about each other, they entered the garden. The beds of flowers seemed to express their joy by increasing splendor, and the perfume-laden air wafted its most aromatic odors about the happy spirits. And then I thought I saw two angels, more beautiful than words can express, and clad in robes of lustrous white, accompanying the innocent throng. And while the children gambolled about them, they insinuated something holy into all their sports, something representative of celestial goodness combined with angelic truth. The vision faded. I found myself gazing upon Lilla's corpse, and I inwardly rejoiced that her spirit was with the angels, and sighed not on remembering that the soulless clay would soon be mouldering in the earth. In New York, it is a very general custom to place the coffin which holds the corpse of the deceased in an open apartment, that the friends of the family and even strangers may visit and take their last adieu of the remains. This afternoon, a couple of hours before the funeral, Ellen and I were standing at the foot of the coffin, once again contemplating that beautiful statue within, when a lady, dressed in a widow's mourning, glided into the room. The sweeping black veil that almost enveloped her whole form was gathered in such thick folds over her face that we could not distinguish a single feature. As she neither noticed nor saluted us, we concluded that she was a stranger. She hurried towards the coffin, then paused, and with her hands pressed tightly upon her heart, she stood for a long time unmovably gazing upon the infant. Her attitude was one of despairing, speechless woe. My pulses throbbed tumultuously at the presence of this strange being, and my emotion was reciprocated by Ellen. Suddenly the lady sank upon her knees, and lifting her pall-like veil, in a manner which permitted it to enshroud the coffin without exhibiting her face, she pressed her lips in one long, agonizing kiss upon those of the corpse. Slowly then she rose, with her eyes still intently fixed upon the child, and, turning away, departed. Ellen followed the retreating figure with her eyes, and then looked bewilderingly at me, as though she hardly dared to give utterance to her thoughts. At last she said, "That beautiful figure, her air, her step, do they not remind you of somebody?" I could only answer by an involuntary sigh. She was thinner, much thinner than— Ellen interrupted herself, and remained lost in thought. Once more she addressed me and said, "Who could she be?" "Some bereaved mother, perhaps," replied I, "whose grief the sight of Lilla may have renewed." "Her gait and form seem very familiar to me," continued Ellen. "You do not know what strange thoughts shot through my mind while she was kissing the child." "And through mine too, Ellen, yet we are probably both of us mistaken, deluded by our own hopes." Here our conversation ended. Mr. Merritt soon after entered the room, and both of us stole away, that he might remain unobserved. I did not see Mr. Merritt again until I beheld him leaning upon his father-in-law's arm, and heading the long procession which followed the infant to its grave. To describe to you Mr. Merritt's prostration of spirit, his heart-piercing woe, would be impossible. I am now more than ever convinced that it is not the most excitable and impetuous temperament which feels the most deeply. Passions, the warmest and most ardent, slumber within the secret recesses of many an apparently cold heart, even as the hidden fire within the bosom of the ice-crowned volcano. Mrs. Willard has been a subject for the last 2 days to continual fits of hysterics, but this evening I think the violence of the attacks is abating. The whole charge of the household now devolves on Ellen, and she displays calmness, judgment, and energy of character that astonishes me. It is no poetical fiction that the fragrant flower, when crushed, gives forth a sweeter perfume, and there are human flowers whose incense is most odorous when sorrow's harsh hand weighs down their bright blossoms. End of Chapter 5. Volume 2, Chapter 6 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 6. Oh, how this spring of love resembleth the uncertain glory of an April day, which now shows all her beauty to the sun, and by a cloud bears all away. From Hubert Damereau, through Frederick Ruthven, December 28th. By all that is execrable, dear Fred, I do pronounce myself the most unlucky, the most pestered, the most miserable dog that walks at large about this mundane sphere. I made up my mind upon this point as I was stirring a tolerably strong cup of coffee this morning, and hoping that it might rid me at once of a headache and dejection, for I have fallen into the last stage of ennui. Here I sit, with all the attributes of wealth around me, like a bird without a mate, its last one, pining in a golden cage, and wishing myself to the devil, or anywhere but where I am. But perhaps I make a mistake in desiring any nearer proximity to his satanic majesty than I now enjoy, since if his presence can create an infernal region out of a seeming paradise, he is certainly my guest. Fred, I have made up my mind that the preachers have the best of the argument, and that all is vanity and vexation of the spirit. I shall turn saint. To have been outwitted, mocked, made a fool of at my years, for I am a veteran in the pursuit of pleasure and the knowledge of womanhood. Is it not enough to kindle the ire of all the Jobs in the Old Testament? I am too important an individual for trouble to visit me single-handed. One might suppose that the hydra-headed monster intended to overwhelm me with horrors until I grew penitent, confessed my peccadilloes, and cried out for quarter. I have half a mind to hang myself out of very desperation and disgust for life, and for the sake of getting rid of myself. It would be a capital end all. Shall I transmit you a curtailed catalogue of my grievances? Item first, to disaster first. The doors of the odor-breathing conservatory are now always closed. It is many days since the bower of the porcelain sultana has been reconstructed with fresh flowers, and the forget-me-nots in her vase are all withered. Item second. The painting on the wall representing Conrad and Gulnare has grown odious to me. The very sight of it provokes me to anger, not unmingled with some sorrow. These two items necessarily follow in the train of an unlooked-for calamity which I shall not name. Disaster second. Whom do you suppose I met the other day just as I was descending the steps of the Astor House? Whom but Claudine herself. I knew that I should stumble upon her some day or the other. I have long felt that the girl was my evil genius, and my forebodings may not be groundless. How she found her way here, heaven only knows. One might be tempted to believe that she was guided by fate. You see, I am fast becoming a predestinarian. What shall I be next? Well, to proceed. I encountered Claudine. That is to say, she encountered me, for she was veiled, and I did not first recognize her. Yet it was a wonder that I could have forgotten her fairy-like vanilla figure. My dormant memory was quickened by the sound of her voice, for she walked close beside me, whispered "Claudine" in my ear, lifted her veil for a second, and disappeared. I was shocked to find her so much altered, though of course it is her own fault. There was no use of her grieving away her beauty, for really she was pretty enough to be wiser. What fools these women are! I have a strong inclination to forswear them, but the fit will not last. Disaster third caps the climax. 3 days after my reconnoitre with the little Zentapi, I received the intelligence that Messrs. J and L, important bankers, who held in their hands 2/3 of my property, had failed, and I consequently find myself minus some $60,000. The income of the remaining 30 will not by any means support me as a gentleman should live, and as I must live. What is to be done? I cannot afford to pocket my loss, and the evil will not remedy itself. I have 2 projects on foot. If one fails, huzzah for the other. The second is quite in my line, as the merchants say, for I have never met with a decided rebuff yet where a woman was concerned. My first project will create for me that engrossing excitement which I need as a tonic for my debilitated mental system. I propose making a bold dash and investing at least half all that I am worth in Canton and Erie Railroad stock. Success is for the venturous, and Wall Street is the El Dorado of the reckless fortune seeker. It is a fashionable and licensed gaming table at which men do not lose their reputation and where fortunes grow like Jack the Giant Killer's beanstalk. I am certain of winning, but even should I lose every copper, I think my money well expended if it purchased me a pleasurable excitement. If I am unsuccessful, I should console myself with my second project, which will prove a much safer though less tempting speculation. To explain to you my intentions and hopes, I must go back in my history to the evening upon which I personated Conrad. Medora was represented by a fair young woman whom I have reasons to think would entertain no especial scruples to being in reality the Corsair's bride. She is one of those mild, meek creatures who are half afraid of their own thoughts, and yet never harbor an idea which might not be written in the journal of a saint. In point of beauty, she cannot compare with Evelyn, nor indeed with Claudine. But she has a pale, expressive face, gentle, blue eyes, a slender, ladylike figure, much natural grace, and very silken, sunny hair, which is always beautifully, and I may say poetically arranged. And you will remember that I am particularly fastidious about a woman's mode of dressing her hair. These attributes would be by no means sufficient to qualify her to enact the part of Conrad's wife in real life, but she has other more important recommendations. She is an only child and an heiress. I warrant that you are already alarmed at the idea of my committing matrimony, but consider my necessities, Fred. As a matter of course, you will not doubt my power of winning the young lady's affections. Fortunately for me, I am not in the vein to take much trouble. They are already more than half won. The hue of the fair one's cheek as you address her is an admirable barometer proclaiming the state of her heart, and Amy's cheek has betrayed some of her heart's tenderest secrets. Pity me, Fred, for I must be in a sad plight to even contemplate entangling myself in the bonds of matrimony. Luckily, I have a faculty of rendering all bonds light. I am so consumedly dull just at this moment that I will shorten my letter, and inflict no more of my stupidity upon you. I am half inclined to adopt my friend Richard's opinion and believe I am hipped. By the way, I am getting tired of this same Richard's eternal boring. The baboon's tricks no longer amuse me, and I shall order the door to be closed in his inquisitive face some day or other. Very dolefully yours, Hubert Damereau. End of Chapter 6. Volume 2, Chapter 7 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 7. We look before and after, and pine for what is not. Our sincerest laughter with some pain is fraught. Our sweetest songs are those that tell of saddest thought. Shelley. From Catherine Bolton to Elizabeth Montagu, January 3rd, 18 blank. I am sad today, in one of those spiritless moods which disable us from exertion. Through the whole morning I have been endeavoring to struggle against a feeling of causeless discontent. I have long been convinced of the folly, ingratitude, and positive sinfulness of giving way to such emotions, yet how difficult it is to conquer them. I have busied myself in various ways, but the evil spirit still possesses me. As a last means, and I trust an effectual one, of exercising it, I have seized upon a couple of large sheets of letter paper, caught up my pen, and seated myself in the dear old armchair dedicated to reverie, scribbling, and to thoughts of you. The spot where it stands should be a consecrated ground. The spirit of discontent shall not reach me here. Now let me examine my heart, to discover what chord has vibrated its touch. Is it the ghost of the lost, perhaps fallen Evelyn, which spreads a gloom about my soul? No, my grief for her is constant and sincere, but not gloomy. Am I moved with sympathy for Ellen's sorrow? No, Ellen's character shines forth too brightly in the midst of trial to inspire me with discontent. Is it Blanche's pale face, and the strange words she murmurs to herself, and which proclaim that reason is half dethroned? Is it these which depress me? Or is it the strange vision of the past which momentarily rises before my eyes, as they dwell with a despairing gaze upon the future? Yes, Blanche is mingled with that dream. Were it not for her, I might have... Shall I finish my sentence by saying I might have been guilty of a very foolish deed? But should I not be thankful, happy, joyful, that I have been permitted to rescue this unfortunate girl from the abyss of misery over which circumstance had suspended her. She sits upon a low bench beside me now, busily employed in winding a basket full of worsteds. Sometimes she leans her small, beautifully shaped head against my knee, and turns her piercing dark eyes to my face, with a look of softness very unusual to them. A moment ago I ceased writing, to seek for a nimbler pen, and she took my disengaged hand and pressed it to her lips. Her childlike and affectionate manners remind me of those of Evelyn, before she had awakened to a sense of necessities of her own heart. But Blanche is so diminutive, so fragile in her form, that these infantile ways seem not as graceful merely, but more appropriate to her. I have not dared to converse with her upon the subject of her wrongs and her menaced revenge. She is calm now, and one inadvertent word might render her frantic again. Both Amy and I have come to the conclusion that it would be dangerous to leave her alone. Her reason is too much impaired for her to be responsible for her own acts. When I am forced to absent myself, Amy is always ready to fill my place, and Blanche is an object of such deep interest that our watchfulness never grows wearisome. I am quite certain that she has not met Mr. Elton since the afternoon when I last permitted her to walk alone. Fleecer has recently enlarged his establishment by uniting it to the house on our right, and as Mr. Elton's apartments are now in a separate building from mine, any casual reconnoitre with Blanche would be unlikely. Oh, what a taintless flower was plucked from the brow of purity! What a flawless gem from the finger of truth when— Afternoon. A loud knock, succeeded by the words, "Couldn't you let a feller in? Let a feller in, can't you?" suddenly hurled me from the poetical pinnacle upon which I held but an uneasy seat, and I lighted upon an unpicturesque plane of reality. Could it be Richard, thought I? Would he really make his way to my chamber instead of sending for me in the parlour? "Miss Kitty, my dear Miss Kitty, I mean, are you deaf? Can't you hear me, Miss Kitty? Have you lost your hearing, or ain't you in?" These words left no doubt upon my mind. I arose to give him admission, and Blanche stole timidly to a corner. As soon as I turned the key, Richard himself threw open the door and bustled in, looking from side to side to discover whether or not I was alone. This was the first time that I beheld him since Evelyn's disappearance. He had changed both in person and in garb. He looked thin and haggard. His clothes, which had latterly been quite decent, although as outre as ever, were torn and threadbare. The Colonel, it would seem, no longer supplies him with a suitable wardrobe. "You don't mind me, so I thought I'd come up. Old friends, you know. Haven't made my toilette yet today, so don't look at me, will you?" I smilingly replied in the negative, but I am afraid that I did so without remembering to turn away my eyes. "What a deuced long time it's been since I've seen you," Richard rattled on. "Where have you kept yourself, eh? Didn't see you this New Year's, did you? Sad things have happened since last New Year's. Poor Evie. Can't get her out of my head. I missed her as much as Peter Schlemihl did his shadow. She was so confounded handsome. Her beauty was her bane, as the newspaper poets say. Didn't you always think we looked alike? A strong family resemblance, wasn't there?" I escaped a direct reply to this question by asking, "What do you mean by saying her beauty was her bane? Have you heard of her?" Not yet. "Why, I didn't mean to say anything in particular, except it's more than likely that some young wild rip has caught her up in the street and run off with her in spite of all she could do. Oh, if I could catch the rascal, and I will catch him, I guess he'll find out Evie's got a brother worth having, and that in no time. The Colonel's quite of my opinion. He says that Evie's so devilish pretty that any one of these meddlesome young bloods would run off with her in a jiffy. But I'll find her yet. I've searched the city, from the Battery to Bloomingdale already, and I'm going to go over the ground again, no mistake. I'm going to find her, or I'll know the reason why, and let me alone for when I'll say I'll do the thing. Just let me get on the scent once, and the way I'll ferret them out will be a caution. Never fear, I shan't give up in a hurry." "You have my sincerest wishes for your success," I replied, "and perhaps you are right as to Evelyn's fate." "Right? To be sure I'm right. Ain't I always right, I'd like to know? Let me tell you, I'm a pretty cute fella, though some people wouldn't think it. Besides, don't the Colonel say I've hit the mark?" "Are you as intimate with the Colonel as ever?" I inquired. "Well, now, ain't that a strange question? I was just thinking the same thing myself this morning, and I came to the conclusion that we were better friends than ever, but the Colonel has grown stupid. He isn't half the company he was. He's hipped. That's it, he's hipped. I told him so myself. And then he won't let anybody see the rooms he's just been furnishing. I've never yet got my nose further than his library, and he's got 2 parlors and 1 bedroom upstairs, and he keeps them locked up as though they were no kind of use at all. The Colonel's grown queer, quite queer. I think he misses Evie as much as I do. It's enough to make a man blow his brains out, just to think that there's no knowing what has become of her. And then Mother, she's as doleful as an old magpie when it's molten. But I do believe she's thought more of the little one than of Evie, after all." "Have you seen Ellen lately?" inquired Al. "Oh, I've seen her, but Nellie's so busy there's no such as chance to say a word to her. And she hasn't ears for anybody but Father. Then Walter, how cool he takes it, hey? Never saw him shed a tear about the matter yet. Not he, the fellow's got no heart. I always said he hadn't. It was throwing Evie away to let her have him, but it was all Mother's doing. Now there's the Colonel. Walter can no more come up to him than nothing at all. If the Colonel only have had Evie, he'd have taken better care of her." "Mr. Merritt loved your sister very tenderly," said I. "So he ought to, no thanks to him. How could he help loving her?" We were interrupted at this moment by a gentle knock at the door. Richard jumped from his seat as though a gun had been discharged near him, exclaiming, "Who's that? Don't open the door yet. Couldn't you hide me somewhere? I ain't fit to be seen. I haven't shaved and brushed up yet." He ran about the little room as he said these words, peeping into every corner and terrifying Blanche by his bewildered manner. She knocked over my work-table in escaping from him, and rushed to me for protection. "Don't be frightened, little one, don't. Never mind me. I wasn't going to harm you." The tap on the door was repeated. I approached to open it, but Richard interrupted me. "Don't let anybody in. It might not look well, you know, after keeping them out so long, and they to find me here." He shook his head very warningly, and as though his words were intended to express a great deal. "But you must let me see who is there, even if I do refuse them admission," said I, forcibly passing him. On opening the door, I found Ellen standing without. She entered at my invitation, but Richard, who had concealed himself behind the bed, did not perceive her. I quietly led her up to his hiding-place, and to her astonishment she discovered her brother crouching beside the valance. "So it's only you, Nellie, is it? Why, you scared me half to death. In the first place, I'm in a pretty pickle for anybody to see me, and in the next, you know it mightn't do for Miss Kitty to be found shut up here with a young man. Reputation, you know, reputation's everything. It's a scandalous world. I'm an independent fellow, and you needn't heed it of Philip, but then I'm not the man to compromise an innocent woman. Well, now, you've got Nellie here, Miss Kitty. I'm off. I just dropped in to talk matters and things with you, and I knew you'd like to see me, so goodbye. I'll look in again before long, but don't have anybody else when I'm here. I'm exclusive, you know. Set me down as one of your exclusives. So goodbye. Goodbye, Nellie, dear. I haven't a moment to spare for you. Goodbye, miss. This last goodbye was intended for Blanche, by whom it was unnoticed. When Richard had departed, Ellen laid aside her bonnet and shawl and said, I have come for a long talk over matters and things, as Richard calls it. I have a great need of your friendly advice. I will not begrudge it to you, answered I, for it is the only coin in which I am rich, and I generally find it an uncurrent one. In the first place, I must tell you that Walter has very much altered, began Ellen. You need hardly tell me that, dear Ellen. But I mean that he has altered towards father, mother, and myself. He has treated us all lately with marked and increasing reserve. Perhaps that is fancy, for I myself have imagined that he has grown cold towards me. And so he has, and I cannot bear to speak ill of anybody, Miss Catherine, but Laura Hilson has something to do with this change. She is always with Walter. She meets him in the street whenever he goes out, and she pretends to visit us, but she never comes except when Walter is at home. They have long talks together, and Walter will not now permit any of us to mention Evelyn or dear little Lilla. But he never mentioned Evelyn himself after the first few days of her absence. That was because the very sound of her name affected him, but now it is not grief alone that he feels, it is anger and indignation and shame. For a week or two past, Mother's most strenuous efforts have failed to please, and her presence is an evident annoyance. This morning, after breakfast, he told us that he had been very unsuccessful in business lately, and he thought it quite useless now that he had no longer either wife or child to be harassed with the troubles, and that his resources drained by the expenses of housekeeping. He concluded by saying that the house would be rented on or before the 1st of May, and that he should send most of the furniture to auction as soon as possible. You can easily imagine Mother and Father's undisguised consternation and grief. I think their troubled looks and something Mother said must have softened Walter a little, for he told us that we must consider the furniture of our bedrooms to be our own. The question now is, what are we to do? In what manner are we to support ourselves? The answer to these questions will require some reflection, replied I. But, dear Ellen, I have longed for this necessary consequence of Lilla's death, and I have already thought much upon the only course which was left for you to pursue. Have you? Oh, thank you, returned Ellen gratefully. You are ever thoughtful, ever interested in the welfare of others. I expected no less from you. And now tell me your project. We must live, and the secret of living without means we have lost, for which I am thankful. Mother is overwhelmed with grief. Father is not very strong. I am the only one capable of making any exertion, and I am ready to exert myself to the utmost. Look, I have brought you my second translation to revise. I have stolen a few hours from my rest every night that it might be concluded, but I cannot hope to contribute much to our support by my pen. Truly, I am afraid you will hardly make a fortune, Ellen. A garret is proverbially the author's palace, and a translator cannot expect much better lodgings. Then we must think of some other employment, although this one, in which I take great pleasure, as yet I cannot see my way. Shall I point it out, my hopeful Ellen? The path is not a smooth and thornless one, and you are too young and inexperienced to tread it alone, but perhaps a companion may be given to you. Go on, do go on, you have awakened my curiosity. You cannot speedily gain livelihood by translating works from foreign languages, or even by selling your own productions, should you find yourself able to produce anything worth purchasing. Our most eminent writers have struggled on by slow degrees to fame, and some of them to fortune. But your necessities are too urgent to permit this delay. You must then choose a lower walk, and it may be a less congenial one. Since you are prevented from amusing and instructing mankind by your pen, how would you like to make yourself useful in bending the twig that inclines the tree? What do you mean, dear Miss Catherine? Do you mean that I could gain a livelihood by teaching? But who would employ me? I am very sorry that I cannot answer that question, Ellen, because if I could, our difficulties would be at an end. I could not procure a situation as governess because I could not leave my mother and father. Very true. If I became a teacher in a school, my salary would be but a mere pittance, and I am afraid not sufficient to maintain my parents. True again. How then could I possibly contribute to our support by teaching? Questioned Ellen, rather emphatically. Pray tell me what you propose at once. Could you not establish a school yourself? That would be a wild idea indeed. I am too young to hope to succeed in such an undertaking. Who would entrust their children to my care? That is another unanswerable question, the reply to which would end our doubts. But since you look upon your youth as a fault, what would you think of the undertaking if you were assisted by a person whom time had cured of that happy failing? Miss Catherine! Dear, kind, good Miss Catherine! She suddenly exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. Do you mean yourself? Even so, Ellen, if you will enter into a partnership with me. But can it be possible? Why should you? If you will have a little patience, I will explain everything. In the first place, my travels last summer have so seriously diminished my capital that I no longer find my income sufficient for my absolute wants. Our cases are very similar. Necessity whispers to us both that our hands and head must not be consecrated to idleness. I see no insurmountable barrier to my project. If we can only procure scholars, circumstance might make a very tolerable schoolmistress out of either of us. But where could we keep our school? What would become of mother and father? Where would they live? They would live with us, and our school would be kept in our own house. My plan is this. We could hire a small 2-story house. I could give security for the rent, and Mr. and Mrs. Willard will, of course, be the nominal heads of the establishment. But how will we obtain scholars? I have but few friends in the city, but those few are sincere ones. Through their influence, we may hope to obtain some pupils. Your mother has a very numerous circle of acquaintances, and through her we may procure a few more. But if we keep house, what are we to do for furniture? We shall want but little, and that little I will endeavor to supply. But servants, we shall need servants, and they are always expensive. Such as we shall need will not be so, and we must learn to help ourselves. Blanche will be of some assistance, and Amy provides her with all necessaries then. Ellen interrupted me with, Netta! Might we not take Netta? She would be very useful. Her parents would willingly place her under my charge, and I could clothe her for her services and educate her. Certainly. And see how rapidly we have arranged all the preliminaries. We have taken a house, established a school, our house is furnished, and we are provided with domestics. Come, Aladdin's lamp could hardly have done more. Why, we are quite comfortably settled in anticipation." "And I begin to think that we may be so in reality," replied Ellen. "Then I advance than you, for I have decided that we may both be comfortable and content." "If we could only hear from Evelyn, my poor dear sister. If we could only learn her fate, we might begin the world anew. I have not followed the example of others, Miss Catherine. I have not resigned all hope. I expect to see Evelyn again, and I do not believe that she is dead." "Nor can I believe it. Time unrolls the volume of concealment, and we must wait until it pleases him to turn the next leaf." Our conversation was of but little longer duration, for Ellen was anxious to return home and disclose our new scheme to her parents. January 20th. I have long neglected to dispatch you this unconcluded letter, and the delay has enabled me to communicate some interesting intelligence. The pensive Amy's eye has brightened, and her gentle lips are wreathed with smiles. World before her looks as the world can only look to a trustful, loving youth. Her own cheerful sight gives a lovely tint to the meanest object, and were not her joy clouded by the remembrance of her beloved friend Evelyn, Amy's happiness would be perfect. In a word, dear Elizabeth, her fair cheek will soon look fairer beneath the bridal veil, and the enchanted bridegroom is no other than the gay and gallant Colonel Damerow. The wooing has not been tedious, nor the winning difficult. There is not a spice of coquetry in Amy's disposition. She is as open as day, and as confiding as a child. Her heart responded at once to the passion she had excited, and she is too pure for concealment. Not long since she frankly confessed to me that for a year past she had entertained very warm feelings towards Colonel Damerow. The love she experiences is a sort of clinging, worshipping admiration. She has yielded up her whole heart, and never doubts that to give all is to receive everything. I should hardly have thought that being so soft and sensitive and as placid as Amy would have been the choice of our brilliant and vivacious colonel. Yet when I see them together, I am sometimes inclined to believe that hers is the only character calculated to ensure his happiness. The parents of Amy have made no objection to their proposed son-in-law, for Amy's wishes are all potent with them, and their scruples, had they entertained any, must have vanished before the colonel's unequalled powers of captivation. Love has not changed, but it has strengthened and brought forth Amy's character, and imparted to it a deeper coloring. She is almost too meek and pensive, and now frequently disturbed equanimity renders her more interesting. I did not give her credit for as much enthusiasm as she hourly displays, but this enthusiasm invariably has its source in and centers upon the choice of her young heart. What a mine of love is the breast of a young woman! With what lavish recklessness she heaps its treasures upon the one to whom she has plighted her faith! If men were as grateful as women are loving, the world would contain but few broken hearts. When Amy's engagement was communicated to me, she answered my congratulations by saying, "I am in the happy state when not one drop more can be added to the chalice. I have dreamed of such happiness, but never expected to find it." I inquired of her yesterday whether she had spoken to Colonel Damerow of Blanche, and she replied that to do so were to boast of a very accidental charity, and that after her marriage Blanche should be allowed to choose whether she would reside with Amy or myself. At all events, Blanche will not lose her protector, but the poor girl has become so dear to me that I cannot endure the thought of a separation. Ellen and I have entered with spirit into our new project. We have made unremitting exertions to procure scholars, and have obtained the promise of several in the spring. Also selected a small cottage in 27th Street, not merely because the rent is low, but because the air in that part of the city is so much purer, and consequently healthier than most other situations, and to me a pure atmosphere is one of the greatest luxuries in life. Mrs. Willard at first strenuously opposed Ellen's views and mine, but she has now so completely lost her energy that her objections were quickly overruled. Mr. Merritt said very little upon the subject. Mr. Willard begged that we would make him of service in keeping the books and collecting the quarterly payments, adding that he has lost his taste for Wall Street after having lost everything else which he brought there. Ellen's manuscript was dispatched a week ago to the same publisher who brought out her former translation. She stated in the note which accompanied it that she had been paid $15 for the first translation, and that the transaction had been made through Mr. Elton. Yesterday we received an answer which occasioned us no little surprise, but fortunately the manuscript was not returned. The publisher stated that the former translation was not sold but given to them by Mr. Elton, and that as they were unwilling to run the risk of producing it at their own cost, the printing expenses had been paid by him. They added that the work had unexpectedly been so successful that they were willing to purchase a translation by the same, but enclosed the $15 mentioned. I shall not endeavor to tell you what I felt on reading that note. How like the generous friend of former days! How... it is vain to dwell upon the past. End of Chapter 7. Volume 2, Chapter 8 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 8. Then she plots, then she ruminates, then she devises, and what they think in their hearts they may effect. They will break their hearts, but they will effect. Merry Wives of Windsor. From the same to the same. February 20th. Twice I have taken up my pen to write to you, dearest, and twice I have laid it aside and have been summoned away by household duties. I am no longer a lady of leisure, seeking amusement only in occupation. My time is no more my own. My hours are portioned out, and my minutes are of value. The change will bring added care, but increased happiness. For to extend my sphere of use must be to extend my sphere of enjoyment. How I wish that you could spend even 1 hour with me, and bestow a few approving glances in reviewing my little menage. To become acquainted with every nook and corner of our city cottage and bandbox dwelling would not consume much of your invaluable time. But I am running on without remembering that I have not communicated the events of the last month except in thought, and that this ideal and unsubstantial correspondence is, in our present corporeal state of existence, a rather uncertain mode of transmitting intelligence. I will endeavor to be more explicit. You have not forgotten the scheme which Ellen and I, having once decided upon, soon determined to carry into execution? A history of the difficulties which we encountered might be as tedious to you as they were annoying to us. Therefore, we will pass them over. Behold us, then, in our new home, with which, if you will place your hand in mine and follow me, I will make you thoroughly acquainted. I will guide you along as the mesmerizers lead their clairvoyants in spirit, until we reach the haven of our wishes. We are standing beside Union Park, gazing with a crowd of idlers upon the beautiful fountain in its center, which shoots up a snowy column of sparkling foam high above the surrounding trees. How that fountain freshens the air, and were it springtime, you could not pause here without inhaling the breath of flowers. Many a summer afternoon I have lingered beside this huge gate to watch the crowd of gambolling children who long to snatch one forbidden flower from the blooming beds, or to enjoy one bound across the velvet lawn which their tiny feet were not permitted to press. But the snow lies thickly upon the flower beds, lawn, and gravelled walks, and the park looks cold and deserted, but not so cheerless, not so deserted, as that splendid mansion on the right. Every window is shut, every blind and shutter tightly closed, and the house has a funereal air which makes my heart sad. The spring approaches, and the flowers of the park will bloom again, but when shall the hearts that withered in that stately mansion know a second spring? We will not linger. I never dare to pause for a moment when I pass by that once happy dwelling, for it was the home of Evelyn. Follow with me the railroad track until we reach 27th Street. We pass by many handsome and some picturesque-looking buildings just erected, and others in progress. By the way, that railroad, or rather the cars which travel upon it, are an inestimable convenience. We uptown Democrats have a coach and two, or a coach and four, at our service at all hours, and may travel some 3 miles for twice as many cents. I believe New York is the only city of the Union where railroad cars and omnibuses are patronized by the wealthiest and most exclusive classes, as well as by the less affluent. We have now reached 27th Street. Do you see the neat row of miniature cottages, with their narrow, quaint green porches and Lilliputian courtyards? One of them I now call home, and it is a home of harmony and peace to more than myself. Enter with me at the gate. You see we are favored with a very few rods of ground within this courtyard. But, small as is the space for cultivation, Ellen and I have determined that when the sweet springtime comes, a variegated honeysuckle vine shall clamber along our trellised porch. A bed of mignonette and sweet alsam shall bloom around the honeysuckle's roots. Enter, for the door swings back as lightly as if it said welcome. We pass along the contracted entry, but unfortunately its dimensions will not permit us to display much grace of motion should we attempt to walk side by side. This is our parlor, sitting and dining room. It needed but a few yards of carpeting to cover this floor, and the pattern is neat, is it not? Pray admire our ingenuity in the invention and construction of the principal article of furniture. That ottoman sofa was made by Ellen and myself. That is to say, the rough wooden framework formed of a few boards joined lengthwise together, was fabricated by an ordinary carpenter, but Ellen and I stuffed the sofa with hair and moss, covered it with this pretty blue and white chintz, and made these 3 square pillows, which very comfortably protect the shoulders from the wall. Our oriental couch was, as you may suppose, not very expensive. The flower vases which you observe on that mantel were presents from Amy. The small round table between the windows, which holds a few choice books, was my purchase. It is hardly large enough for us to invite a friend to dinner, but we are but 4, and as Ellen says, we feel more neighbourly for sitting close together. These folding doors open into an apartment of the same dimensions as the parlour, and the desk and benches and slates and pile of books, wooden clock on the mantel, have already told you that it was the schoolroom. Here is my seat on the right of the fireplace, and there is Ellen's on the left. Everything is ready and in order. Desk, books, benches, all, but the pupils. They, alas, have not yet appeared. We have been promised several scholars, but some are finishing their quarter at other schools, some are ill, and the parents of several think that the weather is yet too cold for their children to venture out early in the morning. We can only wait with patience. These windows open upon a dwarf piazza, and beyond you may see an apology for a garden. But I will engage that it shall yield bouquets enough before next fall to supply Ellen's old flower woman all the summer through. And now let us ascend the stairs. Do they not remind you of those erected in a cage for white mice? The front room over the parlour is Mrs. Willard's bedchamber. Has it not quite an air of elegance? This furniture was presented to her by her son-in-law. For my part, I think the room is lumbered up with such a heavy bureau and marble-top washstand, etc., etc., and that handsome drawing-glass, much too large to be inserted between those windows, reminds me of the Vicar of Wakefield's family picture, which could not be forced through the door. But Mrs. Willard delights in these relics of bygone days, out of place or in place. The chamber over the schoolroom is Ellen's and mine. You will quickly recognize the blue sofa bedstead and armchair that stood so long in my bedroom boudoir at Fleecer's. And there is a little rosewood secretary which I long since gave to Ellen. The rest of the furniture has been transported here from Ellen's chamber at Miss Merritt's. Blanche and Netta sleep in the attic, and their accommodations are by no means uncomfortable. After you have paid a visit to the kitchen, you will be familiar with the location of every room in the house, and may transport yourself hither in thought when you please, and without further assistance from me. Mrs. Willard's depression of spirits increases, and is accompanied by a total inactivity both of mind and body. She takes no interest in our household arrangements, and never gives us the benefit of her advice. Ellen and I, by turns, prepare and cook the simple meals of the family, and we have essayed to instruct Blanche in the culinary art. But Blanche was never designed for a cook. The poor creature faithfully and mechanically follows our directions, but she seems to be deprived of the power of thinking herself, and is a most inefficient assistant. Netta, who has grown so plump and pretty that she is hardly recognizable, is a maid-of-all-work, and as swift when she runs on errands as though she were descendant of the celebrated Lightfoot. She is so strongly attached to Ellen, and so delighted at the prospect of remaining with her, that affection quickens her intellect, and she learns her duty with astonishing rapidity. Netta's mother was at first half unwilling to part with the child. She seemed to think that she could retain Netta herself, and that Ellen would still instruct and clothe her. Too sudden prosperity had made this woman ungrateful, and I began to discover something sinister and hypocritical in the expression of her countenance. As soon as she was aware that she had but little more to expect from her benefactress, and that Ellen was no longer able even to provide for Netta, unless the child was placed under her own care, the wily creature made a virtue of necessity, and in a whining tone said that since the young lady looked upon it as a favour, she might take the child and welcome. Mr. Willard is quite charmed with the new abode, and pays me the compliment to say that my presence enlivens the house. He intends, at least so he says, to make himself very useful in keeping our accounts and collecting our debts, and even talks of teaching some of the little ones French himself, for in his youth he was an excellent French scholar. You will probably be anxious to hear something of my departure from Fleecers, but I have nothing very particular to relate. Mr. Elton casually learned my projected removal, but his only opportunity of speaking upon the subject was at table. He made one more fruitless attempt to obtain an interview with me, but I pertinaciously and undisguisedly shunned him. Let us change the subject. The coward flies from what he fears, and there is sometimes wisdom in following a coward's example. One word of Amy, the gentle bride that is to be. Colonel Damerow has selected the 1st of May for their nuptial day, but that day was fraught with too many ominous recollections for Amy to look forward to it with pleasure. The colonel then entreated for an earlier period, but Amy's parents refused to yield up before June. The 3rd of June has now been chosen for the bridal day. The month of roses will indeed be a roseate one for Amy. 23rd. Wish us joy of our first pupils. Ellen and I have congratulated each other, and nodded our heads approvingly one to the other full 20 times today, for now we may style ourselves superintendents of a school in good earnest. This morning at 9 o'clock, 2 little girls, residing in the neighborhood, were brought to us by their father, and their education in all useful and ornamental branches very solemnly consigned to our tender care. The father, Mr. Topham, is a rough, good-hearted individual, who has risen by slow degrees from a very low station, and amassed considerable wealth by hard labor. Illiterate himself, he desired that his young ladies should receive the advantages of an ornamental education, as he termed it. And, missus, said he, turning to me, I calculate you'll teach 'em manners in particular, for I don't care the value of that, snapping his fingers, what their edications cost, so as they knows as much as other people's folks. I promised that the young ladies should receive all due polish at our hands, and the father scraped his foot and bobbed his head, and departed well pleased with my assurances. We conducted the 2 half-terrified little girls into the schoolroom, untied their tiny quilted bonnets, and hung them on the pegs about the room, unwound their warm woolen mufflers from their throats, and laid aside their short cloaks, mitts, and India-rubber shoes. As we performed these tender offices, I experienced a delightful sensation, which told me that I should derive much pleasure in cultivating the underdeveloped minds of these dear children, and moulding and instructing their young hearts. The elder child, who carried on her arm a little round basket containing their luncheon, was not more than 8 years of age, and the other was 2 years younger. When the little basket was placed in a corner, the cloaks and hats hung up, and the very unnecessary ceremony of marking the pegs with the names of the children performed, I took my seat at my desk, and Ellen followed my example and placed herself at hers. The large blank book before me was then opened, and I rather pompously inserted the children's name, Susan Topham, Anne Topham. What was next to be done? I looked at Ellen, and she looked inquiringly at me, and the children looked at the empty benches and the vacant desk, and then looked at us. And the younger one smiled so sweetly that I could not refrain from kissing her rosy lips. I wondered whether the thought flitted through their little heads, which entered mine, that there were as many teachers as scholars, making a superfluity of the former. I was really at a loss in what way to commence, when Ellen opened her desk, and taking out a small Bible, laid it before me, and said, "Will you read a chapter, Miss Catherine?" I wish you could hear Ellen's musical voice. It grows sweeter every day. She then placed the little girls upon one of the long benches, and sat herself between them, taking the hand of either child. I opened the holy book she had presented me, and read the first chapter of Matthew. We then knelt, and Ellen mingled her voice with mine, and we repeated the Lord's Prayer. When we rose from our knees, I felt inspired with an earnest desire to be of real service to those 2 young children. I already loved them, and I inwardly thanked heaven for my pleasurable emotions. Ellen and I had long since settled upon our mode of tuition, and resolved to make the school hours of our pupils the most pleasant instead of the most tedious of the day. It was so easy, we thought, to combine amusement and instruction. We looked over Combes' Physiology and Johnson's Economy of Health, and many similar works, and it determined to correct all errors and abuses prevalent in schools. We had become quite quixotic in our intentions, and were ready to attack windmills as well as actual giants and schoolroom monstrosities. All our benches were made with backs, that no contracted shoulders and crooked spines might be occasioned by seats without support. At certain hours of the day it was decided that the children should march around the room 2 by 2, and keeping step one with the other. This promenading would not only give them exercise, but would contribute in imparting that easy and graceful gait in which Americans are particularly deficient. The children were to be indulged with an hour's recess from 12 o'clock to 1, and we had provided ourselves with skipping ropes, balls, graces, and calisthenic sticks for their amusement. The school closed at 3. It was a suggestion of Ellen's that part of the instruction should be oral, and we had provided ourselves at some expense with several large volumes descriptive of the vegetable and animal kingdom, and illustrated by colored plates. At a certain hour of the day, one or more of these plates, representing birds, beasts, insects, or trees, herbs, or flowers, was displayed to the children's delighted eyes, and an interesting sketch of history of the animal, etc., or the growth of the tree or flower given them. On one day the book was to be placed in Ellen's hands, and on the next in mine. In good sooth, I think we shall derive quite as much pleasure from the proceeding as the children. If we could only carry out all our plans, we should quite revolutionize the usual and long-established habits and regulation of modern schools, habits and regulations which are so apt to render school a prison and instruction a wearisome task. We shall soon look upon ourselves as the reformers and benefactors of the age, and grow proud of our position and authority. I shall not give you a detailed account of the manner in which Ellen and I won the affections of little Susan and Annie, nor tell you how we passed the first day in our new capacity of teachers. It is enough to say that the children did not appear to be fatigued, nor were we wearied, and that when I hooked little Annie's cloak and tied on her bonnet at 3 o'clock, she of her own accord put up her cherry lips to press mine. I will only add that I have strong suspicions that Ellen followed my example as she arrayed little Susan and affectionately saluted her pupil at parting. At 3:30 we dined, and in the afternoon we received a visit from a formal-looking, precise old lady, dressed in deep mourning, and accompanied by an awkward little girl, about 10 years of age. The lady informed us, in round phrase but somewhat sharp accents, that she had come to inquire about our school. She said that she desired to place her granddaughter under the care of respectable persons for a few years, but that she should send her to Madame Chegaray's to finish off. She added that she was very particular in regard to her granddaughter's morals, that she wished no outlandish notions to be put into her head, and that she considered her religious education an entirely different department from that which we were to superintend, and that it must not be interfered with. I ventured to suggest that the instruction which a child daily received unavoidably formed part of its religious education, although the word religion might never be used. She assured me that I was totally in error, that she found me, as she had anticipated, quite in the dark on some subjects, and that should the child be placed under my charge, she must positively insist that I would teach her no catechism, and put no new-fangled, outlandish notions into her head. In spite of her dictatorial air and assumption of superiority, I promised very quietly to comply with her wishes as far as I understood them. She then directed the child to rise and speak to her new teachers. The little girl thrust out her lips and twisted her fingers without obeying. Ellen approached her and gently took her hand, but she snatched it away and rudely cried out, "Go along!" The grandmother, instead of rebuking her for this conduct, laughed and said that the dear child was strange and must be coaxed, and that she was for all the world just like her poor dear mother. Very soon after this she took her leave, promising to send the child to school the next morning, and again repeating that she desired that we put no queer ideas into her granddaughter's head, for on this point she was very positive. Ellen looked quite dismayed at the lady's stately demeanour and the condescending manner in which she addressed us, but I was engrossed by thoughts of the untractable twig which we were doomed to bend. 24th. A present from Amy, the thoughtful Amy. She has just sent me a couple of medals, a gold one representing the sun, and a silver one shaped in a half-moon, the first to be worn by the most amiable and industrious child, and the other by the best scholar. The medals were accompanied by a prize work-box, which at the end of the quarter was to be awarded to the most uniformly deserving pupil. Ellen is so delighted with these gifts that I can hardly prevent her from putting on her hat to seek Amy and thank her at once. Our school hours were not today characterized by so much harmony and pleasantness as yesterday. Miss Alexina Seraphina Smith, our new pupil, was even more perverse and ill-bred than we had at first supposed. Ellen gave her a seat beside little Susan, whom Miss Alexina amused herself by pinching and troubling with her feet, at the same time informing the little girl that her grandmamma wouldn't let her keep company with everybody's children. She curled the leaves of the book which I placed in her hands, drew figures on her slate instead of writing, giggled in my face when I was talking to her, and paid not the slightest attention to my request. Ellen begins to fear that keeping school may not prove as delightful an occupation as it at first seemed, but I will not permit myself to come to the same conclusion. This morning I made a calculation of our necessary domestic expenses, and found that, with the strictest economy, the quarterly payments of 24 scholars would hardly maintain us. 24 scholars, and we have but 3. Well, there is no use of troubling ourselves in anticipation. Our welfare is in the hands of divine providence, and though we are bound to make every exertion in our power, I still believe that some phoenix good ever springs from the ashes of disappointment. Evening. I cannot sleep without communicating to you some joyful intelligence, for which I have just offered up my thanks to heaven. Mr. Willard has today obtained the office of bookkeeper in a new mercantile establishment, which is rapidly rising in importance. He was so much overjoyed by his good fortune that, on relating it to us, he wept like a child. I am sorry to add that his wife merely shrugged her shoulders, and remarked that a pitiful $600 a year was a most munificent godsend. But I have reserved for the last, at once most pleasing and most painful portion of the intelligence. Through whose influence, think you, was this situation obtained for Mr. Willard? Through the unasked aid of Mr. Elton. "How I do love that Mr. Elton!" said Ellen enthusiastically, and turning to me as she spoke. "Do not you?" Ah, Ellen! Little didst thou imagine how deeply those casual words sank into my heart, and how often a whispering voice within me repeated that searching question. Do not you? I had almost answered it when my eyes fell upon Blanche. She was sitting beside the hearth, with her elbows resting upon her knees, and her wan but lovely face leaning upon her hands. That sight chilled the warm blood that glowed about my heart, and Ellen's spirit-echoed question met no reply. End of Chapter 8. Volume 2, Chapter 9 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 9. So many are the sufferings which no human aid can reach, it must be a duty doubly sweet to heal the few we can. Zapoya. March 1st. We had just dismissed our little school today, and Ellen and I were spreading the table for dinner, when Netta, who had been permitted to pay a visit to her parents, burst into the room. "Mother said she'd be much obliged. Mother told me to run home as fast as I could and say she'd—" began the little girl, who was too much out of breath to proceed. "Not so fast, Netta," said Ellen kindly. "Rest yourself, and then deliver your mother's message." "Mother told me to say," continued the child, that she would be very much obliged if you could send some red wine, or any kind of strengthening wine at all, for a poor sick creature that she don't know what to do with." "Is the wine for one of your mother's boarders, Netta?" inquired I. "Yes, ma'am, so mother said, but she won't let me in to see her, for she said that the woman couldn't bear to be disturbed." I must confess that this answer awakened my suspicion. I have lately had reason to believe that Nancy, in spite of all her promises, retains and indulges her fondness for spirituous liquors. Nor is the honesty of this woman by any means unimpeached. She has on 2 occasions induced her child to purloin trifling articles of dress, and when the theft was discovered, showed little compunction. Netta wept in terrified sorrow when Ellen made her sensible of her crime, and in vivid colours painted its consequences. But how can a child, wholly ignorant of virtue, be responsible for vice? Ellen, on detecting these propensities in Netta, did not for a moment, as on former occasion, entertain the idea of relinquishing all interest in the child. For Ellen now grows stronger in proportion as her labours increase, and she shrinks not from the performance of any good deed, however difficult, hazardous, or unattractive. When we remember the state of abject poverty and degradation from which Netta's mother has been rescued, her ingratitude appears doubly revolting, and to an unreflecting mind might prove discouraging. But true benevolence neither looks nor hopes for gratitude as a reward, nor needs any incentive in the pursuit of good. "Netta, did your mother request that we should visit her sick lodger?" asked Ellen. "No, ma'am. I said you would come help take care of her, but she said better not, for the poor woman wouldn't let nobody at all near her." "Very well, Netta," replied I. "Bring up dinner, and we'll see about this matter by and by." "Dear Miss Catherine, we must not mind what Nancy says," Ellen began as the child left the room. "We must go and see this suffering creature, and we can buy a bottle of port wine on the way. I have some silver upstairs. Let us first discover whether or not the wine would be of service to her. At all events, we will pay Nancy a visit and hear her story." When our frugal dinner was concluded, Ellen and I set out without delay, and Mr. Willard promised to follow us in half an hour, as it would soon be too dark for us to return home in safety. Netta's mother resides in Grand Street. She has given up the washing which we procured for her, and which yielded her a very tolerable livelihood, and has now opened a small store for the sale of spruce beer, ginger pop, tobacco, vegetables, candies, and a heterogeneous medley of other articles, which bring her as various a class of customers. She also has 2 spare apartments, which she rents out whenever she can to obtain boarders. We found Nancy standing upon the steps of her shop, cutting the outer leaves from a withered cabbage to make it look like a fresh one. She greeted us without surprise. The baby, who was dabbling in a pail of water that had just been used to wash the cabbage, began to crow and clap its little hands at the sight of Ellen, and toddling towards her stretched out its arms to meet her embrace. "Well, Nancy, we have come to see your patient," said I. "And it's just like you, and mighty good of you too, miss," replied she. "But it's no use in life, for she won't see you, the creature." "What ails her?" inquired I. "Well, then, I can't say, but she's been down sick ever since she came here, and that's more than a fortnight since, And she's a young thing too, and as pretty a face as you ever clapped your eyes on, but she won't have a doctor come near her, and she doesn't eat and drink what would keep the life in a mouse, but she just lies there and groans sometimes till you'd think the very breath was going to go out of her. You must persuade her to see us, Nancy, said Ellen. We cannot be of much assistance without seeing her. It ain't no use at all, but I'll try if you like. And with these words Nancy entered a small room which opened into the shop. She remained absent a very few minutes, and returning said, The creature won't listen to it. I knowed it all along of her. But indeed we must see her, replied Ellen, with a determination of manner which surprised me. I will take responsibility upon myself. And she advanced towards the half-closed door and gently pushed it open. I silently followed her, and Nancy made no effort to prevent us. The room was small and close, the floor bare, and the only articles of furniture a wretched cot, a broken chair, and an old washstand. From a nail beside the cot hung a black dress of fine materials, but worn and discoloured. Upon the chair lay a shawl of the same sombre colour. We looked towards the cot. Through the scanty covering we could trace the outlines of an emaciated form, but the face of the invalid was concealed by the sheet which, with convulsive hands, she pressed upon her brow. Those hands were small and white as the driven snow, but so thin and transparent that the delicate bones and interlacing veins were distinctly visible. "We have come to see you," said Ellen, kindly, and bending over the invalid. The unhappy creature did not speak, but more tightly grasped the sheet which he held over her face. Ellen grew pale and trembled, and I advanced to her assistance. "You must pardon our intrusion," said I, addressing myself to the person in the bed. "We heard that you were very ill, and were anxious to be of some service to you." A low sob was the only answer. "Pray tell us how we can aid you," entreated Ellen, but in a faltering tone. She received no reply. "At least let us know in what manner you suffer," said I, laying my hand upon the attenuated one of the invalid. She shivered at the touch, but still spoke not. "Indeed, we feel for you very deeply," murmured Ellen in a tearful voice. "We grieve from our hearts at your wretched state. Pray speak to us. Pray permit us to aid you." These words were only acknowledged by a succession of deep, heart-rending sobs, and the slight form beneath the covering shook as though with convulsions. "Well, and then I'm thinking you'd better leave the poor creature quiet, for fretting mightn't do her any good, and it's just impossible to make her do what she sets her face against." These words were uttered by Nancy, who had thrust her head inside the room to see what was going on. "We had better follow Nancy's advice," said I to Ellen, trying to draw her away. "I am afraid we only make the poor creature worse." Ellen was strongly inclined to linger, but I succeeded in leading her from the apartment. "Is she very weak?" inquired I of Nancy. "Why, then she's just as weak as a wet rag, and not a bit able to help herself," was Nancy's reply. "She has no fever, has she?" "No, not a whit. It's cold and not hot she is." "Then," replied I, "we will send her a little mulled port wine and some gruel, and you must get her to taste them before she sleeps tonight." "That I will," said Nancy, in a tone of sincere kindness. "For if she don't get something to help her, it's not often she'll sleep again, or wake either." Ellen was now content to hurry home, that the gruel and wine might be prepared. We met Mr. Willard just as we were leaving the shop. He joined us, and we hastened towards Broadway, entered an omnibus, and were soon at our own door. The gruel was made and the wine mulled without delay, and as it was too late for Netta to carry them alone, Mr. Willard kindly accompanied her. While we were waiting his return before tea was served, Richard, who had learnt our number from his father, paid us his first visit. He looked ill, and his habiliments were even in a more forlorn and tattered condition than when I last beheld him, but his blustering manner were not changed, nor his loud speech softened. "Well, now, you don't say!" he exclaimed on entering, nodding his head approvingly as he looked around the room. "What a snug, cozy little box you've got here, to be sure, and a sofa, too!" He flung himself heavily upon our homemade couch, but quickly sprang up again. "Whew! Hard as a rock! Why didn't you let a fellow know? Why, it ain't half as comfortable as the soft side of a plank. Anyhow, you can fix it. Ah, Miss Kitty, do you remember the lounges at Evie's? Poor Evie, poor Evie! I haven't given her up yet. I'd find her if she was as hard to get as a needle in a haystack. Leave me alone for that. Do you know that Walter has taken rooms at the American? I met him in the street today, and he looked for all the world like a live skeleton at the museum. Only Walter's thinner, and his skin's as yellow as though he was born with the yellow fever. A fella told me the other day that his wife was dead, and that he was making up to that big black-eyed Miss Hilson. But I told the booby that he'd better cut his eye teeth a little sharper before he told a lie again, and that if he didn't look out how he'd kill my sister before her time, I'd knock him into a cocked hat, that I would. Just after I had met Walter, whom should I pop down upon but the very girl herself, Laura Hilson, I mean. Up she came and shook hands as pleasant and looked as smiling as a basket of chips. And then she said that as sure as fate, Evie was somewhere about, and I mustn't give up searching for she must be found. And after that, Miss Laura shook hands again and asked me to come see her. Mighty polite of her, wasn't it? I should be very well pleased to think that it was mere politeness, I replied, but I fear that Miss Hilson has some ulterior end to be gained by this invitation. You don't, though, do you? Well, now, there may be something in that, too, said Richard knowingly, and brushing up his hair as he spoke. Who knows but she wants to make up to me herself? To be sure, I ain't much of a catch in the way of the ready needful, but I've known girls fall head over ears in love with many a worse-looking fellow. I shouldn't wonder if I'd hit the nail. I'm very much obliged to her, but it's a no-go. I wouldn't give up my independence and be saddled with a wife for the best woman that breathes. If only I could find Evie, I shouldn't care much if, present company always excepted, for good manners, if there wasn't another woman in the world. How do you like our house? Inquired Ellen. Oh, it's just the thing, first rate. Just the pattern of a big-sized mousetrap. I hope you've got a spare bed, for I shouldn't wonder if I pulled up stakes and settled down here myself. I began to feel alarmed at this threat, and Ellen, noticing my consternation, quickly replied, No, indeed, Richard. Call me Dick, will you? No, indeed, Dick, then. We have not a spare bed. That makes no odds, answered Richard accommodatingly. This sofa's rather hard to be sure, but I suppose I could put up with it for lack of better. You will do no such thing, said Mrs. Willard, who entered the room at this moment. This is our only sitting-room, and the house is crowded and uncomfortable enough without your presence to make it more so. You are old enough in all conscience to take care of yourself, without being a burden upon your relatives. Therefore you need not expect to come here. Well, you needn't be so snappish, Mother. I ain't quite sure whether you've left my head on my shoulders or not. But you've been as sour as a bowl of milk after a thunderstorm ever since we lost poor Evie. No wonder. We'll forgive you that. I can't stand it myself. It knocks me all heap for the rest of the day whenever I think of her. But, Nellie, where's the governor? I think that father is at the street door, replied Ellen, rising. Mr. Willard entered with Netta, and a few minutes afterwards we took our seats at the tea-table. It was not easy to make room for Richard, but he squeezed himself between Ellen and me, and declared that he was as snug as a bug in a rug. Netta brought word that the poor woman had been persuaded to drink the wine, and that Nancy thought it had done our patient good already. This intelligence gave a delightful flavour to the cup of tea which I was quaffing, and, if I may judge by Ellen's look, it must have rendered hers equally palatable. End of Chapter 9. Volume 2, Chapter 10 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 10. We'll gather up fresh roses for you soon. Oh, that they could be given by smiles or tears, but smiles are fruitless sunshine, tears cold rain. Blanche of Navarre. From the same to the same, March 2nd. Breakfast was hardly over this morning when Ellen and I, both eager to hear of our unknown patient's convalescence, proposed to clear away the service ourselves, and dispatched Netta with a bowl of gruel to her mother. Netta remained absent so long that our little pupils arrived before she returned, and we were obliged to commence our school duties. I blush to confess it, but I hardly know what chapter in the Bible I read, for once our Saviour's beautiful and spirit-moving prayer was repeated with my lips alone, and its deep spiritual meanings unremembered. Ellen was sitting at her desk, with a colored alphabet in her hand. Beside her stood little Annie, listening with her roguish eyes upturned as Ellen explained the positive difference between the letters M and N. I, with a spelling-book before me, was as diligently but less successfully employed in endeavoring to impress Miss Alexina Seraphina and little Susan with some faint idea of orthography. Before the children had made any decided progress in the acquisition of knowledge, we were interrupted by the entrance of Netta. She ran up to Ellen without ceremony, exclaiming, "I couldn't help it. I couldn't come before. Mother kept me talking. She was in a great taking on, dear Miss Ellen, and don't know at all what to do, for she says it is the strangest thing that ever happened to her." "What is the strangest thing? Tell us what, Netta," replied Ellen with undisguised anxiety. "Why, the poor sick woman. Why, you see—" Quick, what of her? Tell me quickly, Netta," said Ellen hurriedly. "Why, she's clean gone," answered the child. "Not dead? Oh, not dead," murmured Ellen. No, she's gone away. Mother don't know where, nor when she went, nor anything about it, only that she's clean gone." "How strange," said Ellen, turning to me, for I had forsaken my post and approached the instant I saw her agitation. "When does your mother think that she had left?" questioned I of Netta. "Mother says that last night the poor thing seemed a great sight better after she had taken the wine, and then she said she could go to sleep, and turned over on the pillow, and so Mother left her as quiet as could be, and this morning there wasn't no noise in the room, so Mother thought she might be sleeping yet, and wouldn't disturb her. Then when Billy came in for his breakfast, for he don't get it until after he's been out a couple of hours or so, he made a racket to raise all out of doors. So Mother thought the woman must be awake, and she went in to see her, and the bed was just empty, and there wasn't anybody in the room at all, but there was some silver laying on the washstand. So Mother looked about and called out, but nobody answered, for the woman was gone. Mother was dreadful grieved about her, for she paid good board and wasn't a bit able to take care of herself. Netta had given us all the information in her power, and I thought it best to dismiss her, in spite of the questions which hovered on Ellen's lips, and which the child would have spent half the day in answering. It was necessary that we should return to our school duties, and I set the example to my young associate. But the day was a heavy one, and to Ellen more than heavy, sad. Yet she had no sufficient cause for her dejection. It was her turn to open the book of prints, and she selected an engraving representing different species of ants. But she was in no mood to do justice to the wonderful history of this interesting little insect, and I smilingly took the book from her passive hands. Susan and Annie, and even Miss Alexina Seraphina, were soon standing motionless at my knees, and, with open mouths, wondering eyes, gazing in my face, and listening to the singular narration.
"Do the big white ants really have little black negro slaves?" inquired Susan. "And do they really fight great battles and take prisoners and all that?" "What do they give the wee ones to eat?" asked Annie.
I answered their questions and looked inquiringly towards Miss Alexina, in hope that she would also evince her interest by some appropriate query, but she pouted her lips at my glance and remained silent. Ellen was relieved when school hours were over, and I hardly less so. Mr. Willard conversed very animatedly at the dinner table about his new occupation, and I was beginning to be enlivened by his mirth when Netta entered and said,
"Billy's here, and wants to speak to Miss Ellen."
Ellen rose, and I involuntarily rose and accompanied her into the entry. Billy was leaning against the wall, with a huge bundle of books beneath one arm, and a package of newspapers under the other. "I told Mother," began he, as soon as he saw Ellen, "that it were worth a good licking to me if I get up as far as this, for there's not much to be done in the way of selling book in these parts, but she said it was going to oblige you, so here goes, says I, and I come up like a shot." "What message did your mother send?" said Ellen. "Well, and that's more than I can say," answered Billy, scratching his head, "for it's gone clear out of my head. I only know it was something about the poor woman at our house, and you're coming to look after her." "Has she returned, then?" inquired I. "Not as I know of, for I never heard tell that she was gone, but she's there now." "Is she? Oh, thank you for bringing me word, Billy. I shall remember you for this," said Ellen. "That's all," cried Billy, retreating towards the door. I had advanced to say a word to him, but he nodded his head, and, putting his thumb to his nose as he noticed my movement, bellowed out, "Markswell, Markswell, never fear. I knew it was he you were going to ask about. Mark's thriving like a potato patch." And the little peripatetic vendor of literary wares disappeared. "Let us go instantly," said Ellen. "You will accompany me, will you not?" "Yes, although I do not think Billy's message a very lucid one, and it is possible that he may have made some mistake about the return of the woman. "Do not, I entreat you, make such a suggestion," replied Ellen. "I feel so deeply interested in that unfortunate creature." How bitterly she sobbed! And did you notice how small and slender and almost fleshless her hands were? Mr. and Mrs. Willard, who have a singular and mutual aversion to a tete-a-tete with each other, objected to our sudden departure, but we silenced the former by assuring him that we had been sent for to see a very sick person, and Mrs. Willard's opposition has lost all weight, for she makes it a rule to find fault with our actions. And now how shall I relate to you the thrilling scene which ensued, when Ellen and I once more found ourselves in Nancy's little shop? "The poor creature's back again," said Nancy, addressing us. "It was myself that met her, not a stone throws off, reeling along and catching hold of the lamp-post to keep upon her feet. She was trying to get back here, but couldn't. Just as I come up, every drop of strength went out of her, and she fell down plump upon the stones like a log. And I lifted her up in my 2 arms, for she isn't as weighty as a bag of feathers, and carried her into the house, and put her on her own bed, and there she's been ever since. I'd have sent you word 3 hours ago, for the creature looked every blessed minute as if she was going off, but I hadn't soul to send until Billy, the darling, came home to his dinner." Thank you for sending," said Ellen hastily. "But now let us see her. Shall we go right in?" Sure, and you may, for I don't think she'll need you or anybody else, for she's clean out of her wits, and don't seem to notice nobody at all. While the woman was speaking, Ellen had pushed open the chamber door, and I followed her into the room. The unfortunate invalid was stretched upon the outside of the bed, the fragile form enveloped in an old shawl. She was attired in the tattered black dress which we had seen before hanging beside the cot. She appeared to be sleeping. Her face was turned towards the wall, and partly concealed by her attenuated hands. The instant we entered, my eyes rested upon an infant's small, rose-colored slipper, which lay at the foot of the cot. Ellen's glance followed mine, and springing forward with a wild cry, she caught up the slipper and sank upon her knees beside the bed. The slumbering sufferer was aroused. Flinging out her feeble arms, she slowly turned her face towards us. One fleeting look of mingled joy, surprise, and horror. But no, I could not believe my eyes, although glancing from the appalling object before them, they beheld the kneeling Ellen, with her clasped hands raised to heaven, as she fervently ejaculated, "Merciful God, I thank thee." I turned to the beautiful wreck that lay extended upon the rude cot. Like one in a dream, I took those small and burning hands into my own. I looked long and with bewildered earnestness in that too lovely and too sadly altered face. Was it? Could it be? The lost, the mourned, our own idolized Evelyn? "Oh, my sister, mine own dear sister, have we found you at last?" exclaimed Ellen, encircling the unconscious invalid with her arms, while tears at once of rapture and of anguish chased each other down her cheeks. But even these words could not at that moment arouse me, for I was stupefied with wonder and horror. I could not turn my eyes away. They were transfixed, as by some spell, upon that beloved and familiar countenance. yet the face had its perfect oval. The features were pinged and thin, and the chiseled lips more sculpture-like now that they were colorless. The redundant tresses had been severed from the head, but the hair still curled in short round circles about that pale forehead, and the eyes, those superb eyes! There was the saddest change. I had so often beheld them beaming with the radiant light of joy, and now they were hollow, glossy, and their expression had all the wildness of insanity. "Evelyn, sister, do you not know me? Only speak to me one word," said Ellen imploringly. Evelyn gazed with a vacant look from Ellen to me, and from me to Ellen again. She evidently did not recognize us, and Ellen's words fell upon an unconscious ear. In another moment Evelyn's wandering gaze rested upon the little pink shoe which Ellen held. A heavenly smile illuminated the sufferer's countenance. She stretched out her hand for the token, which Ellen gently resigned. "Lilla, mine own, my beautiful angel, you have come again. I thought you would come no more. Lie here, lie there, from paradise, stolen away to lie down beside me. Wretched, yes." Her utterance was impeded. Ellen wept so violently that I forced her from the bedside, and treated her to compose herself. When we returned to the cot, Evelyn's mood had changed. She hid her face in the sheet as we approached, and cried out, "They shall not see me. They shall not. I will hide, till the kind earth itself hides me, and they heap it in a mound upon my poor aching breast." That was Miss Catherine's voice. And there is Ellen. Oh, I know them, but they shall not see me, for it would kill them both, and Walter too. But he is dead already, and I dare not die, lest I should meet them. That would be too horrible.
"Evelyn, Evelyn, we know you. We love you as tenderly as ever. We always shall love you. Look up, my own sister, look up and speak to us."
Ellen, as she said these words, drew the covering from her sister's face. Evelyn made no resistance, and though she gazed at us with apparent calmness, we were still unrecognized. "We have no time to lose, Ellen," whispered I. "We must send for medical aid." Yes, that we must, and quickly. And pray send for Walter, and for mother and father at the same time. Ill as she is, it will be so much joy to them to know that we have found her. Oh, if she only recovers, we may all be so happy again. Send for Walter first, but prepare him well, or he may lose his reason from very rapture. I almost think mine is going." "We had better not summon them yet, not quite yet," I replied, at a loss how to account for my reluctance to concede to her wishes. "A physician is the most important person." "True. We will send for Dr. R. And why not for Walter at the same time? Good news should travel like lightning." "But, Ellen, yield to me in this, dear Ellen. I have my reasons for not sending for either Dr. R. or for Walter, and I will explain them to you by and by. Dr. Wesley is an excellent physician, and he is not acquainted with Evelyn or with you, although he is known to me for some years. We will send for him." I did not wait to obtain Ellen's consent, but re-entering the shop, dispatched Nancy to the nearest grocer's for some paper. She soon returned with a soiled and crumpled sheet, upon which I scrawled with my pencil a few lines to Dr. Wesley. The note dispatched by Nancy, I returned to the chamber where Ellen was supporting her newly found sister in her arms, weeping over her, and kissing the white forehead that rested upon her own shoulder. I immediately suggested that we should disrobe Evelyn and place her more comfortably on the bed. She was so light that I easily lifted her in my arms, and she was soon disencumbered of her sombre dress. Her undergarments were worn and made of coarse materials, but on searching the room we could not discover that she possessed any other supply. I placed her upon a chair, supported by Ellen, while I essayed to render the wretched bed more comfortable. But the mattress was made of straw, and the pillows were small and hard, and these were to hold the delicate limbs of the tenderly nurtured Evelyn. We hardly laid her in the bed and removed the blanket from Nancy's own cot to afford Evelyn sufficient covering when Nancy herself returned, accompanied by Dr. Wesley. Dr. Wesley greeted me without evincing any surprise. He evidently thought that he had been summoned to visit an ordinary patient, and one belonging to the class which he was likely to find in such a dwelling. But Evelyn's appearance could not be mistaken. The marks of gentle blood were too many and undisguisable. The doctor saw at a glance that some strange accident must have thrown her in her present situation. But he had too much professional discreetness to be inquisitive. "She will certainly recover, doctor, will she not?" inquired Ellen anxiously, as Dr. Wesley felt Evelyn's pulse. "I hope so," replied the doctor, but I fancy that he spoke in no encouraging tone. "Do you think that she has lost her reason?" I ventured to ask. "No, I think not," was the gratifying reply. "She is merely delirious from the effects of fever, and it can be overcome. I have no doubt that her mind will be perfectly restored." This was joyful intelligence, for which both Ellen and I warmly breathed our thanks. Dr. Wesley wrote a prescription, recommended that the patient should be given some cool, refreshing drink as often as she thirsted, and left us, promising to call again the next morning. "We must not leave her, Miss Catherine," said Ellen, when the doctor was gone. "We must remain here all night. And had you not better send for mother?" I reflected a few moments and then replied, "I think it best, Ellen, not at present to mention that we have discovered Evelyn's retreat. Best for many reasons. She cannot now bear a removal to more commodious lodgings, and the presence of her parents and husband cannot do her any good. Then her history. Perhaps she would like to recount what has occurred to us. That is, perhaps, at all events, I am convinced it would be better for us to nurse her in secret, and when she recovers, then we shall all be so happy again," exclaimed Ellen, interrupting me. "If heaven so please." "But where are you going?" demanded she, as I took up my hat. "I must return home, but I will be with you again shortly." I sent Nancy to procure me a cab, for it was already too dark for me to walk home, and, giving one more look at Evelyn's dear face, bade her sister adieu. At home I found Mrs. Willards in the fidgets at our absence. When I informed her that the person whom Ellen went to see was so ill that one of us, at least, must remain with her all night, she angrily expressed her discontent, and asked what was to become of our school if we intended to hire ourselves out as hospital nurses for all the paupers in the city. I replied that our pupils should not be neglected, and left her railing at the folly of poor folks pretending to charity. After preparing a large pitcherful of tamarind water, which is a most grateful beverage in cases of fever, I tied a pair of linen sheets, a couple of pillows, and of blankets, a white wrapper of my own, and an ample supply of undergarments in one large bundle. Then, calling Netta, with her assistance, carried the bundle to the street door. The cab had not been dismissed, and the bundle was placed upon the front seat. I then went into the kitchen to see Blanche, who was preparing tea with more activity than usual, gave a few necessary directions to Netta, and taking the pitcher in one hand and a paper of biscuits in the other, re-entered the cab, and 20 minutes more brought me to Nancy's door. Ellen did not expect to see me so soon, and when I opened the door, I found her in the attitude of prayer, pouring forth the thanks of a grateful heart, and supplicating heaven to perfect our happiness by restoring her sister to health. Ellen rose at the sound of my step and said, "Move gently, I think she sleeps." But she was in error. Evelyn was lying with her eyes open, though she was composed and silent. The pillows I had brought were placed beneath her head and shoulders, and as she made no objections to this, I lifted her once more in my arms, while Ellen hastily spread the linen sheets and blankets on the bed. I was unwilling to disturb the sufferer more than possible, yet I knew that fresh garments were so conducive not only to the comfort but to the positive restoration of an invalid, that with Ellen's assistance her sister was soon robed in the clothes that I had brought. When we replaced her in the bed, she drank with avidity a glass of the tamarind water, and soon fell into a sort of half-sleep. The night had grown cold, and it commenced to rain, and the piercing wind that shook the windows made us feel cheerless. Billy was in the shop counting his day's earning by the light of a dim tallow candle, and I dispatched him for a small quantity of wood, some sperm candles, and a piper of tea. The active little fellow was not many minutes absent, and on his return lighted one of the candles and kindled a fire in Evelyn's chamber, while I took possession of the broken teapot which was standing on the table. Fortunately, the kettle over the fire contained boiling water, and I had soon the happiness of carrying Ellen a refreshing bowl of tea, with the biscuits which I had brought on purpose for her. She at first refused to partake of any food, for her heart was too full, but when I whispered, "You must take care of yourself, Ellen, or you will not long have the strength to nurse your beloved patient," she drank of the tea and forced herself to eat a couple of the biscuits. The light from the blazing logs lit up the little room, and as it fell upon Evelyn's face, showing a smile playing about her lips, our hearts grew warm and hopeful. Ellen embraced me, murmuring, "She is found. Is that not a joy? She will recover soon. We shall be so happy." And my heart echoed the hopes of hers. It is now time for me to leave her, for I knew if I hoped to be able to watch beside Ellen on the next night and relieve her sister, I must seek rest. Bidding Ellen a hasty adieu, and Evelyn not a less tender, but a silent one, I re-entered the cab and returned home. Once more in my own chamber, prudence dictated that I should instantly seek my couch, but I knew that I could not sleep until I had wearied myself and unburdened my heart by writing you. I am surprised at my own self-possession throughout this eventful day. It seems to me as though I had not repressed merely, but postponed the indulgence of my feelings. I dare not give way to them, lest I should be unfitted for action, and there is much, oh, how much for me to perform. March 4th. My letter has become a diary, and as such I will render it a faithful one. But let me forewarn you that I have only time hastily to note events, not to remark upon them. I leave you to draw conclusions, for my mind is wholly engrossed with the actual occurrences. Yesterday morning my toilette was made by candlelight. On its completion I awoke Netta and told her that I was going to her mother's, but would return before breakfast. The affectionate little creature begged that I would bring Miss Ellen home with me, for she said she knew that she was badly off where she was, and wouldn't have a decent thing to eat or drink. I assured her that Ellen's wants should be supplied, and that she would return home very shortly. The storm still raged, and the keen March wind would, at that early hour, have given me an ague fit, had not excitement imparted a degree of warmth at once to my mind and physical frame. I stole noiselessly from the house for fear of awaking Mrs. Willard. Protected from the wet and the beating rain by india-rubber shoes and a huge umbrella, I took my way to the cars, for my purse will not afford me the indulgence of a cab any oftener than is absolutely necessary. I was so early that the first morning car had not started when I arrived. I was obliged to wait a tedious half-hour in the office, subjected to the rude gaze of the sleepy drivers and the inquisitive glances of the conductors. At last the horses were attached, and the conductor handed me into an empty car. I took my seat beside the little stove, and its warmth reanimated me. At any other time, the anthracite coal which they burn in these stoves would have been unendurable. It was scarcely light when I stepped from the cars, but the rain had almost ceased, and I had only a short distance to walk before I was at Nancy's door. She was arranging the various articles in her shop when I entered, and Dan was trying to kindle a fire with some moist wood which obstinately refused to burn, but persisted in smoking. I interfered with his labours, lest the smoke should injure Evelyn, and gave him money to procure some suitable fuel. I could not wait to listen to Nancy's hopes, fears, and apologies for not doing better by Miss Ellen, but, escaping her volubility, entered the sick chamber. Ellen was sitting beside the bed, with her head leaning upon her hand, and her mild, loving eyes fixed upon her sister. Those eyes were not heavy, nor did Ellen's face betoken any weariness. Evelyn lay with her hands clasped upon her bosom, and I noticed the little pink shoe peeping out between those snowy fingers. Her eyes were still open, but their wondering gaze and the brilliant spot on each cheek proclaimed that her fever had not abated. Ellen started on seeing me, and said, "Is it so late, or are you here very early?" "It is quite early," I replied, "but I fear, my sweet Ellen, that you have had a wretched night." "Wretched? Oh, no, I could not be wretched when I remembered that I was sitting beside Evelyn, who I had longed and prayed once more to behold, even for a moment. The night has been short, and yet it seems to me as if I lived over my whole past life since I last saw you. Every action, almost every thought has risen before me as distinctly as though I had viewed it in a magic glass. What a different being I am from what I was when you first knew me! How much happier I am, even in the midst of a trial! How much I owe to you! Your 5 talents have indeed brought forth 10, Ellen, but you owe this good work, not to the instrument by which it was wrought, but to the artificer whose gracious hand guided the instrument, not to me, but to heaven. But how is Evelyn? Has she slept?" "Not much, and she has talked very incoherently. She appears to be quiet now, but she does not yet recognize me." "I shall make a very short stay now, Ellen, for our little school must not be neglected. I will be with you again in the afternoon, and then you must give up your seat at Evelyn's side to me. Tonight I must watch by her." "No, no, indeed, Miss Catherine, you must not ask me to do that. I am not in the least wearied. I could not endure to trust my poor sister even to your care." "But, Ellen, it is absolutely necessary that you should seek rest. True affection, that is wise affection, requires of you some self-denial. Tomorrow morning you may again resume the duties of nurse, and I will attend to the school throughout the day." After some further persuasion, Ellen yielded, although unwillingly, to my request. It was time for me to leave, but I could not tear myself away without parting the rich locks from Evelyn's forehead and imprinting a kiss upon her hot brow. She sighed gently at the touch of my lips, and for a moment her features contracted with a painful expression. It passed away, and left them more mournful in their composure than I had before beheld them. While I was standing in the outer chamber giving Nancy a few directions about the food which she was to prepare for Ellen, Billy made his appearance. He threw down his oil silk cap, and, shaking water from a jacket of the same material, carefully laid on a bench a large bundle of books, wrapped in their waterproof covering. Without noticing me, he greedily seized upon a bowl of bread and milk, which stood ready for him upon the table. "Are you out as early as this, Billy?" said I, nodding as I passed his chair. "Well, now, you don't say. That bean't you, is it? Do tell, as the Yankee Doodles say." "Have you been selling books at this hour?" "Well, that's a rum question, to be sure. What else should I be doing out in all this here driving rain? I guess I've seen 2 steamboats off, and I reckon I've sold a bigger heap of books than you'd read in a month. Here, hold on a moment," shouted he, perceiving that I was opening an umbrella preparatory to my departure. "Let me show you. Perhaps you'd be after buying a book or two." He seized hold of my dress and dipped his spoon in the milk, stuffed a huge chunk of bread in his mouth, and before I could prevent him, he had unrolled the leather package and was kneeling down in front of an armful of books. He selected them out one by one and held them up before my eyes, always accompanying the action with an appropriate critical eulogiums upon the work, for young gentlemen of his profession are often far better acquainted with the merits of the author than those to whom the books are sold. "New novel, just out. Rose d'Albert, by James, first-rate writer. Price 1 shilling. The Rose of Thistle Island, just out. Roses all the go. Sketches of American Society, by Seatsville. Very good indeed, and lots of fun. All for 1 shilling. Thank you, Billy. I don't want to buy any books this morning." "Oh, none of your nonsense. Just hold on a minute. I haven't showed you my best ones yet. Here's one of the American authors. Mirror Library, Sacred Songs, by N.P. Willis. Number 6, first rate. He's the boy for the ladies. Just read what he says about himself on the cover. No coming up to him. Hard to beat. Price 1 shilling. I shook my head and tried to retreat towards the door, but Billy again caught hold of my dress, determined not to lose a customer. "You haven't seen half yet. Just make yourself easy a second, will you? Here's The Rover, by Seba Smith, editor. He's the genuine Jack Downing man from down east. He's a tall writer, I can tell you, no mistake. Only a 6-penny, miss. Costs next door to nothing. Better buy, lots of funny reading, all for a 6-pence. I could only purchase my liberty from the pertinaciously little book vendor by handing him a 6-penny piece and carrying The Rover with me. While he was pocketing the money, I turned and made my escape. Breakfast was on the table before I reached home, and Mrs. Willard had taken my usual seat in front of the urn. "These are strange doings of yours and Ellen," she began. "I hope we shall see the end of them soon, for the whole house is kept in perpetual confusion, and I am sure I do not see how we are going to get along unless you make more headway with your school." I answered her gently, in the hope that a mild answer would turn away wrath, but I only threw oil upon the fire and was, perforce, obliged to eat my breakfast well seasoned with the cayenne of her complaints. 9 o'clock had struck, and my little pupils were raising an uproar in the schoolroom before I made my appearance among them. During the day I made a great effort to concentrate my mind upon my occupation, that I might do justice to the children. and I trust that I partially succeeded. But how could I see Ellen's empty chair and prevent my thoughts from wandering to the bedside of her insensible sister? And how could I still the throbbings of my heart, when I remembered that perhaps that sister, once more restored to health and happiness, would again grace her now deserted home, would rejoice and relighten the oppressed heart of her forsaken husband? The school was dismissed, and dinner was over, and with a light step I sought my chamber, and prepared myself to join Ellen. I had just laid my cloak, shawl, and fur tippet upon the bed, when I was summoned to the presence of a visitor. In the parlour I found my old friend, Mrs. Ashburton, and her daughters, 3 well-bred and neatly attired young ladies, whom she presented to me as my future pupils. My little school had doubled itself in a day. This was encouraging. Mrs. Ashburton's visit was not short, for she delights to talk over the days of old Lang Syne, and found in me a seemingly patient listener. I smiled with ill-concealed pleasure when she rose and bade me good afternoon. Conducting her to the door, I was about to close it after her, when whom should I behold standing at the wicker gate of the courtyard but Mr. Merritt? This was the first visit that he had paid us, and many united causes rendered his presence agitating and unwelcome. I tried to veil my emotion by talking about our new residence, showing him the rooms, and conversing on indifferent subjects, but we were mutually embarrassed, and made some speeches much too ridiculous to bear repetition. I sent for Mrs. Willard, and her presence was a relief to both of us, for she commenced a detailed account of her grievances, which precluded the necessity of all other conversation. Mr. Merritt looked wretchedly, and had evidently paid us this visit because he feared that his absenting himself wholly from his wife's family might give rise to slanderous reports. I longed to mention Evelyn, to inspire him with the hope of beholding her again, but dared not, and her name is a forbidden word upon his lips. Fortunately, he refused Mrs. Willard's invitation to remain to tea, but it was so dark when I found myself at liberty that I was obliged to defer my visit until Mr. Willard returned from his employer's counting-room. Mrs. Willard would have opposed my departure, but I told her that I was going for Ellen, who would accompany her father home. To this she merely answered that it was high time. Ellen had grown somewhat anxious at my non-appearance, though she could not help rejoicing that the period during which she could remain with her sister was prolonged. A slight change had taken place in Evelyn, and Dr. Wesley assured Ellen that it was a favourable one. "Your father is waiting, Ellen," said I. "You must hasten home." "Must I, indeed? You cannot think how I dread to leave her. I almost feel as though I should never behold her more, as though we should lose her again. If any change for the worse takes place, I will send for you. Only hasten now. And in the morning I am to return?" I assented, and Ellen, without daring to embrace her sister, lest she should waken her, joined Mr. Willard in the shop. I was left beside Evelyn's cot alone, yet not lonely, for my busy thoughts were all-engrossing companions. Once or twice Nancy stole into the room to see if I needed her assistance, and to wonder at the poor creature in the bed, and to talk over her own domestic affairs. But by 10 o'clock she and her children had sought repose. Evelyn continued to sleep, but her slumber was not calm, and when I, at intervals, bathed her lips and temples, she seemed conscious of my touch. The night appeared to be, as it had seemed to Ellen, almost too short. There was a charm in thus watching by the pillow of one whom we had mourned as dead. The eye could never weary of scanning those faultless features, and marking the new beauties wrought by the most transient change of expression. Ellen was with me at dawn, and she looked far more haggard and fatigued after her night's rest than when, with wakeful eyes, she had watched beside her sister. Evelyn still slept. Ellen and I interchanged only a few whispered words, and I left her. She expects me again in the afternoon, for I have penned these lines at stolen intervals during school hours. In the dread of wearying you by too long a letter, I shall dispatch this without delay. I need not say, think of us, and pray for us, for you do both involuntarily. End of Chapter 10. Volume 2, Chapter 11 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 11. I feel 1,000 mortal things about me, but nothing godlike, unless it may be the thing which you condemn, a disposition to love and to be merciful, to pardon the follies of my species, and, that's human, to be indulgent to my own. Sardanapalus. From Hubert Damoreau to Frederick Ruthven, March 3rd. Another turn of fickle beldame's wheel, dear Fred. But the same revolution which hurled me to the bottom has sent me to the summit with a bound. I took my chance, as I threatened to do, at the most damnable Wall Street faro table, and ruined myself in the fancies. But you know me too well to suppose that chagrin spoilt my appetite. The money I lost was laid out at usury, for it purchased me more exhilarating excitement than I have been able to procure myself since the last scurvy trick which fate took it into her head to play me. It was something novel to be pursued by a dun, and threatened with a lawsuit for a tailor's bill. If some of the rascals had only put their bad debts against me in the hands of one of the celebrated New York collectors, I should have been supremely diverted by the fellow's maneuvers. But although this was all very pleasant by way of an interlude, it would not have been a convenient continuation of life's comedies. My fortunes were to be repaired, but as long as two soft eyes, heirs to a cool couple of 100,000, looked smilingly upon me, my case was not desperate. In a word, 2 weeks after my Wall Street's divertissements, the charming Amy had promised to be, and I had promised to make her, my wife. The latter for the consideration of a ready 100,000, to be doubled when the old man kicks the bucket. You will rail at my having sold my liberty at so cheap a rate, but necessity has no law. Seriously speaking, and seriousness in me on this subject is at present becoming. Amy is a lovely young creature, as pure as a snowdrop and as warm as sunbeam, and, unluckily for herself, far more constant. She has decidedly grown prettier since her affections have developed, and the different phases which her tenderness assumes divert me. Her color comes and goes like the shadow of a willow branch waves in the wind. She is decidedly winning in her sweetness, but the purest honey cloys the soonest. I feel a want in her presence, which at once dissipates the charm which her sex generally weaves about themselves. You remember the bard of Avon sings, "Things done are done," Joy's soul's lies in the doing. And Amy's heart once gained, there is nothing more to ask or accomplish, nothing to discover, no feminine mysteries to unravel, no tantalizing coquetry to provoke interest. She is all candor, all devotion. She acknowledges her love without a blush, and as though the avowal were made from an instinctive impulse of the heart. She yields her very soul up to me, and courts no gaze of admiration, cares for no word of praise, asks no caress, listens to no adulation but mine. She would have made an admirable wife for Caesar, sans peur et sans reproche. But your humble servant prefers a little more eau de vie in his milk punch. Yet, after all, it matters little, for did she possess the charms of an Aspasia, and were her lures superior for those of the wily Cleopatra, I could not love by compulsion. Like Sardanapalus, I could not hug the chain which duty bade me wear. My love must be untrammeled, and when the little heathen god stands with outspread wings, then only am I moved to woo him to stay. Then only do I acknowledge his divinity. Notwithstanding this sang-froid, I have succeeded so well in hastening my matrimonial arrangements that instead of the 3rd of June, the 3rd of April has been appointed as the bridal day. Amy looks forward to the nuptial hour with happy composure, and I have no doubt that she will walk to the altar with as placid a brow, a smile on her lips, and her eyes confidingly seeking mine. If she would but hang down her head and blush and tremble, then perhaps I might persuade myself to view her with some transient interest. But as it is, I am afraid that I shall fall asleep during the ceremony. How unlike the sparkling, varying, bewitching, bewildering Evelyn! In her presence no faculty of the mind could slumber. Every nerve was strained to attract her wandering gaze, or to keep pace with the flashings of her quick fancy. Her very changefulness and incomprehensibility was her most certain fascination. But hers was no ordinary character. She seemed endowed with an innate purity of spirit, and yet possessed a voluptuous warmth of blood in variance with this infantile innocence. Her actions were all prompted by irresistible impulses, and spontaneity was her especial characteristics. The variable skies of April were ever reflected upon her countenance. The bloom of May was always upon her cheek, and the summer warmth of June ever in her heart. If passion could be gifted with more than a butterfly's existence, it must have been inspired by such a woman. Happily, I have outgrown my hypochondriac fears about Claudine. I have not seen her since the inopportune reconnoitre which I mentioned, and when I reflect upon her character, my suspicions are lulled to rest. She is fiery but vacillating in her disposition, revengeful but unenergetic. If she takes her revenge in imagination, the act will have sufficient reality to satisfy her. I cannot decide whether or not she has left New York. I only know that if she had sought, she could have found me. When do you commence your projected tour to the north? The attractions of this American Paris will soon be at their height, and you might walk through the streets of Paris 1,000 years without meeting the beauty which you would encounter in half a one here. This is the city of fountains and fair women. We have both in abundance. As for amusements, If you are young enough to retain a taste for fêtes and theatricals, and sentimental enough to have a passion for opera and concerts, you will find no lack of entertainments. I have a strong desire to behold you again, for there are some few passages in the epic of my life which, though dangerous if commemorated in black and white, may be talked over to the foaming of a bottle of champagne with perfect freedom. Come, and I will pour a strange tale in thy startled ears. Yours, as ever, Hubert Dameron. End of Chapter 11. Volume 2, Chapter 12 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 12. Time, as he courses onward, still unrolls the volume of concealment. In the future, as in the optician's glassy cylinder, the undistinguishable blots and colors of the dim past collect and shape themselves, upstarting in their own completed image, to scare or to reward. Coleridge. From Catherine to Elizabeth, March 10th. Night and day for the past week have Ellen and I by turns taken our station beside Evelyn's couch, unwearily performed all those tender offices which loving solicitude could suggest. She lies prostrated by fever, which at time abates, and again increases in violence. She takes no cognizance of the outer world, and Ellen's eager desire to be known and embraced by her cherished sister has not yet been gratified. Several casual remarks made by Dr. Wesley have convinced me that he feels a deep interest in his unknown patient, and that all the skill which he possesses will be exerted to stave her. And I, in how responsible a situation am I placed? Perhaps it is that very responsibility which makes my chagrin at Evelyn's danger less acute than it would be otherwise. My anxiety is intense, while my mind is clearer and my energy greater than ever. Sometimes I am half inclined to inform her family of her existence and her peril, but a vague dread withholds me. Alas, how long will she remain thus, daily becoming feebler and less able to struggle with disease, daily fading away before our sight? It may be that the fever will only depart from her as death, approaching, lays his hand upon her brow. Since my thoughts have ever been so continually occupied with Evelyn, my vigilance over Blanche has necessarily been relaxed. I have not latterly exerted that controlling and subduing influence over her by which one mind can force another into willing submission. She has also had opportunities of leaving the house unattended, and I today discovered that she has more than once taken advantage of this suspended surveillance. On returning home this afternoon from Nancy's dwelling, I accidentally inquired, "Where is Blanche?" "I think she has gone out," answered Netta. "I have not seen her for a couple of hours." "Gone out without my permission or knowledge?" You may suppose that this intelligence alarmed me. I instantly, but uselessly, sought her in every room of the house. I was momentarily growing terrified when, passing through the entry, I thought I heard a low moaning. I looked again into the parlour and into the schoolroom, but the sound did not proceed thence. I opened the door leading into the garden, and beheld Blanche, seated upon the steps, with her hat and shawl beside her, and her head resting upon her knees. The moans had issued from her lips, and her fingers were twined in her loose black hair, as though their nervous motion could relieve the burning of her brain. At my approach, she ceased her plaintive wailing, and, springing to her feet, attempted to rush by me into the house. With a firm grasp, I caught her by the wrist, and, encircling her waist with my arm, forcibly led her into the schoolroom. "Where have you been, Blanche?" said I, seating myself, but still retaining my hold of her hand. She threw herself upon the floor, and, leaning her head upon my knees, only answered with her tears. I smoothed back her loose hair with the caressing motion which we would use towards a child, and said, "Blanche, will you not speak to me?" Do not ask me where. I do not know where. I do not know how I came there. To love him still, is that not dreadful, unnatural? He has betrayed me, yet I love him. He has ruined me, yet I would be his slave. I am bound to him by a tie, an unholy tie, which all the fiends of hell cannot sever. When I was a child, somebody told me that men could sell their souls to the devil, who had thenceforth all power over them, and he is the demon, who with his false love has purchased my soul. I have sold myself to him. I cannot extricate my spirit from his iron grasp. I am his. I love him. I thought that I hated, but no, I love him. Unnatural and depraved, I love my father's murderer. Try to be calm, Blanche, that I may talk to you. Calm? My brain is on fire again. I have seen him, and by his side, on his arm. I knew she was his victim by his soft look. It was that look which went to my heart. But no, he shall not blast her existence too. He shall not poison her spirit with the thrilling words that set me mad. I will save her. Must I not keep my oath, the vow I made to my murdered father? I had almost forgotten it. What would you do, Blanche? I ask in accents of horror. Give your purposed deed a name, that you may reflect upon its enormity. Would you commit homicide? Would you murder? Hush! Do not speak that dreadful word. But I must do it if justice places the steel in my hand. If my father cries out to me from his tomb to strike, if by the blow I shall save her from being what I am. Listen to me, dear Blanche. Retribution belongs to heaven, and not to mortals. Justice never demands vengeance from our hands. It is your disordered imagination that makes you fancy that you hear your father's voice. Think you that he, knowing your wretchedness in this life, would seek to render your state more dreadful hereafter by bidding you to commit so horrible a crime? But think of her. Shall he break her heart as he broke mine, and shall I not stretch out my feeble hand to save her? You may be mistaken in your fears, but if not, would that authorize your becoming a murderess? But I am very sure that you are mistaken. Ah, tell me that again. Tell me that he does not love another. I could forgive him. I could lie down and die at his feet if he only loved me still. I could not live and know that he loved another, that he breathed into her ear the thrilling words that he poured into mine. It was that thought that maddened me again. I am very sure that your suspicions are groundless," repeated I, and the poor creature's gratitude could not find expression in words. When I beheld her thus softened, I thought that this was a favourable moment to extract from her a vow, which would perhaps make her forget her former one. I lifted the little Bible from my desk where it usually lay, and, taking her hand, placed it solemnly upon the sacred book. "Blanche, I ask one token of gratitude and of love from you. With your hand upon this holy book, promise me that you will never attempt the life of the one who so deeply wronged you." Blanche looked up, her features beaming with grateful tenderness, and uttered the words, "I promise." A mountain seemed removed from my heart, and tears of joy flowed fast upon the book which I clasped between my hands, as a pledge that his life was secure. Blanche aroused me by saying, "You weep too, and I love you for weeping, for what can I do but weep? 2 vows. I have made 2 vows, one to my father and one to you. I must not take his life. No, no, I should not have had courage. I should have thrown my arms around him and placed the dagger in his hand and bade him finish his work and kill me. I never could have harmed him. Yet my vow to my father, revenge. I must be revenged, not to kill him, yet be revenged, and save her. Oh, what a frightful thought shoots through my brain. He shall lose the power to charm and to betray." Before I could reply, Mrs. Willard, attracted by our voices, entered the room. Blanche, who instinctively shuns her presence, instantly stole away, and as soon as I had succeeded in evading rather than answering Mrs. Willard's questions, I also withdrew. I felt certain I could trust Netta, and summoned her to my chamber. After some prefacing remarks, I cautiously told her that I feared Blanche was not at all sometimes in her right mind, and that I depended upon her, Netta, to see that Blanche did no injury to herself, and to be particularly watchful in preventing her from leaving the house alone. Netta was flattered by the confidence which I reposed in her, and promised implicitly to obey my orders. She has intelligence beyond her years, and relying upon her fidelity, I shall henceforth feel more at ease in absenting myself from home. March 11th. A note from Ellen brought to me by Billy. My hand is almost too tremulous to impart to you its contents. The hour when Evelyn's fate will be decided has arrived. Anxiously as I have longed for this moment, I now shrink back, and would fain have the time postponed. Ellen, in her notes, bids me hasten to her. She has just been informed by Dr. Wesley that the crisis is at hand. During the past night, Evelyn grew much worse. She has now sunk into a deep sleep, and upon her awakening, so the doctor has declared, her intelligence will be restored, and we may once more clasp her to our hearts and call her ours. Or she will instantly pass to that happier land where Lilla has gone before her. We must submit to the decree of heaven. If she is summoned away, duty forbids us to murmur at God's mandate, but oh, how difficult it is to bend and say, "Thy will be done." I cannot force my stubborn lips to utter any sound but "Spare her, spare her to us." All my self-possession has vanished. My quietude has passed away. I am unnerved. I hold up my hands supplicatingly, and dare not meet the stroke. Evelyn, in the meridian bloom of her beauty, at the height of her uninterrupted joyousness, rises before me. I see her innocent face as it looked when the folds of the bridal veil fell around it. I see it in its superb beauty, when she personated Gulliver in the tableau, again in the calm purity which rendered loveliness more lovely as she lay upon her couch, with the newborn infant clasped in her twining arms. I behold that same fair countenance as it now appears, worn, emaciated, with the burning glow of fever on the cheeks, and the fearful light of insanity in the still brilliant eyes, and then, methinks I gaze upon it as it lies within the coffin's narrow bounds, whiter than the encircling shroud, colder than our paralyzed hearts. God grant that she may live to learn something more of his mercy, of his goodness, of those holy and spiritualizing truths to which the noonday of happiness she had not time to give a thought. Night, March 12th. I can find no relief for my overfraught heart but in my pen. Oh, Elizabeth, through what terrible scenes I have passed since I traced the last lines which darkened this sheet. I have been oppressed by a midday nightmare. Would that I had only dreamed, that I could awake and say, "Thank God, it is but a dream." But I will not anticipate. I will pass again and quietly through the scenes which have just wrung my heart, that you may calmly follow me. Yesterday was Friday, and on receiving Ellen's note, which reached me at about 10 o'clock in the morning, I instantly dismissed my pupils at the risk of displeasing their parents. Before I joined Ellen, I wrote a few lines to you, as much to compose my mind as for any other reason. I was a little calmer when I laid by my pen, and before I passed Nancy's threshold I had schooled my heart into a tolerable degree of resignation. When I entered the humble dwelling, Ellen was sitting in her usual seat near her sister. Johnny, Nancy's youngest child, lay upon her knees. She had just hushed the noisy little urchin to sleep, for fear that the sound of his merry shouts might disturb the dearer slumberer. The hectic hue on Evelyn's cheek had almost entirely faded away, and those cheeks looked more sunken in their pallor. Her silken curls clung in matted masses to her damp forehead, and a cold moisture bedewed the hands clasped above her head. Her breath came regularly but very slowly between her parted lips, and a peaceful smile rested upon that once roseate mouth. Ellen's eyes were red and swollen, but their expression, as they met mine, betokened an unwavering hopefulness. We neither spoke, but the mutual pressure of our hands, as we sat side by side, said more than words. In about a half an hour, during which Evelyn remained in the same position, I rose gently and retired to Nancy's apartment. Ellen made me a signal to carry the child with me, and placed it in my arms. Luckily the little fellow did not wake, and I had the gratification of laying him with sealed lips upon his mother's bed. I was stopping over the fire, preparing some bread jelly, a most nutritious restorative, which Evelyn might possibly need when she awoke. Nancy was engaged in washing the kitchen utensils outside of the door. As I was in the act of removing the jelly from the fire, Ellen approached me on tiptoe. "Come in," whispered she. "She has turned on her side. I think she is waking." We re-entered the small, close chamber together. In almost breathless silence we stood beside the bed. Evelyn's fingers moved uneasily. The little slipper, which she had not relinquished throughout her illness, fell from her hands. The faintest peach-blossom hue tinted her cheek. Her breath grew less even. She sighed gently, and slowly opened her eyes. Intelligence, hope, tenderness beamed from those clear blue orbs as they languidly gazed around the room, and then rested upon Ellen's face and mine. With a sudden effort, Evelyn raised herself in the bed and extended her arms towards us, exclaiming in a faint but thrilling voice, "Sister, Miss Catherine, oh, is it you? Is it you?" An irrepressible cry of joy burst from Ellen's lips as she threw herself forward to meet her sister's offered embrace, but Evelyn was seized with a cold tremor. Her brow contracted as though some frightful thought were shooting through her brain. She shudderingly evaded Ellen's caress and buried her face in the pillow. "Thank God! God in heaven be thanked! She will recover! The crisis is past!" ejaculated Ellen. "You are restored to us, dear, dear Evelyn! Loved sister, thank God!" She attempted to encircle her sister's neck with her arms, but Evelyn pushed her away and said in a tone full of anguish, "Do not touch me. Do not call me sister. I am nothing to you now. No kiss, no word of love, no hope. There is none left for me." Ellen was mute from horror, but my strength had returned. I bent over the sorrowing Evelyn and said, "You recognize us, Evelyn, do you not? It is Ellen and your friend whom you once loved. You can never be otherwise than dear to us." You do not know what I am," she ejaculated in a broken voice. "You would shrink from me. You would not breathe the same air. The very atmosphere I breathe is polluted. Do not come near me. You are innocent, and I, great God, I was innocent once." Ellen grew so pale as these words struck her ear that I feared she would faint. I touched her arm and whispered, "If you love her, calm yourself. Her life may be risked if you show any emotion. I conjure you to be calm or to leave us." Then, turning to Evelyn, I said, "What you were and what you may now be cannot alter what you are and always must be to us, beloved Evelyn. We will mourn with you and pray for you, but never, never forsake you." Miss Catherine, was all she could utter, but her arms were about my neck, and her head upon my bosom, and my tears mingled with those that streamed from her eyes as she again and again returned the kisses which I imprinted upon her lips. Ellen stood beside us, like one deprived of sense and feeling by some sudden shock. Her dreams for the future were dispelled. Her hopes were dashed to the ground. Yet the cause of this sickening dread was undefined. She was appalled, yet scarcely knew why. I made her a sign to embrace her sister. She obeyed me almost mechanically. "You too, Ellen, you too forgive me, though in the wide world you and Carissima only can ever pardon. If galling tears, if hours of misery, of unutterable misery, if remorse more poignant than the pangs of a torturing death, if ceaseless prayers and unremitting agony could wipe away that foul stain, my soul would be purified. And it will be, Evelyn, when rationality returns with restored health, and your life proves that your penitence is sincere. But you have not heard all that I can tell you. You cannot know how culpable, how lost I am. But do not judge me until you hear all, and you, Ellen, with what mournful eyes you look upon me. But you do not turn away. You will not spurn me when you know the worst. You will never forsake me. At least I shall have you left in this world. I shall not be quite alone in my wretchedness. To us, you will ever be the same to us." Ellen's voice trembled as she spoke these words, and they were evidently pronounced with much difficulty. "You must be composed, Evelyn," said I. "A relapse might be fatal, and this excessive excitement will produce bad consequences. I have some nourishment prepared for you, and you must speak no more until you have been refreshed." "Ah, you are so kind, but I cannot eat. I need no food, and I cannot rest until I have told you everything, for then perhaps you will loathe me too much to let this dear hand lie in mine as it now does. Well, you may. I loathe myself. I grow frenzied because I could not fly from my own thoughts. Memory tortured me until I would have died to escape those fearful recollections, but I felt that they were branded upon my soul, and I should eternally carry them with me. But hear me now, for I must tell you all." "Not until you are stronger, Evelyn," said I, placing my finger upon her lips. "When you have eaten, then we will listen to you. Nay, not a word. You must yield." And she did yield without a remonstrance. I laid her head again upon the pillow, which Ellen kindly smoothed, and, leaving the sisters together for a few moments, returned to Nancy's room for the jelly. It was quickly prepared, and Ellen supported her sister while I placed the spoon to her lips, replenishing it as often as it was emptied. When she had swallowed a few spoonfuls of the jelly, she shook her head and refused to receive more. "Can you not sleep now?" I inquired. No, not now. Not until my mind is unburthened. Yes, Ellen, raise me up higher, support me. It is so sweet to be supported in your dear arms. How long it is since they have twined about me. And you, Carissima, let me hold your hand. And if you can help it, do not draw it away until I have done. But no, turn your eyes from me. I shall not have the courage to speak if you look at me with such pitying glances." We complied with her request, and she commenced the sad story which I shall now relate to you. That mournful recital is so indelibly pressed upon my memory that I have not forgotten one word, and her musical but touching tone is even now sounding in my ears. "Carissima," she began, "you remember that dreadful day when Laura sent for me at Mr. Fleecer's, and I met you as I was escaping her presence." I bowed my head in token that the day to which she alluded was not forgotten. "In that interview, Laura accused me. How shall I tell you? She said that all the world knew it. She reproached me with... She accused me of..." Evelyn was unable to proceed. Tears of agony choked her utterance. "I overheard that conversation," said I, with assumed calmness. "She accused you of loving Colonel Dameron, did she not?" Evelyn assented by sign. Her agitation was so excessive that it was some moments before she could continue her narration. "And I could not deny," she sobbed out at length, "let me speak truly, that I loved, worshipped, had given up my whole soul to him. Her fatal questions made me for the first time vow to myself that I did love him, beyond any other human being, beyond virtue, honor, the hope of heaven, even better than my child. Lilla, my lost Lilla. I had long, but without ever analyzing my own heart or analyzing my emotions, struggled with this passion. For Colonel Dameron gained an ascendancy over me. The very first moment I beheld him, I felt myself irresistibly attracted towards him, irresistibly bowed before him. It seemed to me as though I were a creature of his will, as though I lost my very identity in his. I earnestly, and in desperation and sickness of heart, warred against this uncomprehended feeling. I closed my ears to his moving voice. I shunned his dangerous presence. But the mysterious power he exerted over me was too mighty. I had not strength to resist. I listened to him again. I found no happiness except in his presence. I seemed to myself like a defenseless child battling with a giant. When I conversed with you, Carissima, Then only was I inspired with superior energy and courage. It appeared as though you flung an armor of purity about me, and for a while I was calmer, happier, for I could withstand the tempter's fearful lures. Lilla was born, and love for her superseded all other affections. I thought I was saved, but I saw him again. My devotion for the child found a sympathizing echo in his breast. Then you left me, and Laura— oh, I cannot say how it was, but when I talked with Laura, my whole nature was changed. I was a slave to passion, and I believed that an unalterable destiny forced us to yield to the strongest dictates of our heart. I was most wretched. I enjoyed none of the comforts at home. I found 1,000 faults in Walter. I reproached myself, my parents, all of you for having permitted me to become his wife. I still adored his child and mine, but sometimes I was even wicked enough to think that I could not have loved it had it not been dear to Hubert, to Colonel Damerow. You returned, and I shrank from your scrutinizing gaze, but I did not yet acknowledge to myself my own guilt. Let me hurry on. I cannot dwell upon the conflicting emotions which warred together in my heart when you conversed with me. I might have listened to your voice, but Laura was ever by my side. The evil genius swayed my spirit and drowned the heaven-breathing tones of the good. Walter mistrusted me and grew cold, and I began at once to fear and brave him, while a growing repugnance to his society rooted itself in my heart. When Laura's note reached me upon that dreadful day, Walter had just accused me of an unwifely demeanour, and though my conscience at the very moment rebuked me, I angrily retorted. I obeyed Laura's summons. You heard her dreadful words. She told me that I was a criminal in the eyes of the world, and, oh heaven, she made me conscious how criminal I must be in the eyes of God. My reproachful heart cried out that she spoke the truth, and I left her with the half-formed determination of committing suicide to escape from the horrors of my situation. You encountered me as I was rushing from the house, but I broke away from your embrace. In the street I did not know which way to turn. I had hardly reason enough left to guide my steps, and then— You returned home, did you not? Inquired I, observing that she was unable to conclude her sentence. Not yet, not yet. Oh, that I had! The first person whom I met was Colonel Damerow. Alas! If we had not met at that dreadful moment, perhaps I might not be what I now am. He joined me. He saw my agitation. He entreated me to tell him the cause. I could not speak. My head swam. I hardly knew where I was, yet I remembered that I clung to his arm. But when he tenderly pressed mine, I started from him, and might have fled. A warning voice whispered me that now was the fatal moment, the moment of imminent peril and of trial, that now, if I conquered, I would henceforth be free from the galling yoke which I was madly fastening about my own neck. He pursued me, and my steps faltered. We were again walking side by side. I cannot tell you, I cannot make you conceive with how much tenderness he soothed and reanimated me. I had grown feeble, and he offered his arm to support me and guide my uncertain steps. I accepted it, and then for the first time he avowed his passion. His words, his dangerous looks, his more dangerous tone. I can give you no adequate idea of them. All power had passed away from me. My very physical faculties were prostrated, and I fainted in his arms. When consciousness returned, I was lying upon a sofa in a small chamber adjoining a confectioner's. My head rested upon Colonel Damerow's bosom. His arms were around me. I could not move. I felt that henceforth I was his. A young woman was standing beside us with a glass of water in her hand. He seized it, placed it to my lips, and then motioned her to withdraw. I trembled in every limb, yet I did not move from the position in which I lay, and I felt rather than saw his eyes upon me. Oh, Carissima, have you ever felt the gaze of one you loved? Is it not an appalling sensation? At last I started up and said, "Let me go home." He did not attempt to detain me, but respectfully rose and said, "You are very weak. Had you not better rest upon this sofa until you regain your strength? I fear that you are unable to walk." He spoke truly. I was too feeble to hold myself erect, and sank powerless into a chair which was standing near. He placed himself beside me. He conversed with me long and earnestly. Can you believe that I was shameless enough to repeat to him my conversation with Laura Hilson? And I can hardly call to mind what happened. It was all so confused, so like a terrible dream. But he conjured me to fly with him from the home which was no longer dear, and in the most glowing and eloquent language pictured to me our future life. "I must return home. Let me go. I must see my child," was all that I could reply. "Not until you promise that you will meet me afterwards at Gramercy Park," he answered. "Do not spurn me. Do not hate me for it." For I was beside myself and knew not what I did. I promised. Almost in silence he conducted me home, but in his looks and the mute pressure of his arm, in which mine was linked, spoke more than words. We parted at our door. "I will wait for you at the park. Will you come?" said he. I could not reply, but the expression of my face contented him. The door opened, and I entered the house. I flew to the nursery. I found Lilla asleep in her cradle. I dismissed the nurse from the room, and kneeling down beside the slumbering innocent, I tried to utter a prayer, but it died away upon my lips. The child had never looked so beautiful, had never been so inexpressibly dear to me, yet a mysterious power which had gained dominion over every act and thought forced me, in spite of myself, to resign her. I lifted the sweet babe in my arms, and almost blistered her delicate face with my burning kisses. I was quite certain that those kisses were the last I should ever press upon her living brow. She woke, and I lulled her to sleep again and replaced her in the cradle. When I rose up, you were standing beside me, Ellen. In the most afflicting anguish of mine, I wandered about the room without regarding you. One of Lilla's slippers was lying upon the bureau. I snatched it up. "Oh, what have you done with it? Where is it now?" As she spoke, she looked anxiously about her for the slipper. It was lying upon the bed-quilt. She clasped it in her hands and continued. "I took the slipper. It was most precious to me, for it was something of Lilla, and I could bear it away with me. I have worn it in my bosom ever since, worn it upon that breast which was so unworthy to cradle the angel God had given me. I then passed into your room, Ellen. I would fain have stolen away some remembrancer of you, but you followed me, and the book that I had seized was returned to its place again. I left yours, and I entered my own chamber. You still accompanied me, and, do you remember? No, you have not forgotten our embrace. That dear embrace almost shook my purpose, but I had taken first fatal steps in the descent from virtue, and could not pause in my impetuous course. You left me at my own request, and once alone, I became reckless again. I waited until I thought that you were busied in writing, and then stole from my chamber and from the house, that once happy dwelling, which was to be my home no more." Evelyn paused. and gazed with sorrowful eyes around the wretched room in which she was now lying, and a tear glistened upon her wasted cheek, but her calmness surprised me. Ellen and I had listened with breathless attention to her recital, and it was a relief to us that here, at the most dreadful portion, her silence gave us an opportunity of recovering ourselves. For some time Evelyn seemed lost in thought, but the light pressure of my hand disturbed her. Yes, I will hurry on. Have patience, for it is very horrible. What was I telling you? Where was I? Now I remember. I stole from the house. I took nothing with me, no clothing, no jewels, nothing. They were Walter's wife's, and I had forfeited that name, guided by some invisible hand, for I think I had never been there before. I hurried to the park. Colonel Damerow was waiting me, and a carriage stood near. I stopped when I saw him. My limbs refused to bear me on. With a joyful countenance he approached me. I did not even notice him by a look. I could not. I was wholly powerless. In the most tender language he accosted me. I still continued speechless and motionless. There was nobody near. He lifted me, unresisting, in his arms, and carried me to the carriage. When I recovered the use of my faculties, I found myself driven along at a rapid rate. His arm encircled my waist, and my head reposed upon his shoulder. You shudder, Ellen. So did I. So do I now, but too late, too late. I was born to the most magnificent abode. I was surrounded by a species of luxuriously tasteful elegance, such as the imagination might picture when we rise from the perusal of the Arabian Nights. My apartments resembled the halls of an enchanted palace, and the presiding genius of every hour essayed to charm my eyes and ears with some new wonder. But Lilla's small slipper still lay upon my breast, and seemed, in spite of these entrancing sounds and sights, to cut like a sharp instrument into my very heart. All my wants were supplied as if by magic. Though I had not brought a change of garment with me, on the second day after my departure from home, I found myself the mistress of the most tasteful, complete, and elegant wardrobe imaginable. How it had been provided so speedily, I could not divine. Colonel Damerow often absented himself for hours, but during my solitude my ears were constantly enraptured by delightful strains of music, which proceeded from invisible minstrels. Portfolios of the choicest engravings were spread before me, and books, romances of the most pernicious character, were always at hand. I abandoned myself to the wildest excitement, for thus only could I banish thought. But happy, no, not for one fleeting moment was I happy. Even in the midst of my mad enjoyment, I realized that that word could never more be applied to me. The melodious strains jarred harshly upon my ears, for my heart was out of tune. My eyes were too often dimmed with tears, which never flowed, to delight in the most beautiful works of art. I could not read. The page before me was ever darkened with the relation of my own frightful history. Even Colonel Damerow's fascinations, when most powerfully exerted, most torturingly increased my internal anguish. I could not fix my eyes upon his countenance without a pang. I could not hear his seductive voice without shuddering. My smothered sighs alone replied to his words of endearment. And when he one evening attired himself in his pirate costume and threw himself at my feet, I lost the recollection of my guilt and my agony in insensibility. Yet I loved him. I had never loved before. But no, you, Miss Catherine, would not desecrate the name by calling a passion so unholy love. At the end of a fortnight, I had one night of fearful dream. I shall never forget it. I thought that I beheld Walter sitting beside Lilla's coffin. He was woefully changed. and the unutterable wretchedness delineated upon his countenance sent a chill of horror to my soul. While I gazed, a rebuking voice, which sounded like yours, Catherine, whispered in my ear, "Behold thy work." I awoke, but the vision haunted me, and I dared not close my eyes to sleep again. End of Chapter 12, Part 1. Volume 2, Chapter 12, Part 2 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 12, Part 2. That morning, for the first time in my life, I reflected over my whole past existence, my follies, vices, and, yes, there were crimes too. They all stared at me, like so many frightful spectres, in the face. When I thought of Colonel Damerow, I remembered, or rather for the first time realized, the insidious arts by which, from the days of our acquaintance, he had assailed my honor. My eyes were opened. The more deeply I thought upon his character, the more I loathed and despised it, until I started up, exclaiming, "How could I have ever loved him? Sensual, selfish, cold-blooded, sacrificing the honor of one he loves, her temporal and eternal happiness, for his own transient gratification. Oh, how could I have ever loved him?" From that moment my passion was turned to scorn and indignation, not to hatred, for I despised him too thoroughly to hate. I dreaded his return. Never, never more could I endure to meet the grasp of his perfidious hand. But what was to become of me? Oh, if I could have only once more found myself at home! How much better a wife, how much worthier a mother I could have been! But that was impossible. My feet must never cross that threshold more. I had forfeited forever the sacred titles of wife and mother. I wonder that I retained my reason, because I became certain of these terrible but unalterable truths. Alas, I was not so happy as to grow mad. Upon one step I instantly resolved, and that was to forsake Colonel Damerow and abandon my present sinful course of life. But whither should I fly? How should I support myself? These questions I could not answer, but my determination remained unshaken. I summoned the maid, who daily attended upon me. She was a young, pale-looking girl, and her face plainly betokened that she had known sorrow. I thought that she would sympathize with my grief, and I was not mistaken. I gave her a slight sketch of my history, at which she showed no surprise, and entreated her to bestow upon me a suit of her own clothes, that I might pass through the streets unknown. "I cannot purchase them from you," said I, "for I am destitute of means." As I spoke, my eyes fell upon the jeweled rings glittering upon my hand. I always wore those rings, and when I left home I did not remember that they were upon my fingers. I drew off a costly diamond ring and begged her to accept it. She quietly refused, and answered that she would supply me with clothes without recompense. I hastily attired myself in a suit of her coarse garments, and that I might be more perfectly disguised, cut my hair close to my head, and wore one of her caps. "All of your beautiful hair! You cut it off yourself!" exclaimed Ellen involuntarily. "Why not, dear Ellen? I hated the very sight of it. It had too often been admired for my own peace. So much did I dread Colonel Damerow's return, that as soon as I was dressed, I ran from the house almost without thanking my kind assistant. Once in the street, I could not forbear directing my steps to Union Park. I was soon within a few paces of my former home, but think of my grief, my horror, and despair when I beheld Dr. R.'s gig standing in front of the house. I was certain that it was Lilla, whom he came to attend, and as certain that I should never more behold the babe I had so cruelly forsaken, never while its living lips could return the pressure of mine. I was fearful of being recognized. I dared not linger on the spot where centered all my hopes, if such a lost creature as I am could entertain hopes. I turned away and entered the first jeweler's shop I could find. Unless I sold the rings upon my fingers, I could not obtain shelter or subsistence. I drew off ring after ring, and holding them towards the man, asked in a faltering tone at what price he would purchase them. The jeweler examined the rings, looked at me suspiciously, and demanded where I had procured them. I could not reply. He repeated the question, and at the same time laying them upon the counter. I seized them up and darted from the shop. I dared not make another attempt to sell the jewels, yet it was absolutely necessary that I should dispose of them. I had heard Richard speak of pawnbrokers' shops, and I knew that their sign was generally 3 golden balls. I was in the Bowery, and walked straight on, looked about me at every step. At last I beheld the wished-for sign, and, with my veil closely gathered over my face, entered a small, dark shop. A Jewish-featured old man was standing behind the counter. I showed him the rings, but my words must have been inarticulate. "How much do you want to raise?" he inquired. "Whatever you will give," was my whispered answer. "Well, I should think $50 was a pretty fair loan upon them," he replied. I knew that the diamond guard alone had cost twice that sum, but I had not the strength to argue with the man. I nodded my head in token that I was satisfied, and he desired me to write my name in a book which was lying open on his desk. I took the pen, uncertain what name to give, and after deliberation wrote, I do not remember what. He placed the money and a certificate in my hand, and I was again in the street in search of lodgings. I wandered on until my limbs were tired, but I had not settled in my mind upon any mode of procuring the shelter so much needed. It had commenced to rain, and I was perfectly unprotected, but I needed nothing external. Hardly knowing why, I turned down Spring Street, and before I had proceeded many steps the word boarding, engraved in large letters upon a brass door-plate, attracted my attention. I mounted the steps, and with trembling hands pulled the bell. The ring was answered by the mistress of the house herself. I explained to her my wishes, but she looked at me in askance, and rudely said that they took none but respectable persons, and that she did not know whether or not she had accommodations for me. I was too miserable, too ill, to feel offended at her remark. I do not know what questions I answered, but after asking a number of questions she introduced me into a room which was to be my chamber. If you could have seen it, Ellen, if you could have seen the dark, uncleanly, miserable hole partitioned off from a close garret into which she ushered me, what a contrast to the splendid abode from which I had fled! Yet so humbled had I become through the consciousness of my crime, that I felt as if even this mean refuge was a better one than the guilty outcast deserved. My life in this new dwelling was indeed a wretched one, yet I had not courage to seek other lodgings. I was content to wait entirely upon myself, to take care of my own room, to supply my own wants, but besides this I was forced to join the family, a coarse, vulgar set of persons at table. I begged to be excused from the latter penalty, for I was ill in mind and body. The few mouthfuls that passed my lips I longed to swallow in solitude. But the mistress of the house would not consent to my wishes. She had no servants, she said, to wait upon folks who gave themselves airs, and I might do as others did or go without eating. I yielded, but often partook of only 1 meal a day. "Did you not suffer from want of clothes?" inquired Ellen. Fortunately, I discovered that one of the rooms in the 2nd story was rented out to a third-rate dressmaker. I took courage to pay a visit to this woman, and gave her money to buy me a couple of black dresses, for I felt as though I ought to wear none of brighter hue. She did so, and afterwards made them for me, badly enough to be sure, but that mattered little. Through the kindness of this humble and hard-working woman, I procured other clothes of which I was much in need. I dared not venture into the street during the day for fear of meeting some of my former friends. Colonel Damerow, above all others, I dreaded to encounter, for I could not rely upon my own self-possession in preserving my disguise. When it was dark, I stole from the house, but always to wander in the same direction. There was but one spot which my thoughts haunted by day, and where I lingered sometimes for hours together. It was by your door. I watched the lights which shone from different windows half the night. I longed to hear the sound of some of your voices. I thought that I should be almost happy again if I but once heard Lilla shout, as she so often did, when I sprang about with her in my arms. But the doctor's gig was always at the door, and long and eagerly as I listened, I never caught the sound of a familiar tone. "Were you not afraid to wander about alone at night?" asked Ellen, in tones of sorrowful surprise. I was dead to all such fear. There was for me but only one pleasure left in the world, and that was indeed a melancholy one. It was to sit upon the doorstep of the house in which I had once ruled as mistress, and to listen to the lightest sounds which issued from within. I was often insulted, and sometimes even accosted by the watchman, but I heeded not this. I was near those most dear, although they knew it not, and I would suffer any indignity rather than be deprived of that sole remaining joy. One night the desire to behold my forsaken child grew so strong upon me that I could no longer restrain myself. I knew that she slept with mother in the basement chamber, and after crouching a long time by the windows to catch even the sound of her breath, I seized hold of the shutters to tear them open. The noise I made brought me to myself and startled those within the chamber, for soon after somebody opened the door leading to the street, and I was obliged to escape. Lilla died. There was none to tell me that her pure spirit had departed, yet I knew that she was dead. For once I ventured forth in the daytime. I sought my usual haunt. The street door was open, and many of the neighbors were issuing from the mansion of sorrow. Some of them wept, but my eyes were dry. The relief of tears was denied me. Despair gave me courage, and I once more passed through that long entry and entered that well-known room. I could not tell who was present. I saw nothing but Lilla in her coffin. Evelyn paused again and pressed her hand on her brow. "At another time. Tell us the rest some other time," said Ellen with emotion. "No, hear me now. I must make the effort. I have but little more to say. A long period after that most dreadful day was a blank to me. I believe that I was seized with some violent fever, and the good dressmaker took care of me, but I have no distinct recollection of what passed. When I recovered, I was again forced to join the family at table. There was one part of my history to which I cannot bear to even allude. The person who sat next to me at meals was a young man, probably of dissolute habits, and— do not make me tell you. You cannot imagine what I would say." "He paid his addresses to you?" asked I, not because I thought that I had divined rightly, but because I shrank from making any other suggestion. "Worse, much worse. I was forced to leave the house, from fear of being traced by this infamous man. I made my escape in such haste that I could only gather up a small bundle of clothes to carry with me. I had grown so feeble that I could not have walked with a tolerably large one. For a couple of hours or more I walked about the streets, not knowing whither to seek shelter. Suddenly I thought of Netta's mother. I knew in what street she lived, and I remembered her number. With her, at least, I should find protection. She had never seen me, and if I could only bribe Netta to secrecy, my retreat might remain undiscovered. But even after I was in with sight of Nancy's shop, the fear of meeting Ellen or you, Miss Catherine, or of Netta's betraying me, for a long time deterred me from entering. At last, wearied to death, and almost unable to support myself, I staggered into the shop. If Nancy herself had not caught me by the arm, I should have fallen. Yet I retained sufficient possession of my senses to look anxiously around for Netta. It was a relief to discover that she was not present. In a very confused manner, I told Nancy what I wanted, and begged that she would hire me a room, offering to pay her a higher price than she usually demanded, if she would supply my wants herself and not permit any other person to come near me. She consented, and to my great joy accidentally informed me that Netta was living with you. This was the first thrill of pleasure I had felt. Oh, for how long? And you, Ellen, your charity had provided this home for me. I was taken ill, I feared, yet longed to die. My sins had been too great to be expiated even by the horrible sufferings which I had undergone. I do not know how long I had laid in this miserable little chamber, for I never left my bed, and days and nights passed on without my noticing them. One day I heard your voices in the adjoining room. Those love sounds seemed to restore me at once to health and strength. I started up in the bed. My first impulse was to fly to you. The next moment I remembered my degradation. I could never more be claimed as wife, daughter, sister, friend. I fell back in an agony of grief and remorse. For the first time since my sweet Lilla's death, I wept. Nancy entered the room, and begged that I would see you. More terrified than ever, I obstinately refused. Then I heard Ellen's dear voice. She was persisting in seeing me. I tremblingly hid myself beneath the bedclothes, and you entered my chamber. You know all that happened, know all, but my feelings, and those no language could paint. I passed a most wretched night after you left me. To remain here was impossible. The risk of your return was too great. I must again wander forth, a homeless outcast. I rose before daybreak, sustained by my earnest desire to escape. I dressed myself, and once more made a bundle of the clothes I could find. I examined my purse. Nancy had been regularly paid. I had but 6 shillings left. I put those upon the washstand. They were her due, and I had parted with my last cent. I cautiously opened my chamber door. Nobody was to be seen. With noiseless steps, I passed through the shop. Fortunately, the street door was unbarred, for I should not have had the strength to draw the bolt. Billy had probably passed out before me. In another moment I was in the street again. The morning air revived, yet chilled me. My thin shawl was but a slight protection against the winter wind. I walked but a few blocks, when my strength began to fail. I found myself standing beside the steps of a market. Near the entrance sat an old woman selling vegetables. Several bushel baskets of potatoes stood in a half-circle on one side of her. I tottered towards the woman, for her countenance was not repulsive. "I am wearied to death. Will you let me rest here?" was all I could say. She made some answer which I could not hear, but I took for assent, and sank down upon a low footstool that stood amongst the baskets. They screened me from the gaze of the passers-by, and the good woman filled a mug with water and handed it to me. I could not take it, for my hands were too tremulous, but leaning forward, I drank and was refreshed. She looked at me, and, shaking her head, muttered something to which I did not listen. I must have remained some hours in the same position, yet not wholly unconscious, for I remember that the filth and offensive odors in the market sickened me, and the noise almost crazed my head. In walking I had dropped my bundle, and I now for the first time missed it. All at once I remembered that I had not a farthing in the world, and that the worn and ragged garments which then enveloped my half-frozen limbs were the only ones I possessed. Suddenly a strange vision rose before me. I seemed to be looking in a mirror, and saw myself arrayed in my bridal robes, with the jewels sparkling in my hair and on my arms and bosoms, and the costly veil floating about my richly clad limbs. Was it not strange that on that very marriage day I had beheld myself as I was now, clothed in rags and misery, and want depicted on my faded and altered face? Ah, why had I not thought of that warning vision before, and shunned the acts which could make it real? The old woman took hold of my arm, and looking up, I saw several other women crowded around me, and curiously peering into my face. They addressed me in rude tones, one after another, but I made no answer to their questions. I only said, "I am rested. I will go home now." Home. I had no home. I had brought disgrace and misery to the home which I might have gladdened. I should never more have a home, save that which the coffin offers even to the most abject. The woman seemed half inclined to detain me, but I rose up and hurried away. As I left the market, I heard one of them exclaim, "Poor thing! I hope she hasn't brought it on herself." But I shouldn't wonder if she didn't deserve much pity from honest folks. Even these low market women despised me. Humble and mean as was their lot, they possessed the one inestimable jewel which placed them above me in the eyes of God, as of man. Which way I turned, how far I tottered on, or how I came here, I cannot say. I recollect that soon after I left the market, I saw somebody who resembled Nancy coming towards me. I remember nothing more. When consciousness returned again, you, beloved Ellen, and you, dear Miss Catherine, were watching by my side. But you did not then know my guilt. Perhaps you will never sit here again. But my heart is lighter now that I have told you all. Alas, Evelyn did not remember that she had transferred the weight of her own heart to ours. "You do not speak, Ellen. Dear Miss Catherine," she continued. "You do not say that you will not cast me off. I do not deserve your pardon. I never again can possess your esteem. You must despise me, but not more than I do myself. I cannot be more guilty and more degraded in your eyes than I am in my own." I looked at Ellen. I longed to hear her speak and console this true and suffering penitent, but the quivering lips of the unhappy girl could frame no words. "Evelyn," said I, "you are as dear to me, and I think to Ellen also, as you ever were. You have sinned and suffered. When we ourselves are without sin, then we will be worthy to judge you. That cannot be, and we leave it to God, who sees all hearts, to decide whether your penitence be real." Evelyn turned her large blue eyes full upon my face, and the look she gave me will ever be garnered up among the most precious things in my memory. "And you, sister, will you love me still?" asked Evelyn. "I never can help loving you," was Ellen's tender, but not calmly uttered reply. Evelyn was evidently much exhausted, and I insisted that she should compose herself to sleep. She consented, but unwillingly. Ellen and I sat by the bed, perfectly quiet, until Evelyn's deep but regular breathing proclaimed that she slept. I was the first to speak. "She will recover," said I. No glow of pleasure flushed Ellen's cheek. "Yes," she answered, but I finished her sentence. "But she cannot be to us what she has been. Is that what you would say, Ellen? And you speak truly, for she can be much more, and we can be far more to her. It will be our part to console, to advise her, to make her penitence real and lasting, and to point out the mode by which she may render it expiatory. We may be her only friends, Ellen, for society will have placed its ban upon her. Those who have sinned in secret, yet retained their proud station in the world, will be the first, with unabashed fronts, to fling the stone at our misguided Evelyn. But we must sustain her. We must not leave her friendless. Oh, Miss Catherine, there is nothing under the face of heaven which I love so dearly as Evelyn. Yet I cannot conceive, I cannot excuse to myself her infatuation and her error. Was there ever a tale so horrible as the one she has just related to us? And how could she have left her child? How could she have forsaken us? Was it possible that she could forget our terror and grief at her strange disappearance? All thoughts were engrossed in one, dear Ellen, but do not think that I intend to palliate her fault. I only repeat that it is not for us to judge her. Ellen said no more at that moment. After a pause of some duration, she asked, "Must we tell Walter, and father, and mother? Must they not know that Evelyn has been found?" "I hardly know what to reply, Ellen, but I think that for present we should keep our secret. Her imminent peril has passed, but Evelyn has by no means recovered. When she is once more restored to health, it will be time enough to decide." "And Amy, poor Amy, she certainly must be told." "You are right, Ellen. It will be a dreadful blow to her, yet she must know the truth." "And will you tell her? I could not bear to see her misery." "Perhaps you are right. If you remembered that she would be spared from greater misery, I dread the interview, but—" The entrance of Dr. Wesley prevented my concluding the sentence. We informed him that his patient had awakened, as he predicted, in her senses, and that she had conversed with us for a couple of hours. "That was wrong, very wrong, and most hazardous," replied he. "She must be permitted to speak as little as possible. Her recovery depends upon her perfect quietude, and she must be kept free from all excitement." He gently pressed his finger upon her pulse, and said in a whisper, "The fever has returned, but in no great violence. If she has a relapse, we can entertain but little hope for her life." These words seemed to arouse alarm in Ellen. All her former love and anxiety for her sister were reawakened. She seized the doctor's arms and said in an agitated tone, "Tell us what to do. We will implicitly follow your orders, doctor. Only save her. She must not die. Save her, if it is possible." Dr. Wesley looked at Ellen in surprise, and the expression of his face seemed to ask, "How is it that she is so dear to you?" But he only answered, "I will do my utmost. At present more depends upon herself, and on her nurses, than upon me. She must be kept calm, and perfect quiet preserved about her. These are my only directions. If they are followed, nature will probably do the rest, for my patient is evidently very young, and her constitution not seriously impaired." The doctor left us, and after his departure we did not even dare to converse in whispers for fear of breaking Evelyn's rest. At last she turned, and in a few moments more slowly opened her eyes. Her first words were, "Is it true, then? You have pardoned me? Oh, if only I could see mother!" I would not permit her to say any more. The doctor's orders were communicated, and Ellen joined me in entreating that she should obey them. Evelyn was now too debilitated to remonstrate, and she laid back upon the pillow and again closed her eyes, but not to sleep, for every few moments she opened them, and they were fixed with a loving expression upon our faces. Thus passed the greater portion of the day. Towards dark, Ellen, at my urgent entreaty, returned home. When Evelyn found that I was alone with her, she made a second effort to speak, but I charged her, if she loved us, to remain silent. She again partook of nourishment that I had prepared, and to satisfy her, I was also obliged to eat. When the evening was half spent, she said, "You must not sit up by me. I cannot sleep unless you are resting. Indeed, I cannot. Pray, go to bed." To argue with her would have been useless. I begged Nancy to prepare a cot and place it by the side of Evelyn's. Nancy did so, and Evelyn's face wore a happy smile as I laid down near her. In the morning, Ellen came, provided with her work, and carrying a book in her hand. She proposed reading aloud to her sister, but this I would not permit for fear of agitating Evelyn, or rendering her mind too active. When I arrived at home, Mrs. Willard had just finished breakfast. I remembered Evelyn's request to see her mother, but felt a repugnance to mention the subject at that moment. I have a duty towards Amy, too, to perform, but not today. I must rest, that I may gain strength. End of Chapter 12, Part 2. Volume 2, Chapter 13 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 13. Beauty hath no lustre, save when it gleameth through the crystal web that purity's fine fingers weave for it. Maturin. From the Same to the Same, March 15th. My last letter was dated on Saturday. That evening Ellen remained with her sister. Mr. Willard was lying asleep upon the sofa, and I found myself sitting by the fire alone with Mrs. Willard. I had been teaching her a new stitch in knitting, and she had grown gay in recounting to me some of her favorite stories. She was decidedly in a softer mood than usual. Her tone and manner regained something of the suavity of her former days. We talked for a while upon indifferent subjects, and then, thoughtful of Evelyn's request, I seized upon the auspicious moment to say, "We never speak of poor Evelyn now. Could you ever satisfy yourself what had become of her?" "No," answered Mrs. Willard with a sigh. "I have sometimes made myself sick with imagining, but I never could arrive at any probable conclusion." Encouraged by the affection expressed in these words, I ventured to continue, "If some trace of her could be discovered, and if we could have reason to believe that owing to her youth, her inexperience, and the impetuous ardor of her character, she had been misguided, that she had been lured into the commission of—" Mrs. Willard's eyes kindled, and she fixed them searchingly upon my countenance, exclaiming, "What do you mean? What then?" "Had any such misfortune occurred," continued I, somewhat disconcerted by the scrutinizing look, "you would never refuse to see her again?" "Never," ejaculated Mrs. Willard, her eyes sparkling with indignation. "I would never behold her face, and never pardon her, though she were dying of want. If she had made the false step to which you allude, our present poverty, our present unhappiness, and most deplorable situation would be owing to her. She would have robbed us of all the comforts of life, and sacrificed our position in society, our pleasures, to feed her own disgraceful passion. No, I would never pardon her." "Not if she were penitent, ill, and humbled to the dust by affliction and the sense of shame?" Would all her humbling put bread in our mouths? I repeat, I would never pardon her. But what do you mean by this singular conversation? Have you really found any clue to Evelyn's disappearance? Yet do not tell me if you have. I would rather believe that she was dead than to know that she lived and had disgraced herself and her family. If she has forgotten what was due us and to her own position in the world, let her suffer as she deserves. She has brought all her troubles upon herself. I discard her forever. It was useless to continue the conversation. Mrs. Willard's tone convinced me that her determination was unalterable, and I changed the subject. On Sunday morning I omitted to attend divine service, that I might spend the day beneath Nancy's humble roof with the two sisters. Evelyn's first question on beholding me was, "Shall I see my mother today? Oh, say yes." "You are not yet strong enough to undergo any excitement, dear Evelyn. Remember the doctor's orders. You must be submissive." "So I will be. Pardon me. But let me see her as soon as you think I am able to bear the interview. But tell her—" I was forced to interrupt her. "At another time, Evelyn, you shall give me your message. You must not exert yourself to speak now. Ellen and I will talk to you without your replying, and, if you please, Ellen will read to you 1 or 2 chapters from the holy book I have just placed in her hands." Evelyn smiled her assent, and Ellen read Christ's Sermon on the Mount in a tone so full of pathos that the tears sprang to her sister's eyes. I observed them, and signed to Ellen that she had better close the book. To change the current of Evelyn's thoughts before it became too agitating, I described to her our little school, our pupils, our mode of instruction, and the wonderful resolutions that we intended to effect. She listened with great interest, particularly when Ellen joined in the conversation. In this manner the morning glided away, varied only by short intervals of silence, during which Evelyn seemed to slumber. And Ellen and I sat, as we so often within the last fortnight had sat before, contemplating the lovely features before us, and watching the varied expressions that even in sleep by turns animated or distorted them. Lovely they were still, although beauty had lost its lustre, for purity had been blighted by the mildew of sin. A woman's virtue has been compared to the hair of Samson. In it lies her strength. Surround her with what fascinations you will, they are weak when this unparalleled charm is gone. So thought I, as I gazed on Evelyn's fair countenance, my spirit saddened by the thought that the future for her could yield little else but pain, and her own hands have sowed the seed from which she must reap these tares. It was my turn to pass the night with Evelyn, but her sister insisted that I should transfer the charge to her, so she could sleep where she was, and she preferred the narrow cot by Evelyn's side to her own comfortable little bed at home. On Monday morning I dispatched a note to Amy, requesting that she would call upon me at 4 o'clock that afternoon, as I particularly desired to converse with her. She sent me the following answer, which you may believe did not assist in lightening my spirits. "Dear Miss Catherine, I would gladly come to you if I could, but I have been engaged all day with a couple of mantua makers who are puzzling their brains to devise something new for my bridal trousseau. You do not seem to allude to any very urgent business in your note, and, if that will do as well, I will call upon you with Hubert this evening. It would do your heart good to see Mother bustling about and calculating how many pounds of wedding cake will be necessary. She is determined to make it herself according to the good old-fashioned custom. Send me the word by bearer whether my presence will be of any importance before evening. If it will, I must e'en leave needle, thread, and mantua makers in the bargain behind me and hasten to you. Yours, with much love, Amy." The answer which I sent briefly stated that the intelligence I was forced to communicate was of considerable consequence, and that I would myself call upon Amy at 4 o'clock that afternoon. When 4 o'clock came, I kept the appointment. Amy expected me, and ran to the door herself to give me instant admission. "Come look at my bridal presents. They are pouring in already," she began, leading me upstairs as she spoke. "I am so glad that you came yourself instead of waiting for me, for I have so many curiosities to show you. Hubert has the most perfect taste in bijouterie. My boudoir is almost lumbered up with his gifts." "I would rather see them at any other time, if you please, Amy." "Certainly, but how serious you look. Has anything unpleasant occurred at home?" "Come into your chamber, and I will tell you." "No, the mantua makers are there. Let us go into Papa's study. He is out, and we shall not be interrupted." We entered the study. I seated myself, and Amy took my place by her side. "Now tell me, it cannot be anything very terrible, although you do look a little uneasy," said Amy, smiling in my face. Her joyous heart would not even admit a painful anticipation. "My looks belie my heart, Amy, if they are not sad, and I mourn not for myself only, but for you." "For me, dear Miss Catherine? What affliction could menace me, except indeed through those I love, and their misfortunes are truly mine." "Have you forgotten Evelyn?" "Evelyn? Our cherished Evelyn? That I have not. I seldom cease to think of her." "She is not dead. She is found. Ellen and I have seen her." Amy sprang from her seat and clasped her hands, and danced about me for very delight. I had never before beheld her so excited with joy. Her happiness had always been of a still and thoughtful nature. This ebullition of mirth seemed in her almost unnatural. Perhaps it was because it jarred upon my feelings, but I involuntarily turned away. The instant she caught my eye, she sat down again, and her mirthfulness was suddenly checked. Where had she been? What had happened to her? Why do you torment me by not telling me at once, dear Miss Catherine? Because, sweet Amy, I would let ill tidings tell themselves when they are felt. And my tidings are ill. Evelyn, she was so young, so unthinking. Her principles were not fixed, nor her character formed. She has been led astray." "Good heavens! Speak plainly. I cannot believe that you mean she is less pure than when we last beheld her." "It is too true, Amy." "Evelyn! Unfortunate Evelyn! So innocent and so beautiful! Has she indeed fallen? That is truly terrible news. But it was only a momentary hallucination. I know her fair soul too well to think that she could ever be really depraved. She is penitent, is she not?" "Most penitent, and so humbled that she feels unworthy of all kindness or pardon." "Where is she? Can you not take me to her?" I could not help exclaiming in admiration of the generosity of a truly pure mind. Noble-hearted Amy, and you would still look upon her as your friend?" "Surely I would, and will. She may have need of friends now. However great her fault may have been, it is not for me to condemn her." "This is very sorrowful intelligence, Amy, but there is some untold, even more afflicting to you. Summon all your strength. Try to believe that there is balm for the deepest wound. Are you prepared to hear something very dreadful?" Quite prepared. Pray go on." "Evelyn's seducer." Amy turned deadly pale, and appeared to be stifling. I could not go on, but she gasped out, Who? "Colonel Damoreau." A shriek, like that which you might imagine the shipwrecked voyager gives as the waves close over him, burst from Amy's lips. The next moment a stony calmness overspread her features. She sat rigidly still, and, looking in my face as though she would say, "Strike on. You have broken my heart. You cannot do more." I suffered almost as much as she did, although in a different manner. Finding that she did not speak, or alter her position, or give any other signs of life than those which the strange, despairing gaze bestowed, I gently took her hand. She withdrew it and murmured, "I would be alone." I was forced to yield to her wishes, and, rising, left the room and the house. The next day Amy came to me. The calmness of that resignation which succeeds a fierce struggle was stamped upon her features. Her demeanour was not less gentle than usual, but cold, as though her heart had been chilled. She made no allusion to her own feelings or disappointments, and the name of Colonel Damereau never escaped her lips, but she requested me to permit her to see Evelyn. I was not at leisure, and would gladly have postponed the visit, but all other considerations gave way at Amy's request. I accompanied her to Nancy's, and after preparing Evelyn for the interview, the friend of her childhood was once again clasped to her arms. I left them together, but dared not remain absent long, lest Evelyn be injured by this undue excitement. When I returned to the chamber, I found that my presence was needed, for Evelyn had lost all control over herself, and was weeping upon Amy's bosom, and wildly reproaching herself for the sorrow she had brought on others. I drew Amy away, and left Evelyn under her sister's care. Amy returned home with me. On the way she never once mentioned herself nor her unworthy lover. Her conversation turned solely upon Evelyn. End of Chapter 13. Volume 2, Chapter 14 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 14. The past lives o'er again in its effects, and to the guilty spirit the ever-frowning present is its image. Coleridge. From Evelyn Merritt to Catherine Bolton. March 19th. Dearest Miss Catherine, Dr. Wesley has permitted me to write you. I sit propped up by pillows, scratching with a pencil, and the books on which I write supported on my knees. Ellen looks at me and sighs. Well, she may. I have need of her sighs, her tears, her prayers, and yours also. My mind is in a state of the most afflicting confusion. I cannot collect my thoughts, neither can I give them expression as I would. I turn to you who have been my truest friend, for consolation. Your calming voice can breathe peace in my soul. But how shall I present to your eyes the tumultuous workings of that oppressed and troubled spirit? Within the last few days, since I have been stretched upon this bed of pain, oh, how deeply I have thought! How torturing have been my reflections! A consciousness of the enormity of my crime weighs me down, until I seem inwardly suffocating from the remorse and horror. The denouncing voice of an angry God sounds like a peal of thunder in my terrified ears. The horrors of the world after death, the world of retribution, are perpetually before my eyes. I see the husband I have deceived and dishonored, the parents to whom I have given so much sorrow, even the child I have forsaken, rise up to accuse me, and I shrink appalled from the sentence breathed by a justly offended Creator. I writhe in indescribable agony, yet I dare not die. Die! How shall I escape from death? All men must die, and I may perhaps be summoned away this very night. Death pursues me, stares me in the face and stretches out its skeleton arms to grasp me. That there is another world, a world for punishment and reward, I know. Something within me tells me there is, but here my knowledge ends. I have been taught to look upon religion as a gloomy subject, and now its boasted consolations are denied me. I have heard persons speak of saving mercy, of a change of heart, of a purified soul, and I fervently pray that my soul may be purified and my heart changed. Tell me if I may hope that my prayers will be heard. I pray for heaven, too, though my sin has forfeited heaven. Tell me, is it possible that I may ever be received into its joys? Is there efficacy in the prayer of one so lost as I? Will the wrath of God be appeased by endless supplications? Oh, Miss Catherine, solve for me these horrible doubts. You cannot come to me, so Ellen has said, for your little pupils claim your attention, but you can write, and your words are always comforting. I have need of them. Write. My hand is too feeble to add more, although I have always said so little. Oh, villain, villain! How could I have loved him? Yet I reproach him not. I reproach none but myself. It is this very remorse that is consuming my life. Write to me if you still have any pity for your wretched Evelyn. End of chapter 14. Volume 2, Chapter 15 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 15. Devotion's links compose a sacred chain of holy brightness and unmeasured length. The world with selfish rust and reckless stain may mar its beauty, but not touch its strength. Eliza Cook. From Catherine Bolton to Evelyn Merritt. March 19th. I will write to you, my beloved and suffering Evelyn, and I trust that my words may impart that peace to your mind for which you have so vainly sought. Endeavor with calmness to read what I shall write, or the errors which are clouding your mental vision and disturbing your spirit cannot be dispelled. You speak of the denouncing voice of an angry God, but Evelyn, can a being supremely pure and perfect be moved by an evil passion? Can God, the infinite and perfect, bear anger towards the feeble, blind, and finite creatures of his hand? God views those who err with the tenderest compassion, such as is consistent with his incomprehensibly holy nature. He would win them back to himself. He would bless and comfort them. But he cannot know anger. The literal meaning of the sacred scriptures may seem to authorize the belief that God is angry, is revengeful, is offended, but the Spirit shining through the cloud of the letter proclaims that such cannot be the case. To the eyes of sensual and unspiritualized persons, God seems to be angry when they have disobeyed his laws, for the punishments that they necessarily entail upon themselves appear to them as the visitations of his wrath. But God has himself declared that he is a God of love. Think of him as such, and you will realize how great is his mercy. You tell me that you pray for heaven, and ask if it is possible for you to be received in that home of the blessed. Heaven would not be heaven to you unless you were fitted to enter into its joys. It would be a place of torment unless your life and the quality of your affections had rendered it a congenial abode. Heaven is only heaven to the pure. But if you ask if you can fit yourself for heaven, I reply most truly, you can. And you will make earth a type of heaven by that earnest endeavor. You bid me say whether or not the wrath of God can be appeased by endless supplications, and whether there is efficacy in prayer. God needs not the adoration of such as we. It cannot increase his might, nor add to his glory. If the worship of our hearts is grateful to him, it is because by that worship we elevate our spirits into the light of heaven, and open them to the reception of a heavenly influx. It is because we benefit ourselves, and therefore sincere prayer, the prayer of the Spirit, is efficacious. Yet God cannot grant unless we are in a state to receive that for which we pray, for he cannot violate the laws of order. God, who is divine love itself and desires the happiness of all of his creatures, did not create the universe for his own sake, but for the sake of those with whom he will dwell in heaven, and that he might impart the beatitudes and felicities of heaven to us. We were all born for heaven. Many turn away from the promised land offered to all alike, but God closes not the gates of paradise upon them. The evil cannot enter in, because paradise is not paradise to such as they. You speak of a change of heart, but I hardly think that you comprehend the nature of that change which is necessary, the change to which Christ alludes when he says that we must be born again. We all inherit evil propensities from our parents, some greater, some less. These evils are not appropriated to us, that is, we are not responsible for them, until we have sufficient rationality to reflect upon them, and see that they are evils. Then it is our obvious duty to struggle against and to shun them. If we fail in this, the evil propensities become our own, and we sin by indulging them. To become aware of these evils inherent in our nature, to examine our hearts, and to combat against and overcome our inclinations to sin, this is to be renewed in spirit, to be born again. This renewal is essential to those who would obtain heaven, for the impure cannot dwell with the pure. There are two essential attributes given to us all, rationality and liberty. Without these two attributes, this renewal of spirit could not be effected. It is through this principle of rationality that we are enabled to comprehend the meaning of good and evil, and to distinguish what is false from what is true. And we are at liberty to do good or evil, and to love truth or falsehood. We cannot be reformed when we are in a state of rationality and liberty. Our hearts cannot be changed by compulsion. For this reason we cannot be reformed while laboring under a heavy misfortune. For though we may pray to God and implore his assistance, we are under constraint, and when the memory of the affliction has passed away, we generally return to our former habits, and our lives are unchanged. Neither can we be reformed in a disordered state of mind, because disease of mind takes away rationality and the liberty of acting according to reason. Nor can we be reformed in a state of bodily disease, because reason then is not in a free state, for the mind is affected by the body, and when the body is ill, the mind suffers. If you believe my words are true, perhaps you will grieve at this last assertion, beloved Evelyn. You will tremble lest your repentance should not be effectual. It lies with yourself to render it so. Your future life, when you recover, must be the evidence that you have renounced your errors, and that you will follow the light that shines about your steps. But if I should die now, I hear you exclaim. I answer, if your repentance is so genuine that should you have lived your life would have been changed in spite of strong temptations, then, Evelyn, even though you should die tonight, it is my firm belief that in the world of spirits you would be permitted to fit yourself for heaven. But what is this death which appalls you? This great change which appears to you so awful? It is frightful to pass from one land to another. Death is nothing more than this transitory passage. The body, worn by disease or age or impaired by accident, can no longer be used as the instrument of your soul's operations in this world. The spirit leaves it, often without a parting struggle, and the worthless shell returns to moulder in the earth. But the spirit, what becomes of it? It has a spiritual body of its own, distinct from the natural, yet of a similar human form. It possesses all the faculties, all the inclinations, all the affections, all the capacities of enjoyment with which it was endowed in the world, possesses them in an inconceivably higher degree than during its sojourn in the natural body. And it passes into the spiritual world, continuing its existence to eternity, and in progressive degrees receiving the greatest happiness which it is capable of enjoying. If the spirit be evil, it finds no delight except in the gratification of its evil passions, and that sinful indulgence entails the most dreadful consequences. If the spirit be good, the greater its purity, the more exquisite its joy, and its perfection and felicity increase forever. And this spiritual land is the land of which death opens the portals. Can you then regard that death as the hideous Charon wafting us over an inky sea and landing us upon an unknown shore replete with horrors? To me, death appears as an angel of light, crowned with roses, stretching out its tender arms to embrace the newly imprisoned spirits, and guiding them to gardens of indescribable beauty. Is death then so fearful? Banish impurity from your heart, and the terrors one by one fleet away from death's dreaded brow, and a garland of loveliness twines itself in their place. I have written boldly to you, beloved Evelyn, on many grave subjects, but my assurance sprang from an internal conviction that I wrote nothing but truths, demonstrable truths. I am half inclined to reproach myself for not having spoken with more humility and less positive confidence. But how could I write as though in humble uncertainty of those truths which were to my mind indubitable? In glancing over my letter, I thought it almost too serious and perhaps too stern for one in your state of health, my sweet Evelyn, and I was inclined to strike out or soften many portions, but I remembered that the most healthful food for your disordered spirit was simple truth, and left what I had written unaltered, left in sincere hopes that you will comprehend my meaning and receive comfort from my reasonings. I must entreat you, dear Evelyn, to give way to no violent burst of feeling. Excitement will retard your recovery, and you will thus render more distant by an hour of great happiness to those who love you as tenderly as your true and devoted friend, Catherine. End of chapter 15. Volume 2, Chapter 16 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 16. 'Tis fabled there are fruits with tempting rinds, that are all dust and rottenness within. Wouldst thou I should strip such? Coleridge. From Hubert Damereau to Frederick Ruthven, March 25th. Ah, Fred, the deuce take the sex! They are doomed to be my eternal curse, my bane and antidote, as Plato has it. Except that just at this present confoundedly unpleasant moment they are all bane, and a less hopeful disposition than my own would see no prospect of an antidote. For the last 2 months I have been fate's football, and it is to be hoped that the fickle jade will soon be tired of buffeting me about the ears of disappointment. What think you? Amy, The mild, the gentle, the yielding, devoted, loving Amy. Amy, who in one short fortnight was to pronounce the happy yes, which made her agreeable possessions, and her by no means disagreeable self, mine. Amy has, in one execrable word, the little witch has jilted me. Impossible, you think. What woman would have the courage to jilt the irresistible Colonel Dameron? So thought I. But this little feminine icicle has actually had the necessary audacity, although I may be hanged to a bean-post for an infernal fool if she holds to her determination. She shall be my wife yet, or she will be the first woman who could withstand my persuasions. But then the others have always been wooed to commit some little imprudence, and such is the perverseness of these feminine, that I may find it more difficult to induce one woman to do that for which she has no reason to blush, than to cause 50 to compromise themselves irretrievably. I learnt my fate from Amy's own pale lips of very few days ago. I had called upon her in the evening, as usual, with the bouquet which I never failed to present her in my hand. When I entered the parlor, she was alone. The smile of welcome, the bounding step, and the meek embrace which, Genevieve-like, she generally salutes me, to my astonishment, none of these now greeted my entrance. She was sitting upon an ottoman at the further end of the room. She did not rise. She did not move a limb when she saw me. As I drew near her, the light-colored silk dress she wore, her remarkably fair hair, and her perfectly hueless face made her look like some beautiful statue. For a second I was awestruck. Yet you are perfectly well aware, Fred, I am not the man to lose my self-possession at trifles. I addressed her tenderly, and stooped to salute her colorless cheek. She stretched out her hand to repulse me, and fixed her unusually mild eyes upon my face. I can't say what was their expression, whether full of scorn, or pity, or sorrow, or despair. It might have been a mingling of all. But I would not have dared to touch her at that moment, I confess it. No, not if my salvation depended upon an embrace. But by Jove, she had never looked so charming before. I was excited, interested. I grew enamored while I stood almost trembling before her. She motioned me to take a seat. I did so. I made an attempt to say something, I forget what, but she silenced me with a look. Then she spoke herself. What a voice! Never before did the tone of a woman make me shudder. What she said I can no more tell you, though I heard every word, than I can repeat the books of Moses. The sum total was this: Evelyn has come to light. Some little unfortunate passages in my life, in connection with the lovely runaway, have been made known to Amy. My puritanical affiance chose to take my conduct in high dudgeon. She made her own saintly animadversions, interspersed with a few moral reflections upon my acts, and finally declined the honor of becoming my wife. Was there ever poor fellow maddened by a more unlucky accident than this? But, by heavens, I like her better than ever, and I will not be cheated out of my rightful expectations in this matter. She loves me. She dotes on me as only these feminine creatures know how to dote. I will win her yet, or she is no daughter of Eve. Nothing pleases these demi-saints so well as the idea that they have reclaimed a rake, and she shall reform me to her heart's content. Then, for fear that I shall fall into the evil way again, she must take me under her own protection. That evening was not the time to make much progress. I could say little, almost nothing. For, without giving me time to exculpate myself, she rose and glided like a shadow out of the room. But I have since dispatched her the most repentant letters, and every evening my accustomed bouquet is left anonymously at the door. The letters she returned in a blank envelope, but the bouquets she could not in the same manner refuse. If she did, I might choose to understand that she sent me a bouquet instead of returning my own, for from whence they came she cannot prove. I will see her soon, and trust me for the rest. Her heart is irrevocably mine, and women are not such fools as to die of longing when the fruit which they desire hangs ready to drop into their mouths. But I am rattling on, Fred, without acquainting you with the principal object of my letter. I am in such a confoundedly low water that I have commenced disposing of all my dispensable valuables to raise the wind. Lend us a hand in this dilemma, my fine fellow, and you will not be worse off for your good nature. Amy will most undoubtedly be mine, and as soon as the priest closes his prayer book, you will be repaid with interest. $600 or $700 or $1,000 would, just at this moment, prove a very acceptable loan. In short, I do not see how I can do without it, so let me hear from you by return of post. Amy had not the complaisance to inform me where I could find her rival, and to ask the whereabouts of the siren Evelyn would have been to make a rather hazardous inquiry. Where she has hidden herself, heaven only knows, but it is very evident that she has purposely kept this rod in a pickle for me. Then there is Claudine, another of my tormentors. A few days before the denouement which I have mentioned, I had the felicity of meeting the little she-devil again. It chanced, too, that I was walking with Amy. Claudine looked wildly and menacingly at us both, and I fancied that she and Amy exchanged glances. But this, of course, was only a conceit of my own. Claudine's wrath is not to be feared. The serpent has certainly lost its fang, or its venom would have been darted out before now. Farewell, my most estimable and excellent friend. Be thou a friend in need. I await your answer, which you must dispatch without delay. You will do me a great service and relieve me from actual difficulties by obliging me with the loan. Enough said between friends. Yours very truly, Hubert Damereau. N.B. I have this instant received a curious note, which for its very address I shall copy verbatim for your benefit. Thus it runs: If Colonel Damereau desires again to behold Evelyn Merritt, he will call this afternoon at number Grand Street, and inquire for the person who occupies the back chamber on the first floor. The question is, shall I go? I have no very high opinion of these anonymous communications, yet the temptation of beholding Evelyn is not so easily withstood. If I was sure of keeping myself out of harm's way, I should accept the invitation, especially as it is written in a delicate female hand. There is now too much hazarded by every step that I take for me to decide hastily. After duly weighing the pro and con, I may go, and I may not. H.D. End of chapter 16. Volume 2, Chapter 17 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 17. Love on, aye, even though the heart we fondly build on proveth like sand, though won by faith's corner stones depart, and even hope's last pillar fails to stand, though we may dread the lips we once believed, and know their falsehood shadows all our days, who would not rather trust and be deceived than own the mean, cold spirit that betrays. Eliza Cook. From Catherine Bolton to Elizabeth Montague, March 25th. On returning from a visit to Evelyn yesterday morning, almost the first persons whom I met were Colonel Damerow and Mr. Elton, walking arm in arm. I had forgotten that they were acquainted. It would be difficult to decide the sight of which of these two unfortunate men pained me most deeply. How an accidental meeting, a casual glance, will revive scenes and thoughts which we have perhaps spent an existence in trying to forget. The seal upon our book of life melts at a look, and long closed pages of that mystic volume are spread before us, to pain or to rejoice. But heart-stricken, wounded, and betrayed, we must still live on, dream on, and, it may be, love on. When I reached home, little Netta opened the door for me with a very portentous face. "What is the matter now?" I inquired. "Oh, Miss Catherine, I have had such trouble with Blanche," answered the child, who seemed to feel the full dignity and importance attached to the double offices of jailer and spy. "What has happened?" I asked, and not without some evil forebodings. "Nothing much, only she acts so queer, and she has got out of the house unbeknownst to me. But she wasn't gone long before I missed her, and I went right after her just as you told me. I saw her 3 or 4 blocks ahead, for I knew her by her shawl, and ran after her as hard as I could tear. But I couldn't get up to her until she had been to the apothecary's right by the park. She pushed against me when she came out, and she made for home. I was alongside of her in a jiffy, and then I saw that she was hiding something under her shawl, but I couldn't get her to tell me what it was. I tried hard, though, for I was sure you'd want to know. When we came home I watched her, but I couldn't make out that she had anything at all along with her, and I thought that perhaps I might be mistaken." "Where is she now?" "Upstairs, settling the rooms." Confused visions of arsenic and prussic acid and laudanum flitted through my head as I sought Blanche, but when I found her my alarm was soon dispelled. She was arranging Mrs. Willard's bed and singing a lively French air as she beat up the bolsters. There was no trepidation in her look and manner, and she appeared calmer and more collected than usual. "You have been out, Blanche," said I. "Where did you go?" "To buy some cologne," she replied, holding up a small bottle which she laid upon the table. Her unembarrassed tone quieted my fears. But as I walked away, I accidentally caught sight of her face reflected in the glass. It was lighted by a strange, exulting smile. I turned towards her again, but her countenance was perfectly calm, and she continued her employment, composedly shaking the mattress and smoothing the pillows. To satisfy myself further, I went to her room and searched amongst her clothes, but nothing of a suspicious nature was discoverable. My school has so rapidly increased within the last few weeks that I now number 15 pupils who regularly attend. Since Evelyn's illness, Ellen's desk has remained vacant, but though the duties thrown solely upon me are many and arduous, they are not greater than I can faithfully discharge. I never depart from one established system, and strict method renders labor light. I have not, as you may suppose, had much leisure to devote to Evelyn, but she hardly needs my presence, for Amy and Ellen are constantly by her side. Though still feeble, she is convalescent, and her recovery appears to be certain. Her mental sufferings have been great, but they are now considerably ameliorated. Of Amy I hardly know what to write. Her self-control strikes me almost with awe. She moves about with a placid brow, performing 1,000 kind offices for her unfortunate friend, and hourly devising some mode of rendering Evelyn's remorse less poignant. But of herself she never appears to think, except that her cheek is deadly pale, and her voice is often tremulous. I can detect little change from what she was before her betrothal to Colonel Damereau. Is this insensibility, or the very acme of womanly self-control? Mrs. Willard evidently suspects that Ellen's continued attendance upon the invalid at Nancy's has some connection with my conversation the other evening. It is this suspicion which has of late rendered her manner more brusque than ever, her tone more querulous, and her whole demeanour harsher. And Evelyn, how can the earnest desire of her penitent spirit ever be gratified? She has no mother now. This afternoon, when I see her, perhaps. March 26th. I broke off hastily yesterday morning, for it was time for the school bell to sound. Well for me was it that I knew not what yesterday afternoon would bring forth. After dinner I paid my wonted visit to Evelyn. She was sitting up in the veteran armchair which had been given to Nancy for the use of the old grandmother. Amy and Ellen were near her, both busied with their needles. Before I proceed, let me mention that Amy's bounty has diffused an air of comfort about Evelyn's little chamber, which entirely destroys its resemblance to the wretched abode in which Ellen and I first discovered the unhappy fugitive. The rickety cot has been supplanted by a small but comfortable French bed. The floor is covered with a neat carpet. A pretty chintz curtain hangs before the only window. There are several commodious chairs, a little table, a Villeneuve, a diminutive airtight stove which stands before the hearth. Evelyn made serious objection to these alterations in her chamber, for they only seemed to render her more sensible of her unworthiness, more strongly contrasting her own fallen state with Amy's angel-like purity and goodness. But her remonstrances sounded like ingratitude, and, as she submitted, she felt that kindness was indeed coals of fire heaped upon her head. When I entered the room, Amy was conversing in a subdued tone with her friend, but she ceased on beholding me. Laying aside my hat as I greeted them, I seated myself beside Evelyn. In her loose white wrapper, she looked thinner than ever. I was marking the ravages which disease and sorrow had made in her wasted form, and wondering whether it was the elevated expression of her faded features which rendered them still so lovely, when she started at some sound which her ear had caught without its reaching mine. Her sudden movement aroused our attention. Nancy's voice, raised in angry remonstrance, was distinctly audible. Her words and those of the person to whom she spoke were soon drowned by the terrified cries of little Johnny. In another moment the altercation ceased. It was succeeded by a heavy but hasty step traversing the outer apartment. Ellen rose instinctively to fasten the outer chamber door, but it flew open before she could touch the key. A mournful cry burst from Ellen's lips. Richard, with a livid countenance, stood before her. "Evie! Oh, Evie! Evie!" His gaunt frame shook as he spoke, and his bloodshot eyes closed and reopened spasmodically, as though the tears with which they were filled caused acute pain. "Evie!" he exclaimed again, but even more hoarsely, and rather as if soliloquizing than addressing his sister. "No, 'tain't Evie. I wouldn't believe it. 'Tain't Evie sitting before me in that chair. It's her ghost, maybe. 'Tain't Evie." The first thoughts were engrossed by her altered appearance, for he beheld, indeed, the mere shadow of what Evelyn was. But when, with her head drooping upon her bosom, she stretched out her thin hand and falteringly murmured, "Brother," he recoiled. His features were convulsed, their expression rapidly changed. Looking almost fiercely at the trembling invalid, he shook his clenched fist and shouted, "No, no brother of yours. Never call me brother till I know it's all an infernal lie. But it ain't. It couldn't be anything else. Evie, tell me yourself, and I'll hunt the rascal down that invented it round the globe. You didn't. You wouldn't. You couldn't. Oh, Evie, you loved me. You loved us all too well to disgrace us." Spare me, Richard," pleaded Evelyn, as she shrank back, yet stretched her arms imploringly towards him. "It's all true, then." "No, it ain't. It shan't be." "Blisters on the foul tongue that said it was true. It's a lie. Evelyn Merritt, tell me quickly. Say that it's a lie before I go stark raving mad. Speak, and say you are my sister yet." He approached her menacingly as he uttered these furious words. Evelyn shook her averted head and hid her face upon Amy's shoulder. Richard's emotion was so violent that he could hardly gasp forth, "I won't believe it. Evie, I'm a fool. I'll tar and feather the first fellow I meet. I'll make mincemeat of that scoundrel, the colonel. I'll lynch him and all his relations. I'll exterminate the vermin. But it ain't true, though I've got it all here." He drew a letter out of his pocket. "Where Evie lived, where she'd been, what she'd been. Thunder and lightning! If I could catch the rascal that wrote this, I'd powder his bones without a mortar." He crushed and crumpled the letter in his hands while he was speaking, then abstractedly smoothed it again, opened it, read a few lines, and suddenly darted towards Evelyn, seized her rudely by the shoulder. "Will you tell me the truth, girl? Are you ashamed of your sex, a blot on our name, and no sister of mine? Say, are you Colonel Dameron's mistress, a street-walker, a low, lost, depraved, polluted, cast-off dreg and remnant?" Evelyn's agonizing shame and horror seemed to threaten instant dissolution. The heart-rending groan that escaped her lips recalled my wandering senses. With a violent effort I rose from the chair to which I seemed to have been chained. Richard could not finish his dreadful sentence, for I thrust him aside, exclaiming, "You will kill her! For the love of heaven, have some pity! Be a man!" He stopped and drew back, while I, filling a tumbler with water, held it to Evelyn's lips. She could not drink. Her head sank upon the cushion of the chair. Her eyes closed. Richard stood watching his sister, while Amy bathed her temples, and then burst forth in a voice broken by stifled sobs. "How I loved you, Evie! Such pride! I took such pride in you! And now they can fling it in my teeth. Any ragamuffin can make light of you. The street sweeps may throw their mud at me. I haven't anything to care for now. New York must get along without me. I shan't think too much of hiding." "Mr. Willard," interposed I, "your sister is very ill. I must insist upon your leaving her for the present." I accompanied my word with a tolerably forcible attempt to lead him from the room. He broke loose, and this time shaking his fist at me as though he was glad of some new object upon which to vent his wrath and grief, exclaimed, Miss Catty, You're an old woman, you are. For a second I felt the truth of Byron's lines, yet in the extremest grief there is a mirth. I could have laughed, though my feelings had seldom been so harrowed. I was about to reply by beseeching Richard to withdraw, when a step behind me, an ejaculation from Ellen and Amy, and a piercing shriek from Evelyn made me quiver in every limb. I looked back and beheld Colonel Damereau retreating towards the open door. I could not have believed that his manly features could express such mingled horror and cowardice. In extreme terror I turned to Evelyn again. She was standing, upright, unsupported, with her glazing eyes riveted upon his, her lips apart, and pale as her hueless cheeks. Her limbs, one moment rigid, slowly relaxed. Her head fell, and she sank lifeless into Ellen's arms. With a sudden impulse, such as I am sure has seldom moved him, Colonel Damereau sprang forward and threw himself upon his knees beside Evelyn, for she lay partly extended upon the floor and partly supported upon her kneeling sister's bosom. He seized his victim's icy hand, but Richard, darting upon him with tiger-like fury, grasped his arm and dragged him away, shouting, "Don't do that! Don't dare touch her! If she is dead, I'd see all the worms in Christendom crawling over her rather than let you lay a finger on her." Colonel Damereau had risen to his feet, and though he strove to confront Richard, he had lost all control over his convulsed muscles. "Now, sir," said Richard, again laying hold of his arm, "I've caught you, and you're accountable to me, sir. Do you know who I am? To that lady's brother, for she was my sister before you made her a disgrace to any man who claimed kin with her. Oh, you damnable double-faced scoundrel!" And he seized the colonel by the throat with such a powerful grasp that it was only by a violent effort that his adversary could extricate himself. Colonel Damereau was taken at the greatest disadvantage. He was perfectly unmanned, unnerved. He tried to throw an expression of contempt into his countenance as he regarded Richard, but the look was not unmingled with one of bewildered terror. "Sir," he began, but his eyes wandered back to the inanimate Evelyn, and then rested despairingly upon Amy. With a sudden movement he shook off Richard, and rushed towards the bed upon which Evelyn had been laid. "Amy, hear me, Amy," he said in that rich, thrilling tone which so often had charmed our ears. Amy rose from the half-recumbent position in which she was ministering to Evelyn, rose with what majestic, awe-inspiring dignity, and as she turned her pale face towards him, its expression would have been stern but for the pitying sweetness which mingled with its severity. Her eyes were not cast down before his pleading glance, and she said in a tone and with an action which made me think of some rebuking angel, "May the misery which you have brought on others never be visited upon yourself. Begone." He attempted to speak, but she repeated commandingly, "Begone." And the reckless man of the world shrank before this meek and simple-hearted girl, abashed at her look, and involuntarily obeying her bidding. It was the momentary triumph of purity over insolent vice. Amy was again bending over Evelyn, and Colonel Damereau stood at the open door, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. Richard, who had motionlessly watched Ellen, while with tremulous hands she essayed to revive her sister, now strided towards the colonel, as though fearful that he would escape. "Not so fast, sir, not so fast. You are answerable to me, remember that. If I don't get a gentleman's satisfaction out of you, then my name's not Dick, nor never was. Oh, damn you, for the greatest scoundrel that wears a head. But I'll teach you whose folks you've got to deal with now, I will." Amy, who heard these words, again left Evelyn's side, and laying her hand beseechingly on Richard's arm, said, "Mr. Willard, I beg that you will allow us to be alone. Your sister—" Her voice was choked by emotion, and she could not finish her sentence. Poor Evie, muttered Richard. "The jig's up with her. Better so. Then turning to the colonel, he roared out, "Come along, sir, come along," and forced him out of the room. Amy closed the door and turned the key. We gathered about Evelyn. No breath came to her lips, no warmth to her clammy hands, which Ellen was chafing, no hue to the ghastly countenance, fixed in statue-like repose. We none spoke, none wept, but, with an awe-inspired quietude, earnestly continued our efforts to restore the suspended animation. Minutes seemed like hours to us, for our task was vain. Amy clasped her hands in mute despair and stood inactive by the bedside. Ellen threw herself moaning and weeping upon the cold form of her sister, as though her warm tears and passionate kisses could restore it to life. And I, what could I do but mourn in silence? How long we remained thus, I cannot say. A wild but joyful exclamation from Ellen roused us. "Great God! She moves! She revives!" A faint hue was indeed tingeing Evelyn's marble cheek, and the lids of her half-closed eyes slightly quivered. Picture to yourself our heartfelt, grateful joy, when, in a few moments more, intelligence beamed in those before glazing eyes, and recognition was followed by a languid smile. That smile quickly vanished when recollection returned, but Evelyn was restored to us, and we were too thankful to think of sorrow. No allusion to Richard or Colonel Damerow was made, but Evelyn's countenance plainly told that her memory was not impaired. Amy possesses even a greater influence over her friend than either Ellen or I, and Evelyn was momentarily becoming more agitated. Seating herself upon the bed beside her, Amy motioned us to withdraw. We left the room and entered Nancy's shop. Neither Colonel Damerow nor Richard was visible. Nancy informed us that the first gentleman had forced his way in, that she was not in the shop when the second came, and that both had left the house together. "How could they possibly have discovered Evelyn's retreat?" asked Ellen, as though she would willingly persuade herself that I possessed the art of divination, and could answer her question. "I cannot imagine," replied I. "Richard, it appears, received a letter. Perhaps it was an anonymous one. It was very strange that they should both come at the same hour. Do you know that while they were here, I thought that some wicked person had planned the meeting, and I dreaded every moment to see Walter enter. But who would have planned it? Who knows of Evelyn's existence even?" "Is not Laura Hilson acquainted with Dr. Wesley?" inquired Ellen thoughtfully. "No. Yes, I believe she is. He often called upon me while I was at Fleecer's, and the Hilsons made his acquaintance. But Dr. Wesley does not himself know that his patient is Evelyn." "Perhaps not, but—" Amy opened the door, and we hastened to Evelyn's bedside. She was perfectly calm, though a tear glistened on her cheek. It had grown quite dark, and after bribing Billy to escort me to an omnibus, I prepared to return home. The tea-table was spread, and Mrs. Willard impatiently awaited me. Mr. Willard was casting up his accounts at a small side table in the corner. His wife took no apparent notice of my unusual trepidation of manner. and she has ceased to ask questions or make remarks considering the invalid who engrosses so much of our time. I more than suspect that she has divined the truth. Our report was not a very cheerful one, for I found it difficult to regain my composure. Just as we were rising from the table, Netta was summoned by a loud ring to the street door, and a moment afterwards we were joined by Mr. Merritt. I at first thought that it was my own conscious fancy which gave him such a wild and haggard look when he entered. His hair hung in dishevelled masses about his thin face, and his dress was strangely disordered. His manner, too, on greeting us, was abrupt and nervous, and he cast many uneasy glances about the room. Once only were his wandering eyes fixed, and then they looked steadily in my face. I could not help shrinking before his searching gaze. It seemed to me as though he had the power to read every secret within my soul. While Netta was clearing the table, the conversation was wholly sustained by Mrs. Willard. Her son-in-law was too absent even to reply to her numerous queries. All at once he turned to me and said, "Miss Bolton, can I speak a few words to you alone? I have something of importance to say. Let it be as soon as possible." I was beginning to grow nervous, but replied, "Certainly, Mr. Merritt. Mrs. Willard will excuse us," and, lighting a candle, led the way to the schoolroom. Mr. Merritt followed me. The door was closed. We were alone together. I handed him a chair. He took it. We both sat down, but neither spoke. After one of those awful pauses, in which anticipation conjures up everything that is disagreeable, Mr. Merritt broke the silence by exclaiming, "Miss Bolton, you will think me a fool to be played upon in this manner, but I do believe that I am half mad." "Pray explain yourself, Mr. Merritt," I answered. "If I can be of any service, you can command me." He still hesitated, but after a shorter interval he thrust his hand into his pocket and, drawing forth a letter, forced it into my hand, and said hurriedly, "What do you think of that? Read, read." I mechanically unfolded the letter. The handwriting was evidently disguised. It was anonymous. A mist floated before my eyes. It was some time before I could decipher the words. I perused them at last. As nearly as I can remember, they were as follows. March 25th. If Mr. Merritt desires again to behold his wife, he will find her this afternoon at No. Grand Street. Since husbands are the last to become thoroughly aware of their own domestic calamities, it may be well to remark that Mrs. Merritt has for some months past been under the protection of Colonel Damereau, by whom she was finally forsaken. Amongst the persons aware of Mrs. Merritt's disgrace, the most prominent in encouraging and upholding her now that she is destitute, we may mention Miss Bolton. The misguided Evelyn is indebted to this officious lady's influence for many of her misfortunes, but upon that subject it is useless to enlarge. Miss Bolton is thoroughly acquainted with Mrs. Merritt's private history. If Mr. Merritt has any curiosity to ascertain the truth of these assertions, he will call this afternoon, 5 o'clock, at No. Grand Street. I finished the letter with feelings of disgust and a sickening sense of terror perfectly indescribable. Mr. Merritt was watching me. As my eyes encountered his, he groaned out, "I did not believe it. A hoax, a hoax. I knew that it was a cruel hoax. I would not be made a fool of. I did not go there. But I was so oppressed with dread, so maddened with fear, that I came to you. You are kind. You will not ridicule my credulity. You will tell me the truth. But I know it already. It was all a hoax. People should learn to take such things coolly, to despise them. But I hate jest. You know that I have always hated them. What could I say? How could I extinguish the last flickering hope, which was the sole light of this miserable man's existence? I could not reply to him, but turned my eyes again upon the letter. He saw my indecision, and said, in a tone of alarm, "You do not speak. You look pale. Why do you not relieve me of this terrible suspicion?" And then added, drawing near to me, and with increasing agitation, "Do you know anything of Evelyn? For heaven's sake, do not keep me in this state of suspense and torture. Is she alive?" "Yes, she lives." Joy mastered every other feeling, banished every doubt, cast out every dread. For a moment Mr. Merritt's face was irradiated by hope. "Oh, God," he murmured, "this is too much happiness." He turned from me, but it was to hide the tears that flowed down his cheeks. I could not endure to see him cherishing a false hope. "Mr. Merritt," I began, but he interrupted me. "She is alive. You say she lived. Pardon me for being so overcome. I never thought—" He stopped. The pitying expression of my countenance startled him. "Where is she?" he questioned hurriedly. "How came you to discover her? Where has she been?" Before I made up my mind what to reply, he asked impatiently, "Did any accident befall her?" "No." That simple word struck a cold chill to his heart. The truth burst upon him like a flash of lightning, and like the lightning it blasted and withered. The convulsive workings of his features were positively fearful. I was forced to avert my eyes as I said, "Evelyn was very young. She was deluded. She has been unfortunate. She has suffered." I could say no more. How could I plead for the guilty wife to the injured husband? Mr. Merritt made no reply. He rose. His face was almost fierce in its sternness, and yet he was calm. He bowed to me, and I extended my hand. Hesitatingly he took it and said, "I cannot think ill of you." He tried to command his voice, but its tone was husky and feeble. I was provoked with myself that I could say no more, that I could not speak one expiatory word for Evelyn, that my parched lips seemed glued to one another, and my tongue refused its office. Mr. Merritt had approached the door. As he opened it, we heard the sound of hastily retreating steps, and I knew that our conversation had not passed unheard. Mr. Merritt re-entered the parlour and bid to Mr. and Mrs. Willard good evening. The former was still engaged with his account books, and Mrs. Willard was sitting upon the sofa, apparently knitting. But I remarked that her spool of cotton had rolled away, and that her needles were entangled as though she had thrown them down carelessly, and had taken them up in haste. Mr. Merritt bade us a ceremonious good night, and almost before it was returned, withdrew. I expected to be questioned by Mrs. Willard, but she continued busily occupied in extricating her needles, and never alluded to her son-in-law's visit. I retired early to bed, and confused images of Mr. Merritt, Colonel Damereau, Richard, and Evelyn haunted my dreams. End of chapter 17.